This guy was at the hospital right next to his sister who's in a coma. The reason she's like this? An S-rank hunter made a mistake during a fight, and she became the victim. Now Yang Jai is absolutely pissed. He wasn't a hunter until now, but he just awakened something insane. Maybe it's the gods telling him he has to get his revenge. Outside the hospital room, his dad was in a complete rage. The hunter sent a rep with a deal to pay 100 grand for the girl's medical bills. Yang Jai's dad wasn't having any of it. He wanted justice and for the hunter to be right there to apologize. Yang Jai then stepped in. He told the rep he'd take the money, but the hunter had to apologize in person. The guy said that'd be impossible. Hearing that, our protagonist gave a subtle smile. So this is how these famous hunters really are, he thought. In that case, the money is enough. Yang Jai explained to his dad that they need the cash to treat Fei Fei, but that he's going to get justice with his own hands. Seems like the kind of move a weak guy like the protagonist couldn't pull off, right? But what those suits and his own dad don't know is that Yang Jai isn't your average kid. He just awakened a hidden and terrifying ability, the power to steal other people's abilities, and he already tested it out on his own sister and it worked perfectly. When the man left the hospital, it was already evening. He called on the phone and said that he had settled everything, though he had to add another 100,000 in compensation. Bing Chu Jr. said it was only 100,000. He praised lawyer Wang and said that he would tell his secretary later to send them the money. Their conversation ended. Lawyer Wang said that the hero likes to rest. If only he could also awaken an ability. The guy again came to visit his sister in the hospital. He told Fei Fei not to blame him for signing the contract. After all, she knows their family's situation, but she shouldn't worry about it because he will find out the truth. He doesn't believe that all this was unintentional. Some awakened ones are unworthy of being called heroes, and he will change this world. His name is Yang Jai, and he is a trainee reporter. He is a person who was unintentionally harmed by an A-rank hero. His sister was Yang Fei Fei. To implement his plan, he moved out from his parents and came to the Mingyu area. Yang Jai moved into his new apartment, where he was greeted by two girls. One of them greeted him and said, "My name is Ding Lan." The girl sitting on the sofa is Jai Wai, and there's another neighbor who hasn't returned yet. Jai Wai also greeted him. Ding Lan asked Yang Jai, "What is your name?" Yang Jai also introduced himself. Ding Lan said that new housemates rarely come these days, so why don't they celebrate this event? Jai Wai said that she is a younger student who entered this year, so she will be in the library tonight, and they can go without her. Yang Jai went to his room, stating that a celebration wasn't necessary. He had just arrived and was a bit tired, so he wanted to rest. He entered his new room and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone. The video where heroes fought monsters had become quite popular, and consequently, many videos explaining abilities had also surfaced. Yang Jai didn't remember exactly when it started, but all over the world, dark portals had suddenly begun to appear. Through these portals, monsters arrived on their planet. The planet could only stop the invasion of these monsters thanks to the possessors of abilities, who were called heroes. To prevent hunters from abusing their powers, an ability law was passed, stating that only hunters who passed the test and received a hero certificate could use their abilities. Yang Jai turned on a video, recognizing it as the one in which Yang Fei Fei was injured by a hero. He exhaled, noting that he hadn't found anything suspicious yet, but he would study the video again tomorrow. He then looked at the time. "What the hell? It was already 2:30 in the morning," he exclaimed. He needed to quickly brush his teeth and wash up because he still had a lot of work tomorrow. He left his room and saw a drunk girl. He realized this must be the last neighbor. He decided to say hello to her. The girl asked Yang Jai if he wouldn't mind letting her use the restroom. She went into the bathroom and vomited. Then she fell asleep in the toilet. Yang Jai approached her and asked if she was okay. Should he help her in some way? The girl replied that men shouldn't get too close to a girl in such a state. Therefore, Yang Jai headed towards Ding Lan's room. He knocked on her door, and Ding Lan opened it. She asked him why he wasn't sleeping yet, as it was already so late. Yang Jai apologized for the trouble, explaining that the other roommate was drunk in the toilet, and asked if Ding Lan, being a woman, could help her. As a man, he wasn't comfortable helping her with this. Ding Lan told him to just leave her there, explaining that this wasn't the first time, it was pretty late, and she had to work tomorrow. Yang Jai should also go to bed. Then she slammed the door. Yang Jai realized it seemed he was the only one who could help her. He approached the girl again and asked if she could get up, but the girl did not answer him, so Yang Jai apologized in advance. He took her in his arms, and the system immediately sent him a notification. An ability to overload the brain was detected. Yang Jai realized this girl also had an ability. The system then sent him a full description of this ability. It was an F-rank ability. Title: Brain Overload. Description: puts the brain in a state of overload for a short period of time, greatly increasing its computational abilities. Rating: good potential. The owner didn't seem to know she possessed this ability. Yang Jai laid the girl on the sofa and covered her with a jacket. He mused that this girl seemed to think she was very smart. If she studied well, she could become the best. He would still take her abilities, but in the future, he would somehow compensate her for it. The system announced that the brain overload ability was successfully stolen. Yang Jai wondered what effect it would have on him. The system informed Yang Jai that both brain overload and mental attack belonged to mental abilities and asked if he wanted to unite them. Yang Jai decided to combine these two abilities. The system announced that the merging of abilities was complete. This was a new D+ rank ability. Name: Super Brain. Ability description: automatically sends mental attacks. A significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. Evaluation: this is a double-edged sword and must be used wisely. After reading all this information, Yang Jai realized he might be able to find some clues in the video of the incident in which Yang Feifei was injured. The next day, someone knocked on Yang Jai's door. He woke up and asked who was there. He opened the door and saw yesterday's girl. The girl returned his coat, the one he had used to cover her. She thanked him for helping her last night. She said her name was Lin Neishu. Yang Jai took back his coat, thinking she was the same girl from last night. He thought, now she looks so innocent. Yang Jai told her it was no problem. He had just extended a helping hand. He introduced himself as Yang 11. He then remembered something. He had taken her ability last night, even though she didn't even know she possessed a pull ability. So, he decided to ask her if she was okay. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Neishu smiled at him and said everything was fine. I'm already used to it, so don't worry so much about me. Just then, a man burst into his room, calling out to him, "So this is how you live here now?" The man noticed Lin Neishu and asked Yang Jai if he had started dating someone behind his back. Yang Jai told him not to talk nonsense. After all, this is Lin Neishu, my neighbor. The man was in shock, thinking he had been too impulsive renting an entire apartment. After all, renting an entire apartment was not very profitable. He smoothed his hair and greeted Miss Lin Neishu. He said his name was Fan Peng, and he was Yang Jai's friend and colleague. Lin Neishu shook hands with him and told him to just call her Neishu. Fan Peng then told her he was an ability user. His ability allowed him to take pictures and videos with his bare hands, so if she ever wanted some beautiful photos. But then Yang Jai intervened, telling Lin Neishu that Fan Peng had come to take him to the editorial office. They were on their way there together. Fan Peng tried to interrupt Yang Jai, telling him he hadn't finished talking and asking why he was in such a hurry. At the Lugan Publishing Company, Yang Jai began to review that video again. He activated his super brain deduction ability and started watching that video again and again. While watching the video, Yang Jai remarked, "This movement looks very strange," but he was interrupted by Fan Peng, who nudged him with his elbow and asked why he wasn't interested in flirting with girls, especially someone as beautiful as Lin Neishu. "If Yang Jai isn't going to, then I will." To which Yang Jai replied that they were just neighbors, and his friends shouldn't go too far. Then Fan Peng said that from flatmates to bedmates, it's very easy. By the way, I can teach him if he doesn't know how. Then they heard screams announcing a monster's appearance. They got up from their chairs and went to the window. There really was a monster. It was a one-eyed assassin. The government announced to the public that a monster had appeared. In this monster-level disaster, people should go to the nearest shelter, and heroes were on their way. One of the heroes appeared and said that the citizens should not be afraid. After all, the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles was already here. He wouldn't allow anything to happen to the city of Lugano. When people saw him, they were very happy, saying that he was their hero, B-rank Superman Spicy and Sour Noodles, and he had come to save them all. Meanwhile, Fan Peng, after zooming in on the image of the one-eyed assassin, said that the one-eyed assassin not only had strong defenses, but it also possessed a psychopathic melee ability. The 18 spiders who worked together would have a very hard time dealing with this monster, and the Spicy and Sour Noodles superhero might not win at all. Fan Peng turned around to repeat all the information to Yang 11, but he was no longer there, so he remarked that Yang ran very fast. He continued to watch through the window, saying that people were usually so weak, so it was time to earn some money with his ability. In the meantime, a hero named Fiery Butterfly arrived and asked the elder if he needed help. The superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles said that she was just in time to contain this monster and she should attack it. Fiery Butterfly said she understood. The heroic live broadcast had begun. The hosts were Director Ji and Mao Huang. Director Ji said that superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles was a melee hero, and he had been very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. Mao Huang asked the director why he gave the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles such a review. Director Ji said that in order order to activate his ability, he needed to eat a bowl of spicy and sour noodles. So he usually appeared after other heroes had already pretty much exhausted the monster and killed it. Mao Huang smiled and said that, as expected of Director G, he always divulged information that other people didn't know. Director G told Mao Huang to stop talking and continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. Meanwhile, the battle with this monster continued. Fiery Butterfly asked the spicy and sour noodles superhero to step aside. Then, she hit the monster with her superpower, and the TV presenters continued to comment on their battle. Mao Huang declared that the monster's life was coming to an end, to which Director G disagreed, saying it might not be so. Mao Huang, very surprised, asked why he thought so, and Director G replied that monsters are smart. Director G added that he had not yet seen a single sign of anxiety in the monster. After the Fire Butterfly stopped the flow of her fiery power, everyone saw that the monster was not only not defeated, but it was not even injured. The spicy and sour noodle superhero then stated that the monster had evolved and now possessed a fireproof shield. The Fire Butterfly was dismayed and, turning to the spicy and sour noodles superhero, asked him if he could hold out even longer. After all, more time would pass before the arrival of other heroes. At that moment, the spicy and sour noodles hero remembered his conversation with the director. The director had told him that the spicy and sour noodles superhero had already entered a critical juncture of his career as a professional hero. If he wanted to break through and become one of the company's most famous stars, then he could no longer afford to lose. Once he failed as a superhero, his fame would decline, and the company would direct all its resources toward younger heroes. This information horrified the spicy and sour noodles superhero, who thought he could not lose his place as a senior in the company. He couldn't let this happen. So, the spicy and sour noodles superhero decided to consume a strange pill. Yang Zai, watching all this, thought he seemed to have already seen this blue pill. At that moment, the monster grabbed the Fire Butterfly. The Fire Butterfly began to call for the help of the spicy and sour noodles superhero. The live broadcast showed a frame on the main screen of the monster grabbing the Fire Butterfly, and comments immediately started pouring in. A user named 3lives3idiots wrote that, as they all already knew, the spicy and sour noodles superhero had only 15 minutes of peak power. Another user named Yin Poo Poo wrote, "Let any hero come and save our young from death." Meanwhile, the Fire Butterfly, still captured by the monster, was trying to get out, screaming, "I don't want to die!" At that moment, someone tore apart one of the monster's tentacles, thus releasing the Fire Butterfly. It was the spicy and sour noodles superhero. The TV presenter Mao Huang slammed his fist on the table with joy and exclaimed, "It's excellent! The spicy and sour noodles superhero can only be in combat form for 15 minutes, but this time he has broken through. He's stronger than before." In his joy, Mao Huang jumped up from his chair and exclaimed that the hero hadn't aged yet. Director G calmly remarked that this was rather unexpected. How did he? But an agitated Mao Huang interrupted him, exclaiming, "You're not the one-eyed assassin attacking the spicy and sour noodles hero." Meanwhile, the spicy and sour noodles hero stopped right in front of the one-eyed monster and declared, "It's time to end this battle." The one-eyed monster directed all of its tentacles straight at the spicy and sour noodles hero, but the superhero managed to grab its tentacles and asked, "Is that really all you're capable of?" At one point, the superhero was covered by falling debris, but gaining strength, he burst out, tearing all the one-eyed monster's tentacles. The one-eyed monster was defeated, but the spicy and sour noodles hero also ran out of strength. Blood came from his mouth and he fell to the ground. The Fire Butterfly rushed toward him. He looked at the Fire Butterfly and she was very much afraid of him. The pill. "How did it change you?" The Fire Butterfly grabbed his shoulder and asked what was happening to him. The spicy and sour noodles superhero thought he needed to control himself. After that, he grinned at the Fire Butterfly and said he was completely fine. He had just used too much of his powers. The Fire Butterfly told him he had scared her very much. Meanwhile, people began to rejoice. They shouted, "The heroes are so reliable, it's unbelievable. The spicy and sour noodle superhero is so cool." Additionally, everyone began to confess their love to the Fire Butterfly. Yang Zai was watching all this from afar and thought that everything seemed to be over. He would need to prepare news for them when he returned, but he didn't remember the blue pill at all. Then he turned to the corpse of the one-eyed monster and saw a small monster emerge from it. Yang Zai asked, "Was that really a small one-eyed killer? A clone?" This little one-eyed killer was very agitated. It got out of the one-eyed monster's body and rushed toward Yang Zai. Yang Zai realized this monster was moving toward him and thought that its physical and elemental defenses were so high that perhaps a mental attack would be its weak point. The little one-eyed killer declared it would get revenge on the spicy and sour noodles hero once it found its owner and absorbed enough energy. Noticing Yang Zai nearby, the one-eyed assassin said, "This young man looks very appetizing. Now, he will be my master." Yang Zai looked at it and asked, "Did you just send yourself here?" He adjusted his glasses and said, "Well, now your ability will be mine." After that, he absorbed the ability of the little one-eyed assassin, and the monster fell down dead. The fire butterfly felt this and turned around, thinking that someone was using an ability. Yang Zai, picking up the corpse of the little one-eyed assassin, remarked, "It's good that it was just a weak clone. Even if his weakness was mental attacks, a D+ rank mental attack could not kill him instantly." He began to extract an ability from this monster. When he extracted an ability from it, the system sent him a notification. Ability, B rank, Fire Shield. Description, immune to fire attacks below B rank and significantly increases physical defense. Rating, a very useful tanking ability. After studying all this information, Yang Zai said, "It's like an invisible shell that covers the surface of the body. No matter how strong an ability is, it always has a weak spot." This popular phrase in the world of abilities, however, does not apply to him. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly went looking for the person, asking, "Who's there?" Yang Zai hid behind a building, thinking it wasn't yet time for them to find out about him. The fire butterfly landed near Yang Zai's hiding spot and said, "It's strange. I felt a sharp influx of psychic energy here, and a trace of someone was here." Then a man came out from behind the building and asked the fire butterfly, "Are you looking for me?" The fire butterfly turned around and asked the man, "What ability did you just use?" The man stepped towards her. This man was Yang Zai, who had just put on a mask so the fire butterfly wouldn't recognize him. The fire butterfly asked him if he was also a hero, as she didn't remember seeing him before. Yang Zai threw the corpse of the little one-eyed killer at her feet and said, "No, I'm just a passerby who helped you clean up." The fire butterfly looked at the corpse of the little killer and asked, "Is this a clone of the one-eyed killer?" She thought to herself, "This person could finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he's not a hero. He shouldn't use his powers without permission." Yang Zai was about to walk past the fire butterfly to leave, but she stopped him. She told him he had illegally used his ability and now had to follow her to the Hero Association to have it checked. Yang Zai then asked her, "Do you think you can stop me?" The fire butterfly got angry and said, "Your actions are contrary to the law of abilities." By law, she had every right to take action against him, which she was about to do. Yang Zai remained as calm as ever and asked the fire butterfly, "Is this really how heroes should treat ordinary people?" He grabbed one of her little fire butterflies and crushed it in his hand. Then he walked past her and asked, "Now is it my turn to attack?" The fire butterfly was very frightened and flew away, shouting, "I'm sorry." She said it was entirely her fault and begged him not to kill her. When the fire butterfly flew away, Yang Zai muttered, "Superheroes are spicy and sour noodles and blue pills. What that hero was doing the other day on the glacier must be the same thing." Yang Zai took off his mask and said, "I will definitely find out the whole truth." Evening had already come, and Yang Zai was riding the metro in the city of Luhansk. Yang Zai sat on the subway, thinking that for now, he should stop collecting abilities and focus on developing his brain reboot ability. He also needed to find information about the blue pill. Yang Zai passed by a man offering a brief apology. After the man passed, Yang Zai patted the seat next to him and realized his backpack was gone. He wondered if someone had stolen it. He immediately jumped up from his seat. He began to look around, muttering, "Where the hell is the rooster costume? Was it really the guy in the jacket? Had he disappeared?" But they hadn't yet reached the station. He couldn't have gone far from here. Could he be someone with an invisibility ability? But then, what about his smell? Yang Zai used his brain reboot ability to enhance his senses. After using this ability, he realized the smell of the backpack came from that guy, but his aura and clothes were completely different. So it wasn't invisibility, but perhaps some kind of appearance-changing ability. Yang Zai smirked, thinking, "This ability that came into my hands on its own is quite useful." Even after Yang Zai got off at the subway station, he continued to follow the man. The man muttered, "Today is harvest day," but he didn't understand why he was feeling nervous right now. The man turned around and saw Yang Zai. The man thought, "This guy." Yang Zai just waved his hand. The man thought, "How and when did he figure out I was pursuing him?" Yang Zai called out to him, "Stop!" The man ran away, muttering, "Today I've been hit by a hard stone." The man ran to a public toilet and hid there. But Yang Zai tracked him down and asked, "Are you going to use all the tricks of the middle classes, hiding in the toilet when you're too weak? You must leave immediately." But when Yang Zai switched on the light in the public restroom, the man was not there. Then he wondered, did this guy really go into the women's room? Yang Zai went to the women's restroom. He knocked on a booth and told the man to get out, saying he knew he was there. The man from the booth called Yang Zai a pervert and asked him what he was trying to do. Yang Zai then stood on the blue mat and said, said, "So, you like to do things the hard way," and kicked open the door to the booth. The man screamed, "There's a pervert here," and threw toilet paper at Yang Zai. Yang Zai, removing the toilet paper from himself, thought, "This man's ability is very unusual." It even changed his voice. The man asked Yang Zai for forgiveness, claiming it was his first time. Yang Zai replied that, unfortunately, this ability couldn't change his body or appearance. The man exhaled, saying he was unlucky. He turned to Yang Zai, took out his backpack, and said, "Here's my backpack and my things." Yang Zai grabbed the backpack, intending to check if everything was in place, but the man preempted him, saying, "Everything's still there." Yang Zai then asked him if he had looked inside the backpack. The man swore he hadn't even opened it. Yang Zai said, "Good then." He told the man to find a normal job and be a good person in the future. The man agreed, promising he would never steal again, and thanked Yang Zai for sparing him this time. To which Yang Zai replied, "Did I say I was going to spare you?" The man turned pale with fear. A short while later, Yang Zai had already extracted the man's abilities. As he was about to leave, he muttered, "I said I wasn't going to collect abilities anymore." But he couldn't resist such a temptation. It was an F-rank ability. The ability's name was Change Clothes Anywhere. Ability description: you can change clothes with a single movement of your hand. The set also includes storage space. Yang Zai tried this ability on himself and changed his clothes. Now he was wearing a suit. He came out of the changing room thinking it was a very handy and useful ability. Then 2 policemen approached him and greeted him. They told him they had received a report from a citizen about screaming and a pervert in the women's toilets, asking if he had heard anything. Yang Zai told the 2 policemen that he had heard and seen a pervert in disguise there, acting very suspiciously. The policemen groaned and told each other to go and check. Yang Zai watched as the 2 police officers carried the pervert out of the women's restroom. He mused, some ability holders don't deserve their ability, but he would definitely fix it. 1 week later, Yang Zai arrived by taxi and was met by his friend, Fan Peng. Fan Peng waved to him and said, "At last, you're here." But Yang Zai remained as serious as ever and asked his friend what he wanted to tell him that was so important he had to call. Fan Peng approached him, hugged him, and asked him to guess who he had just seen at the nightclub. Yang Zai asked, "Whom?" Fan Peng smiled and said he had seen Yang Zai's girlfriend, Lin Nexu, there. She was there as an attendant. Yang Zai told his friend that she wasn't his girlfriend and questioned why he was telling him all this. They were already approaching the club, and Fan Peng told Yang Zai he could stop pretending in front of him. He could see for himself and understand everything. They entered the club, and Fan Peng invited him to sit at a particular spot. Lin Nexu noticed Yang Zai. Yang Zai, feeling embarrassed, and Fan Peng had already sat down at the table and ordered a cocktail. Fan Peng decided to cheer up Yang Zai, telling him not to be so sad as there were still many beauties on Earth. Today, he was in Fan Peng's territory, so he should just sit back and enjoy. Then he called over some girls. 3 girls approached them and greeted them. Fan Peng introduced the 3 young women, saying that Li Li, Tian Tian, and Pao Pao were all his wonderful little sisters. He introduced his friend to the 3 girls, saying, "Yang Zai is my best friend, and isn't he handsome?" The girls sat next to Yang Zai and exclaimed, "Brother Zai is so handsome!" Another girl offered him a drink. At the next table, there were also 2 men and 3 women. One of the men complained that he was unlucky as hell today. If his brother hadn't taken his McLaren, he wouldn't have lost to that brat, Gao Zhen. Lian told the man that he lost the race, so he should just admit it, and not blame the car for everything. This man, Liu Yun, was already very drunk. He told Lian that he couldn't get through to his father, so he became his bodyguard, and Lian asked him if it was because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Lian told him that it must really bother a normal person like Liu Yun to be limited by a hero of Lian's rank. Liu Yun didn't like that. Liu Yun got up and punched the girl in the face. He then yelled, "You're all fucking assholes! What are you even doing here? And what is this shitty alcohol? How dare she make me drink it?" After that, he approached the girl who had fallen to the floor from his blow and poured all the alcohol from the bottle on her. Jia Yong witnessed this and almost intervened, but he was stopped by Fan Peng, who told his friend not to act recklessly. This young master's name is Liu Yun, and he is the 2nd son of an A-rank mechanical hero from the Kunlun Company, and his bodyguard is a C-rank hero known as Fiery Fist. But Yang Jai didn't listen to Fan Peng and simply told him to let go. Fan Peng replied that a normal person like Yang Jai was no match for him. Yang Jai said he knew this, adding, "I'm just going to the restroom." Meanwhile, Liu Yun had already sat back down, surrounded by 2 girls. He hugged them and said, "Now you know how to apologize." He ordered them to kill the girl, promising, "Then I will spare you all." At the same moment, a man began forcibly pouring alcohol into Lin Nexu. Yang Jai, wearing a mask so as not to be recognized, hit the man. Yang Jai then said to Liu Yun, "I heard that the son of a mechanical hero was present here," but Liu Yun was already too drunk. so his bodyguard Li Yun stood up for him. Li Yun asked Yongjai, "Who are you?" Liu Yun, pouring another bottle into himself, slurred, "It's most likely another person who wants to die." Yongjai replied that he was just someone who wanted to make a deal with brother Liu Yun. Liu Yun asked him, "What deal? What other deal?" Li Yan told young master Liu Yun, "I think it's already quite late. It's time for us to leave." Liu Yun threw a bottle at him, calling him a piece of shit and ordering, "You should back off! Can't you see that there's someone who wants to make a deal with me?" Li Yan was furious. Liu Yun called out to Yongjai, asking, "What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Li Yan put his hand on Liu Yun's shoulder and told him, "You're already too drunk. You should sit down and rest. I'll talk with this actor myself." Yongjai sat on the sofa, holding a glass of liquor in his hand. Addressing Li Yan, he asked, "Do you want to attack me? After all, I am generally against violence, but you prevented me from talking about important matters with your master." Yongjai put his glass on the table and stood up. "So," he said, "I'm going to teach you a lesson now." Li Yan told him, "Come on, we'll see who teaches whom a lesson." Li Yan prepared his fiery fists and told Yongjai, "You have a lot of bad luck today, otherwise you wouldn't have provoked me." Yongjai thought, "Fire elemental attacks are C rank." A crowd gathered around them. Someone remarked, "Yongjai is so brave, but he dared to challenge an A-rank hero's disciple." The Jai sisters approached Lin Naixu and offered to help her wash off the alcohol. Lin Naixu thanked them. A question was heard from the crowd. "Does anyone know why they're fighting now?" Someone else asked, "Doesn't his mask look like a chicken? He seems so mysterious. Will he be able to defeat the fiery boxer?" Li Yan had already pounced on Yongjai with his fiery fists, but seeing Yongjai's reaction, Li Yan wondered, why isn't he trying to dodge? Maybe it's a trap. As he approached Yongjai, he asked, "What is this?" To which Li Yan scoffed, "How naive. Since the day I became a hero, no enemy or beast has been able to withstand this attack." Then he attacked him. Now people were scared. Someone exclaimed, "It will definitely burn someone." But when the flames dissipated, everyone saw that Yongjai was still fine. Li Yan was also surprised, thinking, "He's safe and sound?" Yongjai then used a mental attack, after which he knocked out Li Yan. Liu Yun immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "Yongjai is strong! The fiery boxer was defeated with just one blow." After his victory, Yongjai used his extract ability again. It was an A-rank ability titled Flame Strike. Description: conjure flames on hands. Rating: highly effective. During this time, everyone had already fled, and Liu Yun was left alone. He was also very scared. He immediately came to his senses and asked, "What the hell happened here? Did that moron lose so quickly?" Then he realized he had no other choice and asked Yongjai what deal he wanted to discuss. "How much money do you need? Can you transfer it to me right now?" But Yongjai did not listen to him and grabbed him by the throat. Liu Yun gasped, "No! Don't you know who my father is?" Yongjai replied coldly, "Your father is a mechanical hero. So what?" Liu Yun told him, "If you kill me, my father will not spare you." Yongjai pulled him closer and said, "I will not kill you, but do you know what I want to share with you?" Liu Yun cleared his throat and asked. Yongjai asked him, "Do you want to have an ability?" Liu Yun was shocked and asked again, "What ability?" Yongjai let him go. Liu Yun cleared his throat and asked him, "Do you really think you are a god? Do you really think this is something you can just give to someone?" Yongjai told him, "If you want to receive it, you must come to this address alone in 7 days," and threw him a piece of paper with an address. After all this was over, Yongjai called his friend. Fan Peng was very worried and said, "I already thought you had fallen into the ground. Why didn't you call?" Yongjai said, "The bar was too noisy. I went outside to take a breath." "What is it?" Fan Peng said, "You missed a good show. I will now come out to you to show you everything that has happened. And do you want to eat barbecue?" Yongjai said that he would eat anything. Yongjai thought that part 1 of his plan had been completed. Now all that remained was to wait for Liu Yun to bite on the hook. If he starts checking from within the Kunlun Company heroes, it will be much faster. He promised his sister, Fairy Fairies, that soon he would know the whole truth. Meanwhile, all the heroes gathered in the Hero Association and watched a video that showed what happened in the bar. The mechanical hero asked, "What have we finished? What are everyone's thoughts on it?" The ice adventurer said, "The masked man used his hand like a knife to take down the flaming boxer in 1 second. He is most likely taller in the Yaranga." The lazy swordsman said, "No, what killed Li Yong was not a hand. Li Yong lost the moment the masked man moved his hand." Mo Long put a piece of paper on the table and said, "This is the assessment of the injuries of the fiery boxer from the identification department. You should all take a look at it." When everyone looked at this information, they were horrified. Everyone asked in chorus, "The ability of a fiery legendary boxer was really gone? The mechanical hero said, "It seems so." The lazy swordsman asked, "Where did this guy who can erase other people's abilities come from?" Molong said, "As far as I know, only S-rank heroes have this ability." The mechanical hero asked him, "What did you think it was him?" The glacial adventurer jumped up from his seat and said, "It's impossible. The transporter is an old man with one foot in the grave. How could he appear now?" Molong said, "Kunlun Ko would not be able to deal with this matter on its own. They must report it." About this in the Association of Heroes, the lazy swordsman said, "Such a possessor of special abilities, how could he, depending on what company he was in, be used as a killing machine, and no one will tell about it?" The mechanical hero suggested to everyone that they would not be the first to report this. It would be their company secret, Liu Yun's estate. Liu Yun lay on his bed. He kept thinking about what Yang Jai said to him. He thought about abilities and asked himself if he could even get one. That guy told him that this was a deal, but what does he want from him? He again took out a piece of paper with the address, but then crumpled it and said that in any case, a couple more days and he would have the ability, and he doesn't care about the rest. Fan Peng asked Yang Jai why he suddenly invited him to the museum, to which Yang Jai replied that he wanted to learn more about the monsters so that it would be easier for him to run away if he met them. And he himself thought, "I wonder if he can extract the ability of an S-rank monster." When they entered the museum, Yang Jai told his friend that it seemed to him that he was not trying to find out about the monsters, but to pick up girls. Fan Peng answered him, "Everyone knows that only beauties come here." Yang Jai pointed out the monster to him and said that he came here for it. It was an electric dinosaur monster, S-rank. It is 7 meters high and 12 meters long, a monster that appeared early on. It spewed out electricity and caused many disasters, due to which the entire city of Lugan was paralyzed. Because of him, 5 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and 27 C-rank heroes died. The two of them approached the statue of this monster. Yang Jai told Feng Peng that he was planning to write an article about the monster invasion. He described the monster's power, how it sends electricity. Feng Peng was delighted and said, "This monster is so powerful." Yang Jai thought for a moment, "If I could extract that fearsome ability." He reached out his hand towards the monster's statue, but the guard stopped him and asked, "What are you doing?" Yang Jai greeted the guard and explained he was a journalist who wanted to write an article about the monsters. He then handed over his identification card. The guard examined his card and asked, "What journalist?" The guard continued, "If you want, then write your article. But here, you can only look with your eyes, not touch with your hands." Yang Jai and Feng Peng looked at each other. After that, Feng Peng distracted the guard, assuring him, "It's okay, they won't touch it." Then he turned to the guard and asked, "Can I ask where the cutest chicks are here?" Feng Peng asked. The guard asked again, "What are cute chicks? Are you crazy?" Feng Peng replied, "Oh, you know, the ones that aren't very special or rare." While Feng Peng distracted the guard, Yang Jai reached out to the monster's statue to extract its abilities. The system announced, "Ability extraction activated." Yang Jai thought, "I can sense this ability, but why is it so difficult to extract?" After some time, however, he still managed to do it. The system announced, "Extraction complete." Yang Jai acquired the ability, but when he decided to view the ability's characteristics, he was shocked. The system had not provided any information about it. Later, however, the ability's characteristic nevertheless manifested itself. Yang Jai was even more surprised and then annoyed. It was an E-rank ability. The name of this ability is Electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. Yang Jai was very disappointed. "I just extracted an E-rank ability from an S-rank monster," he muttered. He wondered if his own ability had weakened, because the monster had been dead for a long time. Could it be that last time he was able to extract an ability from a monster because that monster was still alive? He decided to walk around the museum, telling himself, "It looks like I'm not getting anything useful from this museum," but he couldn't have come here in vain. He had to continue his search. In the evening, when he returned home, he sat down at the table in his room. He realized he had only received 3 low-rank abilities despite walking around the entire museum. The first was an F-rank ability. Name: cloning. Description: can be used to create a clone that lasts for a minute. Rating: can be used to turn on the light. The next ability he found was an E-rank ability. Its name was Electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. The third ability he found was an F-rank ability. Title: Human Control. Description: can make any person show interest in you. Evaluation: you are not going to use it to commit unethical acts, right? After reviewing all the information about these abilities, Yang Jai remarked, "The power of these abilities is so weak it's frightening. Since abilities can be combined, can they also be destroyed?" He decided decided to try it with a C-rank fire ability anyway. He tried, but it didn't work the first time, so he tried again. After some time, he succeeded. The system announced, ability destroyed. The result was, level 1, name, dark energy, description, base substance, rating, perfect and indestructible square. Yang Jai took this dark square in his hand and wondered, what is dark energy? Could it be that abilities are made from these cubes? This means I can actually destroy abilities. Abilities can be decomposed into their most basic components. These are cubes of dark energy. Then, accordingly, can I use these dark energy cubes to enhance abilities? He decided to try it, and he succeeded. The system announced, ability improved. It has now become an E-rank ability. Title, human control. Description, you can mentally approach the target. Evaluation, the ability to deceive people. Now you can start scamming. Yang Zai was delighted and asked if it had really improved. If that's true, then would he be able to create S-rank abilities himself? Screams were heard in the corridor. Someone asked them to leave and not touch him. Yang Zai thought, did Liu Yun come to Lin Naizu? Lin Naizu's father said that she was crying and crying. All she could do was cry. Her father sat on the couch in her room and smoked. He told her that they were not trying to deliberately deceive her. Yang Zai entered the room. Did the father tell his daughter that if they didn't, she would gladly send them money? At this point, their mother also intervened in their conversation. She said that her brother needed money to buy a house and a car, as well as to have a wife. In total, this would amount to about $1 million. Where would they get such money from? Lin Naizu could not stand it, and asked if they had really deceived her when they said that her father was very sick and needed money urgently. Do they have any idea how desperate she was when she found out her father was ill? She worked 4 shifts from morning to night just to earn this money as soon as possible. Her father just said that they thought she'd just go as far as she could first, and he'd find ways to get the rest a bit later. The lineage of our Lin family cannot end with us, right? Lin Naizu asked if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her to a man she didn't even know. Her mother approached her daughter and said that even if this person did not receive a higher education, he was honest and kind. He would not treat her badly. At this point, Lin Naizu could not stand it at all and asked, what's wrong with your way of thinking? Where did the 50,000 she sent them a week ago come from? It's because she was a bartender and waitstaff. She became an escort. Do they understand that? Her parents were horrified by this information. Her father got up from the couch and asked what she had just said. She ruined the reputation of our family. He called his daughter names and, waving his hand at her, said that he would beat her. Lin Naizu told her father to hit her because those clients hit her harder than he ever did. But Yang Jai came to her aid. He told her father that everything could be discussed because she was still their daughter. Her father was simply furious and asked, who was he to get into their family showdown? He punishes his daughter. Who was he to stop him? Yang Jai thought that her father did not regret it at all, but he looked at her mother and realized that, it seems, her mother regrets this. He decided to help a little and see if he could help Lin Naizu. He activated the ability to control a C-rank person. After that, Lin Naizu's mother hit his father and said, enough was enough. She said that his daughter even became an escort because of him. Is his heart made of stone? Her mother went to Lin Naizu and hugged her. She told her daughter that her mother had hurt her, but she was always her dearest child. Her father also remembered his mistake and sighed. He said, okay, then her brother will earn everything on his own. Lin Naizu said that everything is fine as long as people understand it in time. Besides, who in this world would not feel sorry for his own family? With these words, Yang Jai remembered his sister, who was in the hospital. The next morning at the railway station, Lin Naizu saw off her parents. She told them to be careful. On the way back, she will visit them for the new year. Her mother told her that it was good and told her to take care of herself and not do more stupid things. When her parents left, Lin Naizu thanked Yang Jai for seeing her off. And now they have to go back. Yang Jai handed her the coffee and said that he hoped her brother would understand. After all, it will be much more useful than any amount of money that she sends him. Lin Naizu winked at him and told him to come closer, as she wanted to tell him something. Yang Jai was confused and asked, what? Lin Naizu herself walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek and thanked him again for his help. At night, Yang Jai put on his suit again and was now outside. He thought that, as befits a monster corpse processing center, their guards were extremely strong. This place held a huge number of monster corpses. This could make it easier for him to gain new abilities. It seemed that he could only choose a special way to get inside. A large car drove by, and Yang Jai dived under it, grabbing onto it, but he was not alone there. There was already a girl who gestured for him to be quiet. He thought, what is it? what? Is this person also trying to get into the center? And she's a girl. Young Jai decided to greet her, saying, "What a coincidence." The girl, apparently not very happy, replied, "What a coincidence. She was so unlucky to run into him." She then stated they would act according to the rules of the field and rely on their abilities. She introduced herself as the representative of the Fahai Kyandodo Chamber of Commerce. She then asked Yang Jai who he was. Yang Jai briefly introduced himself as Yang Jai. Kyandodo then mentioned they would soon reach the unloading area. She added, "I can't get off the truck with you like that." Yang Jai told her to hold on tight. He grabbed her, and together they jumped out from under the van. Yang Jai cleared his throat and asked Kyandodo, "How long are you going to hug me like this?" Kyandodo blushed crimson, thoroughly embarrassed. She quickly got up and retorted, "If the situation didn't call for it, who would even want to hug you?" They then snuck into the monster corpse processing room. Kyandodo asked Yang Jai why he looked like he had never seen anything like it. "Maybe you're new to this business?" Yang Jai replied, "Yes, I'll be under your supervision," and called her eldest. Kyandodo told him that since he was so sincere, she couldn't stop him from following her. They entered the room and found the corpse of a huge monster. They approached it, and Kyandodo explained that the boss needed white hair from the chest of the werewolves, so he would have to carefully cut them off. She took out a small box and, turning to Yang Jai, laughed evilly. "My storage bag ability can store many things in it. It's cool, right?" Yang Jai thought, what a disgraceful name for a space ability. Kyandodo then said they should go to the next processing room. As she turned away, Yang Jai extracted the werewolf's ability. It was a rank D ability, Metal Transformation. Description: can change the appearance of any metal. Rating: the dream of any car service owner. Suddenly the alarm went off. They both startled. Kyandodo exclaimed, "An alarm went off! Have we been discovered?" They heard the door open, and a man in a white coat stepped out. He looked very scared and cried out, "The monster isn't dead!" The monster then declared him to be its tentacle and dragged the man along. The man screamed for help. Yang Jai and Kyandodo hid in the next room. Kyandodo grabbed Yang Jai and asked, "What was that just now?" She then asked Yang Jai if he could support her a little, as her legs had completely weakened. But then, one of the tentacles touched her and dragged her away. Yang Jai decided to use his Force Fire ability. Kyandodo yelled at him, "Save me!" But the Force Fire ability did not help him. Yang Jai ran after the monster thinking, "This thing is very fast!" As he held on to it, he noticed metal posts everywhere. Metal was everywhere. He decided to use his rank D ability, Metal Transformation, and severed one of the monster's tentacles. Kyandodo fell to the ground. Yang Jai ran up to her and asked, "Are you okay?" Kyandodo freed herself from the remnants of the tentacle and said, "These tentacles have hooks, and it hurts a lot." Her t-shirt was almost completely torn. The two of them looked in the direction of the monster, and Kyandodo asked, "What kind of monster is that? How could it come back to life?" Yang Jai replied that they would find out after they saw it for themselves. They got closer to the monster and saw what it looked like. It was very scary. Instead of a head, it had a huge skull with giant fangs. It also had many captives who begged for help. Yang Jai and Kyandodo. When Yang Jai and Kyandodo saw all this, they were horrified. They were speechless, not knowing what to say. This monster had tentacles that even popped out of its eyes. When Yang Jai finally managed to get out of his stupor, he decided to use his Metal Transformation ability. Thus, he tried to defend himself against the monster's attack. Kyandodo told him that his current method was becoming less and less effective. He needed to think of some other way, but Yang Jai didn't yet know exactly what to do. Kyandodo was already very frightened. She said that she would definitely die now, that they would eat her. Yang Jai looked around at the hellish scene. He thought that it couldn't go on like this, but then he spotted some cans of gasoline. He told Kyandodo not to be afraid, because he had an idea. He would protect her. Kyandodo asked what kind of idea he had, but Yang Jai didn't answer. Instead, he used his ability to propel the gas canisters towards the monster. After that, he used another ability to ignite the gasoline. The freed captives immediately took to their heels. Someone shouted that they had to run while they still could. Yang Jai and Kyandodo did the same. A tentacle lunged at Kyandodo, but then an old man appeared and cut the tentacle. The old man was very angry. He told them, "So, you're the ones, and you're the thieves who revive monsters to attack this place." Kyandodo started arguing with the old man. She asked him, "Who are you? And why are you spouting such nonsense as soon as you appeared?" The old man put away his weapon and said, "What a disrespectful child you are. When I was in my prime, you were still drinking milk." Kyandodo was furious. She told him that he was being very disrespectful for an old man. Yang Jai realized that this was indeed Duan Xuelu, the hero who defeated King Kong Berserker 10 years ago. Yang Jai stepped forward, blocking Kyandodo. He turned to the old man and said, "Senior Duan." Elder Duan said, "Yang, you're more respectful. I'll deal with him when I finish dealing with this monster." Yang Jai thought, he's an A-rank hero. But why is he here? In a cadaver center. Old man Duan rushed to attack the monsters, using the North Star Attack Style 1, greedy wolf attack. Watching all of this, Yang Jai said, as expected from the legendary inherited power called the North Star attack. Each one is an advanced technique. Even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. Kyandodo was also fascinated by the technique and exclaimed, "It's so cool," but the monster grew even more enraged. It became twice as fast, but the old man didn't lose his head. He applied the Polar Star attack, Style 2, Hunger for Heaven. He then decided to finish off the monsters and use the abilities of the Water of Heaven. The monster was now defeated. After Old Man Duan dealt with the monster, he again went to Yang Jai and Kyandodo. Pointing at them with the ball, Old Man Duan declared, "After I dealt with this monster, now it's time to deal with you." Yang Jai thought, what intense eyes filled with determination and murderous intent. Yang Jai told him that they were indeed not the ones who revived this beast. But Old Man Duan was not going to believe them. He scoffed, "This is nonsense. You have very suspicious personalities. Do you think I will believe you?" Kyandodo then asked Yang Jai if he was sure he could defeat this old man. Yang Jai told her that he couldn't, and asked her what she wanted. Kyandodo told him, "No, I just wanted to lend you a weapon." She handed him the weapon and, as she ran away, told him, "It's armor made from the materials of a B-rank monster. I'm sure it will give you the help you need. I'll root for you." Yang Jai put on the armor and thought, "This is just crazy. It reminds me a lot of the fairy sister of the fairies." At that moment, Old Man Duan had already pounced on Yang Jai, shouting, "Taste this!" But Yang Jai managed to defend himself. He thought, "This armor can withstand even Old Man Duan's attacks. It's really very powerful." They started fighting. Yang Jai used his brain reset ability. He thought that after activating it, Old Man Duan's attacks seemed to be slower, but this was not enough to defeat him. Old Man Duan attacked him again, declaring, "I've opened up." Yang Jai thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge now. That's why he used his person control ability. Old Man Duan asked Yang Jai, "You really stopped my movement?" To which Yang Jai replied, "I would be in danger if I didn't." Old Man Duan asked him, "Are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of?" Then Yang Jai decided to form a sword using his metal transformation ability, and they crossed blades. Yang Jai thought, each of his attacks is very strong. He could use person control to stop him for a short time, preventing himself from being cut in two. An audience gathered to watch their battle. One of the onlookers remarked, "He's fighting Duan Shuelu. In that case, could this guy be a rank 6 hero of the Weapon God Zone?" Yang Jai overheard their conversation and thought, "Who is this weapon god anyway?" Old Man Duan then told Yang Jai, "Judging by your attacks, you are most likely not a thief." He put away his sword and told the gathered spectators to leave the processing area. "After all, I have something to say to this guy." Someone asked again, "Do we all really need to leave?" Old Man Duan grew very angry. "What?" he demanded. "Are you not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center?" The whole crowd was frightened and rushed to their heels, shouting that they were leaving. Kyandodo told Yang Jai that she would be waiting for him outside. When they were alone, Yang Jai asked Old Man Duan what he wanted to tell him. Old Man Duan told him, "I know you are not a weapon god. Your skills can't compare to those of a weapon god. Only your metal ability is similar to his, but you still have several abilities, so you can be considered a strong person. Someone like Yang Jai would never come here just to steal some fur." Therefore, Old Man Duan asked him, "Did you really come here in search of a world secret?" Yang Jai didn't understand and thought, what kind of world secret is he talking about? But he decided to try to get more information from Old Man Duan. So he decided to tell the old man, "Yes, I had come here in search of the secret of the world." Old Man Duan laughed and said, "You are young and ambitious. It would be great to tell about this to such a strong person as you. This is very good." He patted Yang Jai's shoulder and said, "The real purpose of this center is to open a one-way tunnel to the monster world." "The so-called white hole?" Yang Jai asked. "What?" Then Old Man Duan began to tell him everything. Old Man Duan said that 15 years ago, the White Hole of Lugan City was successfully opened. The Hero Association sent a small team of highly ranked heroes on a special mission to infiltrate the monster world. He was on that team himself. During this mission, many rank S heroes died. Only he and 2 other people were able to return because they risked their lives. In fact, every monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continue to burn monster bodies at these weak spots, they will be able to open a white hole that leads to the monster world. Yang Jai listened to his story and asked, "What then? How about that revived monster?" Old Man Duan said, "This is something we can't say to the outside world. In fact, this is a mutation of a monster that was affected by a white hole. The people on this planet are like animals trapped by beasts. Only when they gather humanity's strongest forces will they have a chance to defeat them. After the story, the old man turned around and told Yang Jai that he could go. After all, no matter what organization he is in, they must remember, they are all part of humanity. The next day, in the office building, the woman reported to the director, "Old man Duan Shuelu continues to do stupid things. How could he tell such things to the outside world?" The director replied, "Even if he hadn't told this, sooner or later other organizations would have known about it. It's impossible to keep the world's secrets only among ourselves." The woman then informed him that the video conference from headquarters was ready. The woman on the video call said that more than 25 people were already participating, and they had fulfilled all the necessary conditions for the consideration of the Category S case. Regarding the report from the Hero Association of Lugan City, they needed to start a conference. Should they tell the truth to the hero associations that are promoting heroes? Yang Jai visited his sister, Yang Feifei, again in the hospital. He asked her what she knew. He had been told a harsh truth today. After talking with old man Duan, Yang Jai left. Everyone started whispering. Someone asked what happened inside. Had he really defeated old man Duan Shuelu? Kai and Dudu called out to him, asking if he was okay. Yang Jai thought that he couldn't let other people know about his abilities. He said he was fine, and then asked Tian Dodo to look into his eyes. Tian Dodo asked, "What is it for?" Yang Jai used his ability to control a person. He told her to forget that he had used the powers of fire and metal. She should remember that he brought her this armor, and he also owed her 10,000. After that, he snapped his fingers, and she came to her senses. She ran and said it was good that he was fine. Yang Jai later told his sister the whole story, remarking that Tian Dodo was very similar to her. She is cute and loves money. Maybe after he avenges his sister, he'll find a way to wake her up. That same evening, in his room, Yang Jai used his metal transformation ability again. He made himself a star absorption ring. He took the ability medicine and said that he couldn't let people know his real ability. He must use these two things to deceive Liu Yun, and of course, the snake. He used the transformation ability and created new clothes for himself. Yang Jai said that this set of clothes would be called Snake. His abilities would be different from those of Yu Jai. He would have C-rank electricity, and he could also use fire attacks when necessary. Due to Yang Shi becoming a part of this, an organization consisting of many members would appear, and it would be called the Judges. Its main purpose was to judge those heroes who had fallen. Yang Jai came to meet Liu Yun. When Yang Jai arrived, he saw Liu Yun sleeping. Yang Jai approached him, told him to wake up, and kicked him. Liu Yun jumped up and asked, "How dare you wake me up? Do you really want to fight?" But then he realized who it was, and apologized to Yang Jai, saying that he was sleepy. Yang Jai thanked him for coming as he had requested. It seemed that Liu Yun believed his words. Liu Yun addressed Yang Jai as Yu Jai's boss, and said that if he could give him the ability, he would get whatever he wanted: money, a girlfriend, and status. Otherwise, he could just hug Yang Shi and cry. Yang Jai pushed him away and said that he was not interested. Getting the ability is very easy. You just have to look into my eyes. Liu Yun complied. Then Yang Jai used his ability to control a person. After using this ability, he told Liu Yun to tell him what he knew about the blue pill, but the mesmerized Liu Yun remained silent. Yang Jai thought, "What is going on here? Didn't I succeed?" He then ordered Liu Yun to slap himself, but Liu Yun still didn't do anything and just remained silent. Yang Jai thought he had taken the initiative in vain. Could it be that Liu Yun already has an ability? Perhaps a higher C-rank ability that renders a person's control ineffective. Yang Jai then decided to use his mental attack ability. He thought he hadn't attacked Liu Yun the last time they were at the bar. However, it didn't look like Liu Yun had any ability. Still, Yang Jai decided he should try. He managed to extract Liu Yun's ability. Yang Jai was very surprised. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "Does he really have an ability?" Liu Yun had an A-rank ability, named Resurrection. Description: only once after death can a person with this ability be reborn and go back one day. Grade: A-rank ability. However, it can only be used after death. How stupid is that? Yang Jai couldn't be more surprised. He wondered if this guy actually had an A-rank ability. This ability would undoubtedly turn the tide of events. Speaking to Liu Yun, who was still passed out, Yang Jai told him that he would be kind to him after he took his ability. He thought that now he would put a pearl into Liu Yun, which he had received at the corpse processing center. After he did so, he commanded Liu Yun to wake up. Liu Yun then jumped up and asked Yang Jai to give him the ability. But then it dawned on Liu Yun and he asked, "What? When did I manage to fall asleep?" Yang Jai told him that it was fine. He was just too tired. He then asked Liu Yun if he saw this ring. Liu Yun looked at the ring in Yang Jai's hand and said, yes. Yang Jai said that this star absorption ring, which was made by the organization, could be used to steal ability factors from others. Liu Yun was shocked and asked, it can really do that? What's next? Yang Jai explained that the organization uses special methods to turn these ability factors into a medicine that can empower ordinary people. He then showed him a bottle filled with it. After that, Yang Jai threw the bottle into Liu Yuan's hands. Liu Yun asked, what's so special about it? Are you trying to deceive me, Yang Jai? To which Yang Jai replied, drink it, then you'll know if it's true or not. Liu Yun began to examine the bottle and thought, could it be poison? But if Yang Jai wanted to kill him, he wouldn't drag it out until today. So Liu Yun made up his mind and drank the contents of the bottle. Yang Jai chuckled and told Liu Yun that he would soon know the power of the ability. Liu Yuan's appearance began to change, and he exclaimed, my whole body is on fire. Yang Jai looked at him and thought, it really has nothing to do with medicine. It is I who controls the pearl of ability at a distance. For a moment, Liu Yun turned into a werewolf. He asked, what is this? Yang Jai answered him, this is the ability to transform, and asked him what he thought about it. Liu Yun asked, is this really an ability? My brother can turn into a dragon. Am I weaker or stronger than him? To which Yang Jai replied that his brother had an E rank ability, while Liu Yun only had an F rank. Liu Yun was furious. An E rank? He asked. But between F rank and E rank, there's a difference of 3 ranks. Yang Jai cleared his throat. He told Liu Yun not to worry, as he had just joined the organization, so they could only give him F rank medicine. Liu Yun made a pitiful expression and began to choke back tears. Seeing his expression, Yang Jai thought, this Liu Yun has turned into a werewolf. But why is he so stupid and cute like a husky? Yang Jai told him that since they would have to work together, he changed it to an E rank for him. After listening to Yang Jai, Liu Yun thought that it really followed from this, that they had other abilities in the organization. But then, didn't this mean that one day he himself would become stronger than his father? Liu Yun joyfully hugged Yang Jai again, calling him father. He asked him if he could change it to an A rank for him. Yang Jai, trying to fight off Liu Yun's strong hands, asked, who are you calling your father? Liu Yun told him that he would then call him his godfather. He had never before met a man who was so kind to him. Yang Jai told him that he didn't have one. Even if Liu Yun called him godfather, his organization had its own rules. Liu Yun could only earn his place once he made enough achievements. Liu Yun accepted this, saying that the godfather arrangement was good. He then asked what kind of organization they were. Yang Jai asked him to listen carefully. He explained that their organization was called the Judges. It was created by a single powerful man, and under the boss were 12 zodiac leaders. Yang Jai himself was the rooster of the 12 zodiacs. Liu Yun asked if someone as powerful as his godfather was merely a leader. How powerful, then, was the boss? Yang Jai told him not to try to guess it. After all, the boss was not someone who often showed his face. He was very mysterious. Liu Yun then asked Yang Jai how he could quickly earn his achievements. Yang Jai told him that, of course, achievements were earned by completing tasks given by the organization. Yang Jai currently had a task for him. Liu Yun would use his identity as the young master of the Kunlun company to search for information about the so-called blue pill. Liu Yun asked, what kind of blue pill is this? Yang Jai said that it seemed to be a pill that could increase one's strength. He had come to Lugan for the same reason, to learn about the forces behind this thing. Liu Yun's eyes lit up as he asked if this pill could really increase someone's strength. What was this wonderful thing? To which Yang Jai replied that Liu Yun should not harbor evil ideas. There was already one hero who used it and accidentally harmed an innocent person. Liu Yun made it clear that he understood. Liu Yun grabbed Yang Jai's shoulders and asked who had harmed an innocent person. Yang Jai said that it was an A-rank hero of their company named Glacial Adventurer. Liu Yun was very surprised and asked, was it Canyon? But he always acted so cool. In fact, he was a drug addict. Yang Jai told him that when Liu Yun found useful information, they would meet there again, and then he would give Liu Yun a D-rank ability. Liu Yun said Yang Jai was already heading towards the exit when he paused, as if he had forgotten to tell Liu Yun something. The effect of the medicine only lasts a week. Liu Yun's time was very limited. He had to complete this task within a week. Liu Yun was horrified and asked. The next day, Yang Jai was walking around the city. He noticed some kind of announcement and decided to come closer to see it. It was written that he was wanted. They were looking for Uncle Yu Jai. He was described as being alone, in a black cloak with a white mask on his face. If anyone had any clues, they should call Tan Dodo. Her phone number was provided. Yang Jai was so shocked by this information celebration that he even spat on the announcement. The man in the booth called him names and asked what he was doing. Yang Jai apologized to him. Yang Jai took the ad and walked along the road, muttering that he really didn't think that girl had something like that up her sleeve. He noticed a group of people coming around the corner. Looking closer, he saw Tan Dodo among them and wondered if it wasn't her. But what had happened to her? He decided to follow and eavesdrop. A group of 3 surrounded Tan Dodo. She asked them, "Who are you?" A pierced man told her that she had better listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Tan Dodo said she had no idea what they were talking about. And what was a blade? She didn't even have one with her. The masked man could not stand it and told her to stop this performance. She had played with their young master because he was too naive, using false jewels in exchange for his blade. The man with the piercing told her that she had better give it up if she still wanted to live. Yang Jai eavesdropped on them. He thought, is it really Muramasa? It's an S-rank legendary weapon. Is it really in Tan Dodo's possession? Tan Dodo at this time thought, does that mean this blade is actually something good? If so, she took out her little box and, starting to play her next performance, told them, "What young master? I've never heard of anyone like that. You must have been mistaken." Yang Jai, listening to her, thought what a poor argument this was. Anyone can deduce once they hear her that this greedy girl got the blade, but does not want to give it back. The girl standing with those 2 guys said there was no need for this chatter. They should already start to act. After that, the pierced man used the Triple Knives Army-style ability, and the masked man used the Doppelganger Shadow-style ability. Seeing this, Yang Jai asked, "Are these 2 hereditary-type abilities, and are they both above C rank?" Kendodo said she was not the type to be easily intimidated. She took out a weapon from her backpack, a Kamaitachi. Then she threw it away. As she left, Kendodo laughed, declaring there was no rule that could force her to return things once she had received them. Meanwhile, the girl who used the A-rank Snow Woman ability remained. Kendodo, who wanted to get out of there already, asked why it snowed all of a sudden. At this time, Yang Jai used his Change Clothes ability. The girl was already chasing Kendodo, using her Snow Typhoon ability. Yang Jai, very frightened for Kendodo, called out her name. Reporters had already arrived at the scene. One male reporter announced that a fight was currently underway on Changting Street. If there is at least one hero nearby, they should come to the rescue as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Kendodo was caught in the girl's Snow Typhoon. She fell hard, exclaiming that it hurt a lot. The girl approached her and asked if she would now return what did not originally belong to her. But Kendodo, very brave, replied, "That's fine. Then you can tell me what kind of blade you lost, silver or gold." This greatly angered the girl. Using her ability, she pinned Kendodo to the ground and advised her to be more honest. "Otherwise, I will tear your frozen legs into small pieces." But Kendodo, very serious, told the girl that she would never fall for her tricks. She had obtained this blade thanks to her skills. She would never throw it away just like that. Instead, she threw the blade into Yang Jai's hands, telling him, "This blade is now yours, and you get it for free." Yang Jai caught the blade and said, "Kendodo, that's just like you," as expected. He thanked her for the blade, realizing she had already noticed him. But what the hell? No one would want such a worn-out blade, even if Kendodo offered money. Kendodo became embarrassed, admitting she hadn't even thought they would pursue her because of that blade. Meanwhile, the girl shouted that these 2 people were allies, then commanded her men to grab Yang Jai. Yang Jai was surrounded by 4 men. One of them attacked Yang Jai, calling him names and telling him to taste this. At that moment, Yang Jai realized the blade he held was absorbing his mental power. "Is my body moving on its own?" he wondered. Without putting in any effort, he cut the man in half. He himself was very shocked, asking, "What the hell is going on here?" Behind him, the pierced man pounced on Yang Jai, but Yang Jai neutralized him with the blade. The pierced man fell to his knees, pleading with his teacher to save him. Yang Jai extracted the pierced man's ability, which was C rank. The ability was named 3 Styles of Blade, Sun, and Moon. Its description stated, 3 blade styles allow you to activate the power of the blade in order to fend off enemies. Yang Jai was already shaking with weakness. He realized this blade was taking too much of his mental strength. He couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, behind him, the girl turned her ability on him. He thought it looked like he would have to use his rebirth ability today. Then, someone came to their rescue, and the whole sky lit up with green. People were very surprised, asking, "What is it?" Yang Jai asked, "Is this the light of despair?" Kendodo was also very surprised, asking, "Is this really the lazy swordsman?" Along with the lazy swordsman came the hero Mo Long. Mo Long told the girl that they could forgive her Heyday group for being arbitrary in the 6th region. "But were you brave enough to sow rebellion in the 1st region?" The girl told him they were here to return what originally belonged to them, claiming they were abusing their powers. Kendodo pointed her finger at the girl and told them to stop. After all, it was her master who gave her the blade, and it was completely hers. The girl thought that 2 high-rank heroes had arrived, and she had no chance of winning. First of all, she had to ensure her own safety. Cayenne Dodo tensed, sensing the girl was up to something, but the girl showed no signs of defeat. She continued to use her freezing ability. The girl turned to the heroes and stated that even if they killed her people, she would leave the city of Lugam and spare her own life, provided they returned what originally belonged to them. Molong chuckled, telling the girl that no one had said she could leave the city of Lugam. He added, "Do you really think the first region is a place where you can just come and go at your own will?" He then turned to the lazy swordsman, indicating that the girl was his responsibility, while he himself would go and test Yujai's abilities. The lazy swordsman warned him that the company intended to recruit Yujai, so he shouldn't overdo it. Molong had already moved to attack Yujai, stating that he was merely helping to resolve the issues between them. Yujai decided to defend himself with his blade, but when Molong struck the blade, Yujai was sent flying a great distance. Kian Dodo was very worried about Yujai. Molong then asked, "Is that really all you've got?" The girl exclaimed that if this continued, she might die. She then activated her Absolute Zero ability. Then the lazy swordsman unleashed his Blade of Strong Wind ability. He repelled all of the girl's attacks and even struck her, but the lazy swordsman claimed he hadn't actually hit her. Cayenne Dodo retorted, "That's not true. Didn't she just crash down?" The lazy swordsman informed her that it was merely an illusion. "She's escaped," he stated, "but she must still be somewhere nearby." However, they then noticed that Yujai's brother was also missing. Yongjai himself hid behind the corner of the building, cursing the damn blade. It had left his body without a drop of strength. How would he cope with this threat now? But wait a minute. If this was a weapon from a monster, would he be able to extract an ability from it? He decided to try. The system announced that an ability extraction had occurred. Yongjai also received 2,500 units of dark energy. Yongjai then transformed the blade into black cubes. He realized that even though he couldn't extract the pearl of ability, he had gained a bunch of dark energy cubes. The blade's materials must have come from an S-rank monster. What kind of ability did he need to improve to be able to go against the dragon? He took the ability sphere, and the system sent him a message. Evaluation of this ability. D-rank abilities. Ability name, Metal Transformation. Yongjai decided to try another. He then acquired an A-rank ability. Ability name, Metal Control. Description: it is possible to control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 100,000 tons. Ability assessment: the person who possesses this ability is probably now an Iron Man. The girl felt it too. Yongjai realized he could feel every object made of concrete and metal. He could feel cars, planes, and buildings. Finally, he had the opportunity to fight someone properly. Just then, the girl decided to attack him from behind, but Yongjai sensed it and repelled her attack. The girl, however, wasn't going to give up so quickly. She continued to attack Yongjai. Yongjai repelled all her attacks. The girl was horrified, asking, "How is this even possible?" Yongjai grabbed her. The girl commanded him to let her go immediately. Yongjai told her not to move, adding that he would be more gentle when it came to girls. The girl asked him what he intended to do, but Yongjai didn't answer her. Instead, he extracted her ability. It was an A-rank ability. The name of this ability is Snow Woman. This ability summons a snow woman to help in battles. A person can also choose to merge with the snow woman, allowing her to enter their body. Yongjai thought it was just an elementary ability, but he had no idea that it was a summoning type. This is literally the main dream of all men. The girl assumed her true form and fell to the ground. NCI picked her up. Then the lazy swordsman and Molong appeared from around the corner. Molong asked the lazy swordsman if that was really the passerby he had knocked down. The lazy swordsman wondered if his aura had changed. Yongjai put the girl down and said that she was not a passerby. She was a snow woman, but he had already dealt with her. Molong was furious. He asked Yongjai if he was really mocking him. How can such trash? How can he defeat a snow woman? To which Yongjai calmly replied that they could fight him to make sure. He asked them which of them would be the first to attack him, or would they both attack him. Meanwhile, a male reporter went live. He asked if he hadn't misheard. This guy wants to go up against two, despite the fact that they are both A-rank heroes? Why? Their evil dragon is able to take down this guy with just one finger. But does he look like he's bluffing? One of the people who watched this report said that he had already become a fan of that guy in the black robe. Someone else said that this guy is very intimidating. The male reporter was very enthusiastic. He asked, "What does it mean? Is there really going to be an exciting 1 versus 2 scene?" Molong said that despite the audience trying to inflame this topic, he would not team up with the lazy swordsman in order to defeat him. After all, A-rank heroes would lose their dignity. Yongjai said, "What a pity." pity. After all, a 1-against-2 battle would be very exciting. Mo Long told the lazy swordsman that in order to defeat an opponent, you need to understand them. But the lazy swordsman didn't listen and said he already knew. Mo Long noticed the ring on Yongjai's hand and said it was very strange. Most likely the secret of the missing ability might be related to this particular item. They should be as careful as possible. The lazy swordsman told his partner not to worry. He just wants to see how he defeated the snow woman. The lazy swordsman stepped forward and told Yongjai that if he won, the evil dragon would naturally take him on. But Yongjai didn't answer him. Then, the lazy swordsman attacked him, but Yongjai repelled his attack. After that, Yongjai very quickly moved behind the lazy swordsman. From there, he attacked, but the lazy swordsman was also very fast and stopped his attack with his sword. Yongjai almost hit the lazy swordsman, but the lazy swordsman noticed Yongjai's ability and asked if he was really controlling his sword. Yes, he was dreaming. After which, the lazy swordsman hit Yongjai, and Yongjai bounced off him. Yongjai thought that the lazy swordsman's sword was made of monster materials. They are considered metal. Apart from this sword, oddly enough, there are no other items on his body. At this rate, Yongjai will lose in any confrontation. But what should he do now? Yongjai needs to upgrade another ability to A rank. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to defeat the lazy swordsman. And that's not to mention that there's still the evil dragon looking at them menacingly. Yongjai took 2 abilities. One of them was the E rank ability of the Snow Woman, and the other was the E rank ability of Human Control. He mixed them, resulting in a new E rank ability, Control of Puppets. The ability description states it can perform illusory interference on E rank targets and brainwash targets below B rank. It also allows the user to activate their power for 10 years and enter the body of a puppet for 2 hours daily. Currently, the number of puppets is 0 out of 3. Ability score. This was an extremely shameless ability. After learning it, Yongjai declared he would not use it for shameful acts. Just then, the lazy swordsman shouted, asking what he was doing as they were still fighting. Yongjai told him not to be so impatient. He then used his new ability, and the lazy swordsman saw a woman who asked if he truly intended to point his sword at his sister. The lazy swordsman fell into a stupor. After Yongjai dispelled the illusion, the lazy swordsman asked, "Are those really mental abilities? Yongjai, do you truly have a double ability?" Yongjai told the lazy swordsman he had found out too late. He hadn't expected a lazy swordsman who wields the intent of a storm ball to have such a weakness. Furious, the lazy swordsman pounced on Yongjai, exclaiming, "Yes, I knew!" Was it his late sister? He couldn't do it. The lazy swordsman was already exhausted. Seeing this, the onlookers were shocked. They were very scared. Someone shouted for him to get up, while another man declared, "It's over!" The lazy swordsman lost, and now they could only hope the evil dragon would be able to defeat him. Another man remarked that Yongjai had defeated the lazy swordsman so quickly he almost became a fan. The live broadcast host reported that the lazy swordsman was sitting stunned on the ground. But could the man in black use a mental attack? The lazy swordsman had been on alert against a metal ability, but he hadn't expected his opponent to hide a mental ability. Both of the lazy swordsman's hands were shaking. It seemed victory was already a foregone conclusion. Jandudu, standing next to a reporter, told Yongjai he was doing well. She had thought the lazy swordsman would kill him, but if he died, who would return her 10,000? Yongjai thought, is someone really complaining about me? Mo Long then approached the lazy swordsman and told him he had done a very good job. He made Yongjai use his last resort. Now the lazy swordsman should leave everything to him. The lazy swordsman warned Mo Long not to look him in the eye. If he did, the person he cared about most would appear before his eyes. Mo Long then went to fight Yongjai. Seeing him, Yongjai asked, "Has the evil dragon himself finally appeared?" The evil dragon told Yongjai that, in his opinion, this battle was of great importance, and offered him a bet. Yongjai replied that it would be very interesting to know what he would wager. The evil dragon proposed that if he lost, he would reveal the secret of this ring. Yongjai responded, "Of course you should come and pick it up yourself, if of course you can do it." He then thought, fortunately the evil dragon isn't stupid. He's showing off here just so everyone will pay attention to the star absorption ring. The evil dragon didn't wait, immediately rushing to attack Yongjai. Yongjai was surprised, thinking, what kind of speed is this? An evil dragon is even faster than a lazy swordsman, but Yongjai managed to bypass the evil dragon's attack. However, the evil dragon still managed to hit him. The male reporter continued his live broadcast, stating that the man in black's mental ability couldn't keep up with the evil dragon's speed. The evil dragon then asked Yongjai, "Is it really a double ability? This is hardly acceptable." Yongjai stood up after being hit by the evil dragon. He cleared his throat, thinking, this guy has very high high speed and a strong attack, and the evil dragon's scales on his body provide a high level of protection. An evil dragon can also spit fire. It's so illogical. The evil dragon told Yongjai, "That wasn't bad. You have pretty strong bones." But Yongjai didn't answer him. Instead, he used his puppet control ability. The evil dragon fell into this trap. He saw his brother, Liu Yun, who was telling him it was very painful and that he had to save him. The evil dragon grabbed his head and yelled at Yongjai, "How dare you turn into my adored brother? I'm sick of you." After that, the evil dragon transformed into an earthen dragon of black flame. Yongjai was very surprised and asked, "Has the illusion been destroyed?" This angered the dragon even more. Meanwhile, the reporter continued his live broadcast, exclaiming, "Today, we unexpectedly witnessed the second phase of the evil dragon's transformation. This reporter has no choice but to admire this masked man. After all, he actually forced the evil dragon to this point." Meanwhile, the evil dragon attacked Yongjai, but Yongjai tried to stop him. Then the evil dragon asked him, "Do you really think you can stop me with these metal spikes?" Yongjai chuckled and asked the evil dragon, "Have you really become a drill? Then try to catch up with me." Yongjai then rose up using his ability. The evil dragon asked him, "Do you really think you can escape from me by flying?" The evil dragon himself then rose into the sky, but Yongjai didn't plan to give up so easily either. He managed to grab the evil dragon and tie him up with his iron bars. The evil dragon was very shocked at first, but he gathered his thoughts and asked Yongjai, "Have you already forgotten about my black flame?" Malekov, the reporter, continuing his live broadcast, commented, "The evil dragon's black flame has melted metal before. Surely these metals won't last long this time." Jai and Dodo slapped the reporter for this. They declared, "Brother Yujai isn't just strong, his tactics and strategies are also outstanding. He wouldn't do something useless." But everything was not playing in the evil dragon's favor. He tried to melt the bars, but he didn't succeed. He asked, "I can't melt it down?" Yongjai, meanwhile, thought, "This is a fire-resistant shield of rank B. It won't melt if he burns it only once." Yongjai then began to attract metal from everywhere. The evil dragon was very shocked and exclaimed, "It's the same." But Yongjai interrupted him, stating, "This is metal control." Yongjai then called out to the evil dragon, "Fall, Titan's fist." People were terrified and tried to escape. The evil dragon was also scared and asked, "Will I really die like this?" After that, Yongjai brought down all the metal he had collected. Everyone started running away from the area. Malekov, the reporter, said, "Now that the dust has finally settled, we need to see if the evil dragon has survived or not." People crowded around the metal fragments and began to speculate. One person said, "Most likely the evil dragon is already dead." Another added, "It's simply impossible to survive in such a situation." Then someone noticed a fiery butterfly in the sky and asked, "What is that? Is it really not a cute fiery butterfly?" Meanwhile, the fiery butterfly, crying, kept looking for the evil dragon, asking, "Where is he?" The mechanical hero told the fiery butterfly to move away. The mechanical hero scanned the metal pile. People noticed the mechanical hero and exclaimed, "Look! It's an A-rank mechanical hero! Thank goodness he's here!" But still, the lazy swordsman of the dragon fracture managed to survive. The lazy swordsman said he was still alive, but only thanks to the Psy wall. He sincerely regretted making the company lose face, to which the mechanical hero told him, "Everything's fine as long as you're alive." The fiery butterfly peeked out from behind the mechanical hero and asked, "Do you need help?" The lazy swordsman looked at the evil dragon and said, "Then I'll have to bother you with him." Meanwhile, Yongjai had already reached home and was healing his wounds. He sprayed himself with some medicine and muttered, "It hurts so much. That evil dragon knows no mercy." The meeting with the snow woman and the evil dragon last time was quite expected. His main goal is to focus on the blue pill. Currently, there are only 2 leads. One lead is a glacial adventurer, a case Yangzai handed over to Liu Yun. The second clue is a hero of high rank, the hero of spicy and sour noodles. This hero is going to hold a fan meeting in the near future. Yangzai should definitely go take a look. In the future, he will attract even more danger. He can no longer share an apartment with other people. He must prevent their involvement. Just then, Lin Naizu came into the apartment, announcing that she was finally home. Since he didn't expect to meet her at this time, he was very scared. Lin Naizu also didn't expect to see him there, and asked what he was doing in the living room. Yongzai said nothing. His foot had hit the corner of the table, so he was just rubbing it with medicine. She came back just in time. He wanted to tell everyone that he was moving out. All 3 girls gathered and asked him if he was really moving out. Yongzai explained that being a man, it wasn't very convenient for him to live with them. He hadn't had any money before, but now he'd gotten a raise and his salary had increased, so he decided to move out. Xiaowei pointed at Lin Naizu and asked Yongzai, "What about Lin Naizu?" Yongzai covered his face with his hands and asked, "What about Lin Naizu? He had nothing to do with her." Xiaowei told him that in that case, they wouldn't stop him. And since they already knew each other's contact numbers, then he shouldn't forget to call them when he was free. Yongzai said yes. Then he would treat them to a good meal, let them think that this was their farewell dinner. Lin Naizu was apparently very angry with him and went to her room. She slammed the door very hard. Yongzai thought, did he say something wrong? Yongzai said that if they were going to go out to eat, it was better to go all together. Xiaowei asked Yongzai, "After all, Lin Naizu is so beautiful and so kind to him. Why doesn't she deserve to be with him? Why does he communicate with her like that?" Yongzai wanted to answer her something, but the girls did not listen to him and turned to their rooms. Xiaowei added that they would go and take a nap. They would have lunch after Yongzai settled everything with Lin Naizu. When they left, Yongzai said that saying he didn't like Lin Naizu would be a lie, but he really didn't want to drag innocent people into danger. After that, he decided and knocked on her door. Lin Naizu said that the door wasn't locked. He could enter. Yongzai stepped inside and saw the girl on the bed. He asked her for forgiveness. Lin Naizu asked him why he was apologizing. Didn't he say he had nothing in common with her? Yongzai told her that she knew that wasn't what he meant. Lin Naizu couldn't stand it and started screaming. She asked Yongzai if he didn't like her past, right? Yongzai said no. She misunderstood everything. Then Lin Naizu asked him, why didn't he like her? Is she ugly? Yongzai said no and asked Lin Naizu to calm down. He asked her, can't they just stay friends? Lin Naizu asked, what friends? Yongzai just had to ask himself, did he like her or not? Yongzai thought that most of Lin Naizu's kindness towards him came from insecurity, because her relationship with her family was being destroyed. She just wanted to put her heart into another kind of attachment, and since he didn't answer her, she naturally took it negatively. Believing that her past and her life experience were what made people look up to her, she looked like a fragile porcelain doll that could break even at the touch of someone who cared about her. How could he possibly hurt her? Yongzai said that he actually was, but Lin Naizu interrupted him. Maybe he was speaking correctly, she admitted. She was too impatient and thought that after the kiss, both of them had already found each other in their hearts. But even if it wasn't the time yet, she didn't want them to become strangers. She then asked him if he could become her first official boyfriend. Yongzai exhaled and said, well, I promise it. The glacier adventurer was already very drunk and was in Liu Yuan's apartment. Liu Yuan watched him from the doorway and thought that if it wasn't for the Godfather's assignment, he wouldn't have spent so much money to invite him here to frolic. When the glacier adventurer fell asleep, Liu Yuan decided to search him. But when he found a strange box, the glacier adventurer woke up and asked him what he was doing. Liu Yuan was sweating with fear and said he was just looking for a light. Did you lose your lighter? The glacier adventurer gave him a lighter and asked where the girls had gone. Liu Yuan said the girls were waiting and asked the glacier adventurer which one of them he liked tonight, and he would ask her to take a bath with him. The glacier adventurer said, the one who wears a jumpsuit. Later that evening, when Liu Yuan invited the girl the glacier adventurer liked and they went to the bathroom, he began to search the glacier adventurer. He rummaged through his things, muttering, where did he put this thing? But soon he found it and said, here it is. He opened the box, took out a cube, and wondered if it was really sugar, but it didn't smell like gum. It smelled good, but weird. He wanted to eat it so much. But still, he overcame this desire. There was nothing in this thing, he thought. Was it really a blue pill? Then there were screams from the bathtub. Liu Yuan looked back at the doors. It scared him a lot, he thought. Was the glacier adventurer so raging in there? He took the blue pill, deciding he would steal one of the hidden ones. Then he went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Liu Yuan asked the glacier adventurer, what's going on? Are you okay? The glacier adventurer furiously opened the door. Liu Yuan looked past him at the girl and asked, is this girl okay? The glacier adventurer quickly jumped out of the tub and began to pack his things. He said the girl was dead. Liu Yuan told the glacier adventurer that everything would be fine. You should go first, he urged. I'll ask the people from the company to sort it out. The glacier adventurer nodded. When the glacier adventurer left, Liu Yuan exhaled. He exhaled, thinking, it scared me so much to death. If the glacier adventurer found out, I would have died. The glacier adventurer, sitting in his car, was very angry. He threw down the box of blue pills and cursed. How many times has it already been? Ever since I started taking this remedy, I can't control my strength at all. This is very bad. I need to calm down. He then noticed the pills and wondered why one was missing. But then he gave up on it, thinking, there are only a few days left until the next batch anyway. It doesn't matter if I lose this one or get it. Fan Peng asked Yongzai if he was crazy. Any other normal guy wouldn't even think about moving out of this apartment, Fan Peng added. Yongzai told him that these were just illusions. He then asked his friend if he knew how uncomfortable it was to live with a bunch of girls. Fan Peng countered that this alleged inconvenience was the beauty of it. Yongzai told his friend that sometimes he becomes a real pervert. When they arrived at their destination, Fan Peng asked asked his friend, "Where did you get the money to rent such a nice apartment?" To which Yongjai replied that his adopted son had given it to him. Fan Peng said it was nonsense. "When did you manage to adopt a son?" Yongjai probably just won the lottery. "Now you have to treat your friend somehow." Yongjai said that he was actually telling him the truth, but he didn't believe him. When he finally unloaded all his things, Yongjai lay down on his new bed. He said that he was so full, but at least now he was finally alone, although a little lonely. By the way, after the fight with the evil dragon, Yongjai hadn't used his summoning ability yet. This was the ability of the Snow Woman. Even though he had spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet's control ability, the remaining energy was still a C-rank ability. Now Yongjai would see what kind of scary sister she was. He told the Snow Woman to appear, but when he saw who it was, he was shocked. Wait a minute, why is she a loli? Yongjai was freezing in his new apartment. The little girl, calling him master, asked Yongjai if he was okay, but Yongjai shouted at her not to come any closer. Then the girl told him not to worry. After all, snow won't hurt you, but the temperature might be a little low. Yongjai asked, "What is snow?" She said, "It's a little cold in here." But then something dawned on him, and he used his flaming fist ability. Snow said, "It's fire!" Then she asked her master if she could come closer to him. Yongjai asked her, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Snow said, "No, I like warmth." She approached the fire and said, "It's so warm. The owner is so cool." Yongjai, watching the little girl, thought that fortunately, the cold air Snow created was only a passive effect. Otherwise, if the ability was from a higher rank, his flaming fist wouldn't be able to withstand the cold air. Snow began to fall asleep and said, "The owner is also warm." She fell asleep right on his leg. Yongjai pulled away from her a little and said, "She's a little brat," but still, he didn't drive her away. So be it, he thought, since she's so cute. He covered himself and her with a blanket and said, "Only this time. There will be no next time." The day of the fan meeting with the hero of spicy and sour noodles had come. A huge queue had formed. Everyone shouted, "We all love the superhero of spicy kitty noodles." Yongjai was also there with his sign. He thought that today he was masquerading as an ardent fan in order to get closer to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. But the crowd was huge. Someone stepped on his foot and started pulling his hair. A plump woman came on stage and announced, "The superhero of spicy and sour noodles is ready." She then asked the audience, "Are you ready?" Everyone shouted in unison, "We're ready," but the woman asked them to shout louder. Then everyone started shouting, "We love the superhero of spicy and sour noodles." Then the superhero of spicy and sour noodles appeared and told them, "You are safe now. After all dangers will be crushed by my iron fist." At that moment, someone pushed Yongjai. He was pushed into the first rows, where he inadvertently fell, but the superhero of spicy and sour noodles managed to catch him. The superhero told Yongjai, "Be attentive, even though I caught you this time." Yongjai's eyes sparkled. He apologized and said that he had been careless. After the superhero spicy and sour noodles put him on the ground, Yongjai thanked him again and introduced himself as Yong 11. They shook hands. The superhero spicy and sour noodles said it was nice to meet him. The fans were delighted, shouting that their superhero was so adored. The fans were very jealous of Yongjai. He didn't just shake hands with the superhero spicy and sour noodles, he had a plan. After shaking his hand, Yongjai told the superhero spicy and sour noodles, "Hello, I'm your fan." The woman organizing the fan meeting then declared, "This damn fan meeting is finally over." She told her boss he had done a great job. The boss replied, "Of course, but it was a little difficult. Shaking hands with so many people is messy and exhausting. You should let me disinfect my hands as soon as possible." He got into the car and told her to drive, adding, "While I take a nap in the car, I still have to participate in another show in the evening." The woman replied, "Fine," and asked if his whole body could stand the strain. The boss, slamming the car door, declared, "I have to do everything, even if it's very difficult. Also, don't forget to clear my schedule for next weekend, because I want to celebrate my daughter's birthday." The woman said she understood and departed. Left alone in the car, the boss muttered, "The debt I owe is like a bottomless pit. I have to deposit another wad of money to completely close this hole. Was it worth going to all these gambling games again? But no, I have to gamble more." Then Yongjai appeared behind him and asked, "Isn't it exhausting to live like this?" The man turned around and exclaimed, "You're the same Yongjai who fought the evil dragon and the others. But how did you get here?" Yongjai mentally answered his question. "There's a pearl of ability in your body, of course. I could know its location, but don't be afraid. I'm just here to ask you a few questions." The man thought, he could single-handedly defeat heroes like the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. I myself have no chance of winning. I just have to say whatever he wants to know. The man then said, Even though I, the evil dragon, and the others belong to the same company, that doesn't mean we have the same positions. He asked Youngjai for forgiveness and told him not to take offense. Youngjai told him, "You've misunderstood everything. Perhaps you're the only one who knows about this problem. You just have to look me in the eye first." When the man did this, Youngjai used his puppet control ability. Youngjai entered the inner world of the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles. Once there, he asked, "Is this really the inner world of the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles?" He looked around and saw various scenes from life. He realized it was all his past. But where are the memories of the blue pill? He wondered. Then he found a strange frame and saw a man whose face was not visible, holding a blue pill. But who is this person? He approached this frame and started watching. The mysterious man handed a blue pill to the man sitting in the car and said, "You could reach the top of your career. You will pay off your debts. Finally, you will return to your family." The man in the car asked, "Is that really true? Then you should give this pill to me." But the mysterious man replied he wanted to exchange it for information. The man asked, "What other information?" The mysterious man said, "For example, about the secrets of some heroes." The man then began to tell him everything. He said the dog hero was secretly playing with, and this crazy hero, Topora, secretly holds children captive. Youngjai asked, "Is that scandalous information about the one I need? Is it possible to get a blue pill for information? Are there any other deals?" Youngjai started leafing through his memories, wondering if they had really met each other more than once. There had been a second, a third, and even a fourth meeting. At the next meeting, the mysterious man asked the man sitting in the car if he had recently heard that a new owner of the UG ability had appeared. The man said yes. He not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon with a lazy swordsman. The mysterious man then asked him if he had any information related to the UG user's ability. The mysterious man insisted that the man tell him everything about this UG user. The man was very excited and said that he only knew that the UG user seemed to be able to erase the abilities of others. But he never showed his face in public. That's why I didn't know what he looked like. The mysterious man asked, "What kind of person is he? You don't know his face and yet he can erase abilities? That is very interesting." The mysterious man threw the pills into the hands of the man. As he left, he instructed the man to collect all information about the UG user by his daughter's birthday next week, and then to bring it to him. The man agreed. After reviewing these memories, Youngjai concluded that the blue pills seemed to be used to exploit the weaknesses of many ability holders, and then to corrupt and control them. It turns out they are secretly controlling so many heroes. What is their true purpose? After some time, the man in the car woke up, uttering the words, "A real hero knows how to forgive." He turned around, didn't see Youngjai in the backseat, and asked, "Where did he go?" By then, it was already evening. Liu Yun waited for Youngjai, asking, "Why hasn't Godfather come yet? Mosquitoes are biting me to death right now." Then Youngjai appeared behind him and asked, "What are you talking about?" Liu Yun was overjoyed and ran to him exclaiming, "Godfather has finally come! I've been waiting for you for so long!" Liu Yun took out a box of blue pills and told his godfather, "I made a huge effort and finally got these from a glacier adventurer." Youngjai looked at the blue pills thinking, the colors and qualities are identical to the ones the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles possesses. It should be the same pill. Liu Yun then told him that it was because of this pill that the glacier adventurer had accidentally killed someone. He asked if the side effects of this blue pill were really so terrible. Youngjai told him, "In the pursuit of power and fame, these depraved heroes are capable of anything. Will they be afraid of these side effects?" Liu Yun shouted, "Yes, what Godfather said is true. These people don't deserve to be called heroes." Youngjai then asked him, "What, in your opinion, should a real hero be?" Liu Yun pondered for a moment, thinking, wait a minute, does this question carry the weight of the organization's expectations? After a little reflection, he replied, "I think that the more powerful a person is, the more responsibility he bears. And heroes should make saving humanity their life's duty. They should not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory." Youngjai apparently was not very pleased with this answer, thinking, he's so stupid. I trusted him. Which movie did he copy this remark from? But he told Liu Yun that he was doing well, and that the organization's funds deposited earlier were enough to exchange for a rank D ability potion. He then threw him a potion. Liu Yun caught it and asked, "Is it really just a D rank?" Youngjai told him that he should improve his skills slowly and not strive for instant success. "If you don't need it, then you should return it," he added. Liu Yun replied that it was needed and thanked his godfather, exclaiming, "This red color is so beautiful." He then drank it. As he drank, he asked, "Why does it taste like ketchup?" Youngjai patted him on the shoulder, thinking he should first connect 2 E-rank pearls. He then told Liu Yun that it was most likely his imagination. At that moment, Liu Yun combined 2 abilities and received a D-rank ability. Ability name, Werewolf Power. Description: he is now not dependent on moonlight and can freely transform into a werewolf. Assessment: "This is not a husky." Liu Yun said, "That's strange. I didn't transform this time." Yang Jai thought, naturally, he wouldn't transform unless he activated the Pearl ability. He grinned and told Liu Yun, "Maybe you need to warm up a little to figure it out." Liu Yun tensed up and asked his godfather, "What are you gonna do?" Yang Jai hit him in the face and told him, "Be patient. To make you stronger, Godfather must be ruthless." Liu Yun, in pain, pleaded, "Godfather, have mercy." Liu Yun turned into a werewolf and told the Godfather that, as expected, his ability had improved. He felt he had more strength. Yang Jai told him to cancel his ability. Yang Jai then asked him, "Isn't it exhausting to maintain this form?" Liu Yun turned back into a human and said, "I've turned back." Yang Jai replied, "Okay, now you should continue to keep an eye on the blue pill. People who use the blue pill are emotionally unstable. Liu Yun should be careful." Putting on his jacket, Liu Yun said he understood and thanked his godfather for his care. Yang Jai added, "Also, in the second task, you will have to collect information about heroes who secretly commit bad deeds." Liu Yun asked, "What is this for? Does the organization really want to gain followers?" Yang Jai replied, "Not everyone can join our organization. These heroes are just raw materials for us." Liu Yun, already leaving, asked, "What is raw material? Is the organization planning to absorb their power?" Yang Jai said, "Otherwise, where did the potion of abilities come from?" Liu Yun, "You have to work hard and collect more necessary materials for your abilities from the ranks." Liu Yun was very surprised, thinking, "It turns out that after half a day of work, I was promoted only to C rank." He shouted after his godfather, "Yes, I swear, I will fulfill this mission." Meanwhile, Yang Jai reached the deserted beach and took off his mask. He said that a deserted beach in the middle of the night was the most suitable place to train a snow girl's ability. He summoned the snow girl with his ability. Little Snow appeared, and running to her master said she missed him very much. Yang Jai shouted at her to stop. Yang Jai told her that now was the time to train her abilities. She needed to have a training fight with him. The snow girl said she didn't want to hurt her master. Yang Jai told her, "You are just a summoned spirit with a rank. You wouldn't be able to harm me." Hearing this, the snow girl said, "Then I'll start attacking." Yang Jai told her, "Attack!" Then he noticed that another dimension had opened up behind the snow girl. A monster emerged from it, called the Pumped Frog. This humanoid beast liked to train its muscles and possessed a pair of strong arms. Its rating and rank were also apparent. After seeing the Pumped Frog, Yang Jai said, "It's a monster invasion. Good, at least it's just a D-rank invasion." But then another monster appeared from there. This monster was called the Predatory Unicorn. It was a water-type beast, extremely good at running on water. Yang Jai was very tense and shouted at the snow girl from behind. The snow girl turned around, very surprised. But then some light appeared, and Yang Jai asked, "What is it? It's so dazzling." When the light cleared, he saw that snow had matured. The grown-up snow told the monsters, "Are you really looking for death?" A pumped frog crawled out of the ground. The snow girl called it a damn frog. Yang Jai called out to the snow girl and said, "You've grown up." Then the snow girl told him that this was her combat uniform. Yang Jai examined her completely, very confused, and exclaimed, "How ferocious, how cruel." However, as always, the snow girl froze the pumped frog. Yang Jai had already put on his mask and asked, "Is it really dead now?" The snow girl said, "Not yet." Then the pumped frog jumped out and broke the ice. Yang Jai applied his ability called Plasma, but the frog turned out to be very resourceful. Yang Jai shouted at the snow girl, "Stop him!" The snow girl said, "Yes, master!" And the snow girl nailed this monster to the ground. Yang Jai went down to the monster and extracted its ability. It was a D-rank ability. Its name was Physical Training. Description: physical endurance and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercises. Assessment: it is necessary to become stronger and try to remove the limiter, and it is unlikely that he will be able to hold out for a long time. The snow girl also went down to Yang Jai and called out to him. Yang Jai said it seemed like they had lost someone. They looked around, and Yang Jai asked, "Where has the horse gone?" The snow girl looked at the city and said that she thought this monster was heading there. Yang Jai said he understood. They needed to go after them. He asked the snow girl what was happening to her. The snow girl said that she had just gone out for a while. "And do you really want to regain control of my body again? It's so unfair." Yang Jai was very worried and asked her how she was. Then, the snow girl told her master that her name was Lin Nai, and she was not a snow girl. She grabbed hold of him and said that he shouldn't even think he would succeed. "I should be the one." She reached out to kiss him, but then she assumed her true form. Yang Jai picked her up and asked, "You're that snow girl, right?" The snow girl asked Yang Jai if she had just blacked out. Yang Jai patted the snow girl on the head and asked her, "You don't remember what just happened?" The snow girl said, "Absolutely nothing." But wait, didn't they just train? Yang Jai thought that the snow girl had as many as 2 personalities, and they were not connected by a common memory in any way. The snow girl was very happy and said that the owner patted her on the head. "Let the master hug me now." Yang Jai said that, however, they both like him. The snow girl asked Yangjai, "What are you talking about? Am I so sleepy?" Yangjai asked, "Why sleep? Then let her come back and rest." The snow girl said goodbye to her master and said that she would miss him. Then she disappeared. Yangjai looked at the water and said that the monster, as expected, headed for the mountains. Meanwhile, Liu Yun was driving along the highway. He declared himself a wolf, a predator rushing across the field. He noticed the water, saw that it was strange, and asked what it was. But when he looked closer, he saw monsters there and was very scared. He stopped the car and ran to the beach where there were people. He started shouting at them, calling them a bunch of cretins, and told them that there was a monster. "Stop eating." A girl saw him and told everyone to look, "Because someone is waving at us." The guy who was sitting next to the girl said, "Well, this one has a sports car, so what? He just wants to attract attention, to show off in front of us." The other girls started listening to his words and told them all to shut up, because he was shouting something. When they figured out exactly what he was shouting, they all looked at the water, and they saw a giant monster there. Liu Yun didn't know what to do now. Did they really need him to save them? But still, he rushed to their aid and said that he had not been so responsive before. The short-haired girl who heard Liu Yun's words was floundering in the water and asking for help. A chubby guy grabbed her by the arm. He told her to hold onto the log. The girl with the short haircut, whose name is Lulu, told the guy to grab on too. The guy also went to the log and said that it was so great that she was fine. He wanted to say something but didn't have time because a monster grabbed his hand and bit it off. At this time, Liu Yun swam to Lulu's aid, telling her to come to him as soon as possible and he would help her get to shore. But Lulu told him that Puffy was dragged into the sea and asked Liu Yun to save him first. Liu Yun told her that he would do it after saving her. "You should swim to me faster before this monster comes back again." Lulu clung to Liu Yun and said, "No, I'm afraid of the monster." Liu Yun grabbed her in his arms and dragged her to the shore. "My God, she looks so thin, but why is she so heavy?" Then he heard the sounds of a helicopter. A helicopter flew to the rescue, from which a woman looked out, stating that the station had received many reports of a monster and huge waves on the shores of Lugang. They should check the condition of the victims. She looked closer and saw two people on the shore. She said it seemed these two miraculously escaped death and successfully escaped from danger. But upon closer inspection, they exclaimed, "Look, this is the guy who saved the girl. He's an internet celebrity, young Mr. Liu Yun. Is he really ready to die for the sake of flirting with a girl?" At this time, the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman were training together. The evil dragon said the hero Bing Chuan followed his father and went to a meeting of the Association of Heroes. The lazy swordsman asked if anyone was jealous. "Does he really think that Li Kongyong has taken his place?" The evil dragon retorted, "I was jealous. This is much better than sucking up to this bureaucrat. He doesn't want any strength that comes from such means." Then the lazy swordsman shouted for him to watch the live report as soon as possible. A monster appeared on the shore, and his younger brother is there too. The evil dragon came up to the TV and said he must have made a mistake. This kid will be terribly scared if he meets a monster. He would have run away. Why would he suddenly stay? But when he looked closely, he said it was simply impossible. The woman who was sitting in the helicopter said these monsters would catch them. She really hopes the hero will arrive on time. The evil dragon grabbed the TV and asked, "Why the hell is this jerk Liu Yun acting like a good guy? He should just leave this woman and get out of there." But the monster was already catching up with Liu Yun. The lazy swordsman said he was finished. The evil dragon was very worried and said Liu Yun was his cute little brother. But then the lazy swordsman shouted for him to wait before panicking. After all, it turns out his brother also knows how to transform. The evil dragon asked, did his little brother also have the power of transformation? At this time, Liu Yun had already saved the girl. The girl was very grateful to him and called him her hero, to which Liu Yun told her not to be obsessed with him, because he is just a legend, and he rushed to attack this monster, saying that a real man does not run from danger. He will kill this monster. And Yangshai managed to save that chubby guy, saying it was good he saved him in time. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Well, now they will see how his godson fights. Liu Yun caught up with this monster, grabbed its hoof, and said he was waiting for it to use that thing. He began to spin this monster and then sent it on a long flight. Liu Yun said that when the monster invaded, he stopped being a person who runs away or hides until rescuers arrive. He has to surpass Big Brother and the old man and become an S-rank hero. Yangshai watched him and told him it was a great job. He changed his mind about him. Her two friends ran up to Liu Lu. The guy said that it was so good that she was safe. She scared him to death. And the girl asked her, where is the chubby guy? Liu Lu said he was dragged into the sea by a monster when he was trying to protect her. Two of her friends were shocked and asked, what? Liu Lu pointed her finger at Liu Yun and said this hero said he would help her save the chubby guy. Meanwhile, Liu Yun began to suck in water. He asked what was going on. Damn it! Why can't he move? That monster did it all. The monster ran away and pierced him with its horn. and the girl from the helicopter continued to conduct her report. She said Liu Yun was wounded in the back and suffered a lot of damage from a double hoof strike. He's at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the evil dragon gathered himself and ran to help his brother. The lazy swordsman asked him if he was really in a hurry to get there, adding, "You're very worried about him, and I asked him to take care of the others as well." Meanwhile, Liu Yun kept fighting this monster and wasn't even going to give up. He said it was painful, but the monster attacked him again, and Liu Yun asked, "What, again?" The woman said that it was very bad because the monster had gone berserk. Liu Yun took another hit. He couldn't breathe, and this time he was pierced halfway through. But then he saw Yongjai and shouted for him to save him. Liu Yun asked his godfather for help. Those who watched this scene were shocked. Someone exclaimed, "No! The monster is devouring young master Liu Yun. Is he going to die?" Liu Lu shouted for her heroes to hold on. Then Yongjai couldn't stand it and put on his mask and went to help Liu Yun. Everyone saw him and exclaimed, "Reinforcements have finally arrived! It's Lord Yu Jai!" The woman doing the live report exclaimed, "My God, the mysterious Yu Jai, who appeared on television a while ago. He has reappeared!" Yongjai told Liu Yun that he had helped him a lot by revealing his abilities and playing the role of bait. Now it only remains to see if the blue pill will absorb it. Yongjai was looking forward to it. He used his ability and manifested a blade, which he soon directed at the monster. The mysterious monster was defeated. The woman exclaimed, "The mysterious Yu Jai knocked out the monster with just one of his abilities." Liu Yun fell onto Yongjai's board and returned to normal. Yongjai went to the monster and asked, "Who ordered you to do such vile things? Now you have to give me your ability." Yongjai stole this monster's abilities. It was a D-rank ability. Title, Surf Master. Description, allows you to walk on water and control its flow to attack. Note, convenient to use for washing dishes. Yongjai turned to Liu Yun and told him that he had helped a lot to attract attention to the blue pills, and he would let him take all the laurels. Yongjai headed towards the shore. He brought Puffy and Liu Yun ashore. Lulu said that he was dealt with in time, and now their lives were no longer in danger. Then Liu Yun jumped up, exclaiming, "It hurts!" He wanted to say something else, but he was hugged by Lulu, who was very glad that he was alive. She said that he saved Puffy and came back alive, thanking him again. Liu Yun was very happy to be hugged by such a girl and said that it was all a trivial matter. He called her a cutie and told her not to hug him so tightly because she was pressing on his wound. A crowd gathered around him. Someone asked him why he had changed so much. After all, the internet says he's a good-for-nothing son from a rich family. Liu Yun said it was all just a false rumor. He, Liu Yun, is a hero of justice who protects humanity as the Lord of Yuejai. He looked after the departing Yongjai and thought that he was very grateful to his godfather for saving him. From now on, he will do his best to serve him. Someone from the crowd exclaimed, "Da Yuejai is a real god!" He quickly appeared, dealt with the monster in a moment, and didn't even accept praise. He fully lived up to his name. Then, pushing through the crowd, a man appeared, whom everyone called a grumpy crank. He told Mr. Liu Yun that he had violated the rules for using abilities and asked him to follow him to the Hero Association. Someone from the crowd asked, "Who is this guy, anyway?" Two guys started whispering among themselves. One of them said he had examined the man's clothes. "Is there a sign on it that belongs to the Association of Heroes? Are these people from the Heroes Association? They're always poking their noses into our affairs. They are too persistent and always follow the rules." People called him Grumpy Scissorhands because he performs his duties with a disturbing reverence. Liu Yun told the man he was just saving people. Grumpy Scissorhands replied that they didn't care about his reasons. He didn't have permission to use his abilities in public places. He broke the law, so he had to go with him. But then the demon dragon appeared, stating that this issue would be decided by the Kunlun Company, and he would deal with anyone who dared to send his brother for questioning. One of the onlookers was delighted, exclaiming, "It's the demon dragon, the notorious hero!" The demon dragon landed next to his brother. Liu Yun asked him why he was here. The demon dragon replied that it seemed the wolf man had very good regeneration potential. His wounds were almost all healed. He then asked his brother not to cause any more problems next time. Liu Yun said, "Yes, I know everything." Grumpy Scissorhands turned around and said that if so, he hoped the company would be able to give the Association of Heroes exhaustive explanations acceptable to them. The demon dragon, watching his brother from afar, thought that Liu Yun had never shown any hint of having abilities. Why had he suddenly awakened them? The next morning, at Yongjai's apartment, Yongjai had already taken a morning shower and was sitting on his bed. He noted that he possessed quite a lot of elemental abilities. He listed abilities like Flame, Plasma, Metallokinesis, and Surf Master. He wondered if he could combine them. That would be quite interesting. He relaxed on the couch and, addressing his sister Fei Fei, said that he had tried many abilities, and now that he felt their power, he might try to find a healing ability. Then, he would be able to cure her. But where could he find information about a person with such an ability? Yongjai realized he could only try to get into the body of the sour, spicy hero and look for some useful information. That's what he decided to do. He used his control ability and moved into the body of the man he had met in his car. Yongjai examined his new body, noting that the control ability allowed him to successfully capture bodies. He decided to try to activate metalokinesis, but he didn't succeed. Yongjai realized that the ability seemed to remain in his real body. It couldn't move with his soul. A showdown was surfacing. The girl, addressing the senior, warned that if he did not go with her, he shouldn't blame her for what would happen if he tried to use force. The man began to make advances toward the girl and told her not to misunderstand him. He said that if she wanted to join the company of the Divine Dragon Hero and undergo training, she must follow their company's rules. He grabbed the girl by the hand and asked, "I wonder which girl doesn't have a pretty face and a sexy body." He told her to please him and their boss, the Reverend Lord of their organization. His boss had excellent healing abilities, and he was also very good at such things. Yongjai heard this and thought to himself, what is this healing ability? After all, God himself helps him. The man started tearing the girl's clothes. The girl cried, begging him to stop. Yongjai then came to her aid and threw the guy into the bushes. The guy got out of the bushes and asked, "Who was that? What kind of freak dared to kick me?" Yongjai replied that he was his karma, and now he would bring down retribution upon him. The man, emerging from the bushes, asked, "Is that really the sour, spicy hero? Who do you think you are? Why are you minding my business?" To which the sour, spicy hero replied, defending the girl, "If you had a younger sister or daughter who was being blackmailed or sexually harassed, how would you feel?" The guy scoffed. "Harassed? What harassment? This girl has been quietly doing an internship in our company for many years. Don't think she really suffers so much because in fact, she wanted this chance with all her heart." The girl couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Stop talking this nonsense! I would never!" The sour, spicy hero stood up for her and told the guy to think carefully. After all, once it starts, it will never end. He turned to the girl and told her that if she wanted to become a heroine, she should focus on her goal and dedication. The girl stopped crying and told the sour, spicy hero that she now understood everything and thanked him for saving her. "The sour, spicy hero is actually a very good person," she added. Then she turned to the guy, called him trash, and ran away. The guy thought, they say this guy has to eat something sour or spicy to transform. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes. But where does he find this sour and spicy food? After that, the guy got bolder and said, "The sour, spicy hero is a jerk. He let this girl escape and destroyed everything I worked for. He knows what the consequences will be, right?" The sour, spicy hero asked him, "What consequences?" After that, the guy attacked him, telling him he would make him an invalid. But the sour, spicy hero took his pill and announced an acutely spicy transformation. The guy was very surprised. The sour, spicy hero then punched him in the stomach. The guy admitted he had completely forgotten that the hero could eat a compressed capsule. However, he knew the transformation would only last 15 minutes, and when the time ran out, he vowed to beat the hero until he begged for mercy. The sour, spicy hero questioned, "What 15 minutes?" Meanwhile, Yan 11 himself thought that the ability couldn't move with the body, but it increased his inner strength, and since he was connected to the soul, after collecting so many abilities, his inner strength became insanely frightening. Due to the fact that powerful abilities directly depended on inner strength, the sour, spicy hero was able to last no more than 15 minutes. He couldn't control the energy and spent it too often until he reached exhaustion. Using the spiritual power of the octopus amulet, Yan 11 could release his power in an instant. Therefore, his transformation might take longer. The sour, spicy hero used his power and saw where the guy was hiding. He told him, "Only weaklings hide." Then he grabbed the guy by the collar. The guy, very surprised, asked, "How did you find me? Are you really a B-rank hero?" To which the sour, spicy hero replied that perhaps he didn't know, but he had been hiding his true strength. The guy conceded that he had lost today and asked to be let go. He offered to call his Divine Dragon Company, who would then offer a financial reward. The sour, spicy hero told him that he would only let him go if he wouldn't cause trouble or seek revenge afterward. However, the hero reminded him of something. The guy was very scared and asked him to stop, demanding, "What are you going to do now? Are you gay?" The sour, spicy hero just grinned. The guy pleaded with the sour, spicy hero not to do this, suggesting they just talk without violence. Yongzai, at this time, thought that he could not only teach the scum a lesson, but also prevent resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident, they would only find trouble with the sour, spicy hero. After that, the sour, spicy hero grabbed the guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The guy in the bushes started shouting, begging him not to undress. "Please don't take off my clothes. You must spare me." After some time, when the sour spicy hero finished all his business with the guy, he assumed his true form and walked on through the park. He declared that after these photos, this garbage would no longer harass girls or the sour spicy hero. A message on his phone stated that new photos could not be deleted, ensuring the forest ranger wouldn't create problems for him. The sour spicy hero, after reading this message, said, "It's a reminder. He should understand. Okay, I have already received the necessary information. I can leave this body." Yongzai then applied the control ability and deactivated it. The sour spicy hero came to his senses. He looked around and asked, "Am I still in the park? Was I asleep or something?" He then read on his phone that new photos could not be deleted, ensuring the forest ranger wouldn't create problems for him. He then asked, "What is this photo?" But when he looked at the photo, he was very shocked and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, at the branch of the Association of Heroes in Lugang City, a mechanical hero and other heroes had gathered to talk. The leader of the Hero Association branch in Lugang City, Wu Zaijie, was present, along with his co-leader, Aoyang Yan. Wu Zaiji stated that planning Stage 1 defense required their help. The scale of the depression was very high, and they had to be very careful. Wu Yangyan explained that after this planning period, everyone would create a role model of the attack and force the monsters to return to their world. They, the heroes, should portray those who drove the monsters away. The two guys who were sitting listening to it all were very inspired. One of the guys said that they were obliged to support the Association of Heroes. They would even risk their lives for it. Another guy, however, said, "Yes, I would destroy the heroes. This is their main task." The mechanical hero considered this, realizing that the association's purpose this time was to have each organization or company send a ranked hero to the core deviation center to strengthen control over the depressions. Their intentions, of course, are clear. By assuming the guise of a monster hunter, one can earn a lot of money. More importantly, there's information that the monster world has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. This is the primary reason why the hero is so eager to undertake this job. Here, the word of the strongest carries the greatest weight. Having an owner of a powerful ability is the key for an organization to become invincible and gain a high position. The glacial adventurer was also thrilled and eager to improve his special elemental ability. It was already evening, and Yongjai was performing cloning in his apartment. He created his clone, and after examining it, he noted that the clone, in general, had learned. But he looked at it strangely. He began to work again, asking himself how he needed to combine these abilities. But first, he needed to dismantle the low-level metal kinesis. Then he would be able to improve the plasma to a higher level. He also needed a B-grade auxiliary ability. Combining all this, he acquired a ranked ability. The ability was named Shadow Substitution. Details of this ability: 3 shadow clones could be swapped during battle. They could also create weapons for attack from shadow matter. Evaluation of this ability: 1 person is not enough to assemble a basketball team. Yongjai directed this ability towards his clone, and he told it that it was so cool and domineering and that it had to stay cool. After that, he used his transformation ability and changed his appearance. Yongjai ordered his new self to go and confront 2 saints who would reap abilities. It was his turn. Yongjai flew to the 2nd district of Xiaoju City. He emerged from the airport and remarked that he hadn't expected it to be so hot here. He walked over to the taxi. The taxi driver lowered his window and asked if he was really from District 1 and where he was going. Yongjai then got into the taxi with him. At that moment, a message from Liu Yun arrived on his phone. Liu Yun wrote that he had sent the data Yongjai asked him to find about the members of the Organization of Saints to his email. He wished his godfather speedy success. The taxi driver told Yongjai that the city's most developed area was the gaming business. He strongly advised visiting Sambo Casino or Alibis, assuring him that after a major victory, Yongjai would be able to safely return to the hotel. And he added, "By the way, since you're so handsome and young, perhaps I can recommend another good place." Yongjai asked him, "What is this place?" The taxi driver replied, "It's the Dreams of Paris, a place where girls are full of enthusiasm, and it's not that expensive." Yongjai thought that even such establishments operated here without problems. Xiaoju truly was a city of chaos. Soon they arrived at the Heaton Hotel. The driver quoted a price, saying he would charge 500 Azure coins. Yongjai was shocked. He thought, did the price increase by 5 times? He then asked the taxi driver if he had perhaps calculated the price incorrectly. The taxi driver replied, "No, everything is correct. The rest is a fee for an explanation. Consider it a lesson for a simple boy who came to the 2nd district for the first time." The taxi driver then took out his gun and presented it to Yongjai. He told him, "I don't think it's worth hesitating to choose which is more important, life or money, right?" Yongjai replied, "Of course, I wouldn't hesitate, but I only needed a lesson here," after which he used his puppet control ability. He then entered the hotel and approached the reception desk, where he was given a key card for his room. He was also told that if he needed help, he could call their staff. Young-jae said, "Thank you." His belongings were carried by the same taxi driver. Seeing this, the girls at the reception began to whisper. One of them whispered, "It's incredible. I didn't expect that gentleman could get that uncivilized taxi driver to help him with his luggage." The other girl replied, "Yes, or maybe he even wants to invite her to dinner." Young-jae had already reached the elevator and told the taxi driver he still had things to do, and he could leave as soon as he brought his belongings to the room. To which the taxi driver replied, "As you ordered." They ascended to the 37th floor. Young-jae was looking at information about a hero on his phone. It stated that the Organization of Saints was associated with ranked abilities, and this particular hero wore a mask. The hero's current location was the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Young-jae then activated his transformation ability, disguising himself as a snake. After that, he made his way into the hero's room. The hero was having fun with two girls there. He told one of the girls to come over and give him a hug. Then, the girl behind the hero noticed something and screamed. The hero turned around and asked, "Who's there?" At that moment, Young-jae had already attacked him. The hero called out to the two girls, asking why they hadn't closed the door. Young-jae grabbed the two girls, and they began cursing the hero. The hero told Young-jae that he didn't care who he was, but since Young-jae had allowed him to absorb the girl's fear, he wouldn't live. He then attacked Young-jae, but Young-jae didn't let the attack land. The hero asked, "Is that really the ability to control shadows? You must have used a shadow to sneak in here, right?" But Young-jae remained silent. Young-jae thought it was quite difficult to behave coolly and ruthlessly, but he was very sensitive about this matter. Meanwhile, the hero thought that if it weren't for the power these girls gave him, he wouldn't have had a chance. Young-jae attacked the hero again with his shadows, but the hero managed to dodge them. He then asked Young-jae, "Who are you anyway? Don't you know I'm from the Saints organization? If you report this to the organization, they'll skin you alive." But Young-jae didn't answer him. The hero grew even angrier and said, "I asked you a question. Are you deaf or something?" He thought to himself that Young-jae wouldn't be able to dodge his next blow. Now victory would definitely be his. But Young-jae's fist passed right through his head, after which the hero shook with fear and begged Young-jae not to kill him. Otherwise, the priest won't let this go so easily. He gave up and begged for mercy. Young-jae pulled off the hero's mask and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he called the hero Garbage and proceeded to extract his ranked ability. The name of this ability was Mask of Fear. Description: absorbs fear and makes the owner of this ability stronger. Ability assessment: for a horror movie, this ability is perfect. The hero asked Young-jae, "What have you done to me? Where did my ability go? You must give it back to me immediately. Otherwise, the priest will definitely kill you." To which Young-jae replied, "Then let me take a look at this priest you keep talking about, the one he's always talking to, with the help of puppet control." Using his puppet control ability, Young-jae plunged into the hero's memories and began to watch footage from his life. Yan Cece's voice echoed, "His memories show that he participated in the war of abilities. And is he really dead?" Young-jae started watching the moment when this hero was already at death's door. A man came up to him and said he could bring him back to life. "But you have to swear allegiance to me." The hero replied, "I swear." After which, the hero got up and asked if his parents had disappeared. Did he really survive? The hero bowed to the man, calling him the Priest of Light. Young-jae then applied his control ability. Controlling the hero's body, Young-jae went to the port. He turned around and saw a red container. Young-jae realized something about the red container had slipped his memory. He began to remember exactly what he had seen there. The woman, nicknamed Bloodthirsty Rose, said she had heard that a swordsman had infiltrated his secret production area. "It's true," the masked hero confirmed. "Lady Rose would have no problems with her. You only have to order and I will kill her immediately." The commander of the Deep Sea Army added, "I will kill her. She's an A-rank hero. Why do you think you can do it?" Someone questioned. The Magus of the Great Earth scoffed. "A-rank, and so what? The disciples of the saints should not be afraid of some kind of A-rank hero." All three, the masked hero, the commander, and the magus, then went to the holy priestess. He told them they were ignorant. "Bring her here. I want to enjoy this swordswoman." All three said they understood. The masked hero remarked, "Then this brat is waiting for a well-deserved vacation." The commander of the Deep Sea Army then ordered the masked hero, "Come here." The masked hero turned and asked, "What is your order?" The commander replied, "The goods arrived at the port on Site 1, which is in a red container. You should go there tomorrow and find out if there is any information about this girl. If so, report it immediately. Any damaged item will be your responsibility. If you handle everything responsibly, you shouldn't miss this chance given to you." Remembering this, Young-jae wondered if he would be able to get inside. What kind of product is this anyway? He came closer to the container and saw that he needed to put his finger there. "It's a piece of cake." he muttered. He used his plasma ability and managed to get inside the red container. He started down the stairs thinking, I didn't think the container itself would be just an illusion. The real goods must be hidden deeper. A stinky smell assaulted him. What kind of stinky smell is this? Is it really blood? He went down to the final floor and saw a man sitting at a table. Is it really security? He wondered. The man saw him, stood up, and greeted the masked gentleman. The masked hero, a little embarrassed, asked, What happened today? The man told him, You probably don't know, but a very valuable product was recently brought in. How did you get tired of these creatures already? Young-jae thought, what kind of creatures? Is that really it? He then told the man, Show me this product already. The man led him past cells where young children were crying, visible through cameras. Passing by one of these cells, the man couldn't stand it and told one of the children, Stop making noise already. If you anger the masked gentleman, he will whip you like that. The children fell silent. Young-jae thought, Yes, these saints keeping children in such a place is just terrible. It seems these children were abducted from different corners of the earth. And they are so young. The eldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't stand it and shouted, You're a bunch of idiots who are just ready to say goodbye to your lives. I will make everyone involved pay. In one of the cells, a man told a guy, I will whip you to death. How dare you bite me? Swinging again, he added, That's what you get. Then the masked man came and told him, Stop right now. The masked man asked him, What, are you really in trouble because of this guy? The man said, Yes. The masked gentleman suddenly attacked him and bit off his ear. Young-jae looked at this guy and thought that his eyesight was not bad. The masked gentleman asked the man, What is the reason? The man hesitated and said, The reason, but he was interrupted by the suddenly appeared preacher of the Organization of Saints, whose name is Mantis with a two-handed sword. Mantis said, There was no other reason. It was obvious what was on his mind. He wanted to do something with this kid's sister. Young-jae was horrified and asked, Young-jae saw a girl in the corner. The mantis with the two-handed sword remarked, What a pity, she's scared to death. Young-jae was still terrified, thinking they were a bunch of jerks. A mantis with a two-handed sword approached the masked gentleman. Brother, he said, I thought you were enjoying your vacation with might and main. What brought you here? How do you like the two blondes I recommended to you? The masked gentleman replied, They were good, of course. But today, I came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods, the masked gentleman said. Release this guy. They can pay a large sum for him. A mantis with a two-handed sword approached the guy. He grabbed him by the face and asked, Are you really saving your life? I don't mind. Even if this brat from the first territory loses all his teeth, he can still be sold at a high price. The guy replied in another language, I will kill you all. The masked gentleman told the guy, Be patient a little more. Soon, I will fulfill your wish. A mantis with a two-handed sword asked, Do you really understand our language? The masked gentleman replied, And not only that, I promised to fulfill his wish, and you came here in vain. Don't you think so? With that, the masked gentleman pierced through the mantis with a two-handed sword. The mantis gasped, Brother, why? The masked man replied, Because you are similar to me. We come from the same places. Then the mantis with the two-handed sword realized he was not the masked gentleman, but it was too late. The masked gentleman had already cut off his head. All this was watched by the man whose ear had been bitten off, and by the guard who brought the masked gentleman here. The man asked, What happened? The guard called out to the masked gentleman. The masked gentleman told them, You will all die here. He then killed them all. Young-jae received their abilities. The guy said his name was Yu-fan and asked the masked gentleman, Who are you? The masked gentleman replied, I am the one who came to save you. Yu-fan said, I heard you bullied the children here not long ago. The masked gentleman replied, You will soon find out how it will turn out. He then cut the chains of Yu-fan's power, thereby freeing him. The masked gentleman told Yu-fan, Wait here for a couple of minutes, but first, I need to deal with the people outside. Yu-fan got up and went to his sister. She was already dead. Seeing this, Young-jae remembered his own sister. He came out of the cell and someone shouted, Grab him! The masked gentleman was surrounded. He shouted, Die, you garbage! He then chopped them all into pieces. The Lord of Sound appeared behind him. That was impressive, he said. He then greeted the spearman. He told his companion, We are surrounding the masked gentleman together. Let's see if he can escape. The spearman replied, Good. He told his friend, I will attack first. The Lord of Sound said, Before the music starts, he then used his ability. Everyone began to have a terrible headache. Young-jae thought his music might provoke a nervous breakdown in people, but fortunately, my nervous system is strong enough. But these children will definitely not stand it. We need to get rid of it as soon as possible. The Lord of Sound pretended that he was defeated. The Lord of Sound said that no one can resist him, and he told the masked gentleman to burn in hell. But the masked gentleman used Yang-zai's force and disappeared. Then he appeared in another place, above the Lord of Sound, and kicked him in the back. The Lord of Sound coughed up blood and shouted to his friend to save him. Then the spearman threw his spear at him, but even this did not overcome the masked gentleman. After that, the masked gentleman killed the Lord of Sound. The spearman was shocked and asked if he had really killed him. He then asked the masked gentleman, "Why do you attack our organization?" The masked gentleman asked, "What for?" "For the sake of these children and in the name of justice." The spearman asked him again, "What in the name of justice? Do you think you're doing better? But even after defeating him, you cannot escape from here. I am forced to inform you that the commander of the Deep Sea Army is already on his way here." The masked gentleman asked if they really wanted to die. "After all, I will kill every one of you." The spearman used his power and called the masked gentleman an idiot and told him, "If you come up, I will kill you." The masked gentleman repelled his attack, thereby killing the spearman. The masked gentleman exhaled after his victory and said, "That was painful." The boy who watched the battle from behind the bars said, "My brother is wounded." The masked gentleman replied, "It was nothing, all for the sake of their salvation." He opened the cages and told them to get out quickly and not push. "You need to get out of there one at a time." Then Yufan came around the corner carrying his sister. Yufan was very serious and said he didn't want to suffer because of his own weakness. He wanted to become as strong as the masked gentleman and asked him if he could become his teacher. The masked gentleman said, "Of course, but you must swear eternal loyalty to me. Are you ready for this?" Yufan said he was ready. "I will become your most devoted disciple." Yangzai used his puppet control ability and handed the pill to Yufan, saying, "You should take it." Yufan asked, "What is it?" "It's a pill, the power of a mantis," the masked gentleman said. "This is an ability that will allow you to turn your hands into balls as the mantis did." Now Yufan will be able to ensure his safety for a while. Yufan thanked his master. Then Yufan left. When Yufan left, the masked gentleman said that he had to deal with the corpses next. He started pulling abilities out of them. After he did this, the masked gentleman said that last time he had to make a lot of mistakes before he managed to get 2 balls from a frog and wavy horses. And now he has managed to collect so many of them. People and monsters are so weak. To begin with, he decided to improve the shadow exchange ability to A rank, and now it should be easier for him in the battle with the priest. He combined the abilities, and he got an A rank ability. The name of this ability was Shadow Exchange. Description: shadow cloning a maximum of 5 pieces during battle. One of them can swap places with the user. The shadow of another person is able to create a shadow weapon to attack. Assessment: when bored, you can play with your own shadow. When the masked gentleman finished all his business there, he came out of the red container. But then he was met by a woman who poked him with her sword. She asked him who he was and where all these children came from. He must answer her immediately. The masked gentleman asked who she was. Then the kids gathered around the girl and began to say, "This is Sister Blanche." They were very happy to see her. One of the children told Sister Blanche that this hero had saved them. Another boy chimed in, "Yes, this hero injured himself when he tried to protect them. She must not misunderstand him." Blanche was very embarrassed and, addressing the masked gentleman, said, "Since this is the case, I apologize to you." The masked gentleman replied, "Everything is fine." He then asked her, "Are you really Blanche, the Arank swordswoman heroine?" Blanche replied, "Yes, I received information that people were being trafficked here, so I rushed to rescue them. I really didn't expect the masked gentleman to do it before me." Blanche sat down, patted Yufan, and apologized for being late. Then something started happening, and the children were terrified. The masked gentleman asked, "What's going on here?" Children began to be dragged down by plants. They shouted to their brothers and sisters to save them. The children were very scared, and everyone was calling for help. Yufan called out to his master. The masked gentleman told Yufan, "Wait here, I will save them." The bloodthirsty Rose asked him, "What makes you think you can save them? Don't make me laugh with these statements." Did he think he was a hero? Their commander called out to bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army and the wizard of the Great Earth. He told them, "Show this bug the power of the saints," and applied the ability of magical healing. Bloodthirsty Rose said, "Using abilities with such a large range is definitely very tiring. But with this power, which was given to her by the High Priest, their abilities will be restored in a moment." The High Priest turned to the swordswoman Blanche and said, "You are not allowed to touch the goods of the Organization of Saints. You must surrender now and then I will spare your life." Therefore, he turned to the masked gentleman and said, "As for this traitor, he should die here." Yangjai thought, "If they really die, we will still see which one of us will die." Swordswoman Blanche thought, "If he was just a B-rank hero, then I would be able to handle him. But with an A-rank fighter like the priests, there would be big problems." She then told the High Priest, "The Association of Heroes is already on its way. You should immediately let go of your weapons, as you are destined to die in case of disobedience. So, you should surrender as soon as possible." The High Priest only sighed and told Bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, and the Wizard of the Great Earth to deal with the swordswoman Blanche as soon as possible. "You must catch her before the arrival of the Heroes Association." Swordswoman Blanche took out her sword and activated the power of the seal. The masked gentleman was very surprised and said she was able to release such a dangerous ability as befits an A-rank heroine. The Wizard of the Great Earth used the ability of the Sand Magic Circle to stop the Swordswoman Blanche. But that didn't stop Blanche. She rushed at the commander of the Deep Sea Army, activating the seal force. The commander of the Deep Sea Army used the ability to establish the flow, and Blanche used the ability to dissect the sword. But then she was surprised by Bloodthirsty Rose, who decided to blackmail her and grabbed one of the children. Bloodthirsty Rose laughed and said, "Now he will become my victim, and I will use this child as a shield to stop the swordswoman Blanche's ability." Blanche was very angry and said, "Bloodthirsty Rose used the child as a human shield. How disgusting!" To which Bloodthirsty Rose replied, "Kindness is your weakness. I have a lot of prisoners, and now you will see how I act." The commander of the Deep Sea Army began to turn into water. Then he appeared behind Blanche and attacked her, but Yongjai covered her. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was very shocked, and Yongjai said, "He almost broke my 2 masks." Yongjai pulled out his blade, after which he fatally wounded the commander of the Deep Sea Army. Swordswoman Blanche wanted to finish him off, but Yongjai stopped her. The High Priest applied his ability, Holy Healing. Immediately after, the pressure on the Deep Sea Army commander's neck tightened. He laughed, declaring that with the High Priest, they were immortal. Following this, the High Priest used his Improvement ability, enhancing the skills of 3 of his soldiers. Yongjai noted that the dangerous aspect of a priest's ability to improve characteristics was that all their abilities would rise a rank in a very short time. The Wizard of the Great Earth then began to conjure. Swordswoman Blanche shouted that he was generating energy, and if the force was unleashed, the destructiveness of his spell would reach a new rank. Yongjai realized that a long-range attack could harm the children. He simply had to prevent it. He then told Blanche that these 2 were her responsibility, and he would deal with the others. Blanche looked very worried, asking him, "How is it possible to cope with the Wizard of the Great Earth's spell? What about the children then?" Yongjai answered her briefly, telling her to just trust him. Blanche wondered why he looked so mysterious, yet at the same time, so reliable. She truly believed him. She then told him that she would clear the way for him. After that, she activated her seal and rushed towards the captain of the Deep Sea Army. The captain of the Deep Sea Army stopped her attack, but the girl proved to be much stronger than he expected. The captain of the Deep Sea Army then called out to Bloodthirsty Rose, shouting for her to help him immediately, to which Bloodthirsty Rose replied, "How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that?" Following that, she used her Rose Spell ability, and Swordswoman Blanche's power began to weaken. Bloodthirsty Rose then stated that Blanche's body craved love, and she could awaken this desire within her. Does she feel that it has become somehow hot? The captain of the Deep Sea Army then used his cloning ability. He then appeared behind Blanche and giggled nastily, asking her, "What? How are you? Does she want her older brother to pamper her?" After that, Blanche gathered all her remaining strength and used her Mind Seal ability. Bloodthirsty Rose was very surprised and exclaimed, "What?" She had never seen a swordswoman possess an ability like Mind Seal before, to which Blanche replied that she had only recently mastered this ability. It allows her to be reborn in a critical situation, after which she cut Bloodthirsty Rose in half. Blanche added, "It seems this effect had a good outcome. I should thank Bloodthirsty Rose for awakening my desire." The Wizard of the Great Earth saw it all and activated his release ability. He transformed into a huge dragon. When the children saw him, they were terrified and screamed even louder. Blanche also fell into a stupor, but Yongjai reappeared, saving her once more. A thick fog enveloped the area, and the Wizard of the Great Earth was now behind the High Priest. The Wizard of the Great Earth cleared his throat and thanked the High Priest for saving him with a healing gift. After all, if it hadn't been for the High Priest, the Wizard of the Great Earth would have suffered greatly from that explosion. The High Priest stated that initially there was no benefit. They would have easily coped with the sword, but instead, that mysterious man intervened. The High Priest even lost 2 members of his rank. The Wizard of the Great Earth told his master that although the saints were defeated, he shouldn't worry, because the High Priest was still alive, and he believed the organization would recover quickly. The High Priest said that he was right. As long as she was alive, the positions of the saints in Shaju would remain the same. The High Priest also thought that this masked man could repel a rank-level attack, which had a growth effect, with a single blow. He's even stronger than him. Now it's simply necessary to retreat. With that, they all left. Yongjai asked, "What are they avoiding? I'll give them a few more minutes of life." He approached the defeated captain of the Deep Sea Army and declared that his abilities belonged to him. He then extracted his ability. It was a B-rank ability. The name of this ability was Ghost of the Deep Sea. Description: enhances the water in the human body, significantly increasing its speed. It can also create a wave and a water clone, as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Rating: Almighty Water. After which, Yongjai declared that Bloodthirsty Rose would be next. He walked up to her and told her that the sword seal was ruthless, then extracted her ability. This ability was also of A rank. The name of this ability was Bloodthirsty Rose. Description: summons vines and tendrils with the help of the owner's blood, which can emit a powder that increases characteristics to attack enemies. It can also be fraught with the risk of losing control over the vines. Assessment: Rose has a lot of thorns. After collecting these two abilities, Yongjai thought that he would first need to destroy them down to F rank, and then add the previously acquired skill, so he could create another A rank ability. Yongjai successfully created an A rank ability called Super Brain. Description: this ability improves vision, hearing, sense of smell, touch, taste, and the sixth sense. It also increases coordination. Additionally, it allows the user to release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Assessment: brother, are you really going to buy the whole pack? Yongjai applied this new ability, noting that the shape, sound, smell, and taste of all these sensations were incredibly sharpened. Just then, the swordswoman Blanche woke up. She immediately asked Yongjai what rank his abilities were. Does he really know how to create a huge explosion? And what's his name? Yongjai replied that he was from the judges' organization, and his factory was Yujai. Blanche asked again, what is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you part of the hero socialization? Then she looked around and asked him to wait, wondering where all the children were. Yongjai replied that they were right behind her. Blanche wrapped them as they joyfully ran into her arms. The children were still very scared, but glad that they were saved. Blanche said, "Thank God you're okay," and she asked, "How did you manage to escape?" To which one of the boys replied, "The Master's shadow saved us." Another child added, "Yes, there were a lot of shadows." Blanche asked again, "What is the Master's shadow?" The boy explained, "At first, he ordered her to cut the vine unnoticed and take us to another place. When the explosion occurred, he used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected us all." Blanche listened to them, a little confused. She wanted to ask what kind of master they were talking about, but then it dawned on her. She turned to Yongjai and said, "You're so smart," and thanked him, but he was gone. Blanche asked, "Where did he go?" Meanwhile, the Heroes Association arrived by helicopter. Someone shouted from the helicopter, "The Hero Association has arrived. We are taking control of the area. Everyone should refrain from rash actions." The helicopter landed, and reporters emerged from it. The young journalist turned to her boss, stating that this was her first live interview as a journalist. She asked what she should inquire about. The men told her to question the seal swordswoman. The journalist approached Blanche and greeted her. She introduced herself as Lin Nix-ju, a reporter from the Hero Association, and asked Blanche if she could ask her a few questions. Blanche replied, "Of course." She then introduced herself. "I am swordswoman Blanche, an A-rank heroine from the same organization." Comments appeared at the bottom of the screen. Someone was delighted, exclaiming, "This is the A-rank heroine Blanche." Another commented, "The live broadcast has started. It's just incredible. This is my favorite goddess." A third person noted, "It looks like she has injuries, but I hope she's okay." Another person noticed, "The new journalist is so beautiful." Lin Nix-ju then stated, "The Hero Association received your message and has arrived at Shaju Port. It is completely destroyed." "And could you, Blanche, tell us exactly what happened here?" Blanche apologized for making everyone worry, and explained that she came here to save these children, whom the Organization of Saints intended to illegally sell. The comment section was horrified. Someone asked, "Does such a thing really still exist?" Another commented, "God, my brother has been missing for 6 months." Someone else asked, "What about the children there? Are they finally saved?" Lin Nix-ju replied, "I have also heard about these criminals. They are located on the territory of Shaju and are engaged in illegal activities. I very much hope that the government will be able to investigate this case." Blanche just shook her head negatively and said that nothing would work out between them. After all, they have been doing this for a very long time, and she put a lot of effort into getting in there and getting information. In the end, she managed to save these children. People who watched the live broadcast expressed sympathy for the poor children, but were glad they were now saved. The Association of Heroes is simply obligated to punish this organization as well. Blanche went on to say that if she had fought alone against the High Priest, she would have failed. Fortunately, however, a masked man appeared and helped her. Lin Naiju asked, "Who is the masked man?" Blanche replied that his fighting skills surpassed hers. He was able to destroy the enhancement effect, an ability only available to A-rank heroes. People immediately started asking questions. Someone speculated, could this be the Supermaster named Yujai? Another demanded, who is he? They should tell us about him as soon as possible. Blanche told them, pay attention to the scorched area. It was his doing. He wore a strange mask with a snake pattern on his face. And And this guy said that he represents the organization of judges, and his name is Snakes. The people in the comments section started arguing again. Someone asked everyone to wait, then questioned, didn't Mr. Yujai awaken the golden gift? Another asserted, he definitely used the lightning ability. Someone else didn't understand what was going on at all. And someone suggested that people with an A rank or even higher should be accepted into the Association of Heroes. Lin Naiju looked around and remarked, it seems that person isn't here. Blanche then stated that the high priest had escaped. She pointed in the direction where the high priest ran away and added that the masked man had also gone there to catch up with him. Meanwhile, the high priest, along with the wizard of the Great Earth, were heading to the parking lot. They had already descended. The high priest told the wizard of the Great Earth that he had already spent the remains of his abilities on him. His power of sand, after all, is able to get rid of this jerk, right? The wizard of the Great Earth replied, yes, I've filled the environment with my magic, and even if he uses plasma to attack us, it won't change anything. The high priest then instructed him to find them a car, as they needed to get far away. At this time, Yang Jai was eavesdropping on them. He thought, are they really going to escape? They won't succeed, because this place will become their grave. Just then, at the most inopportune moment, he received a phone call. The phone vibrated loudly. The high priest, along with the wizard of the Great Earth, turned around and demanded, who's there? Yang Jai, sweating profusely, wondered, who needs me so badly right now? The phone, however, kept ringing. The high priest and the wizard of the Great Earth approached. Yang Jai took out his phone and muttered, is this really Lin Naiju? Why is she calling me at such a time? The phone kept ringing. The high priest and the wizard of the Great Earth came closer. The wizard of the Great Earth asked, who is it? At that moment, Yang Jai activated his ability to change clothes, transforming back into himself. He answered the phone and stepped out from his hiding spot. He asked Lin Naiju, what's wrong? The wizard of the Great Earth questioned, is he really a civilian? The high priest warned him not to be so sure, because we need to find out. Lin Naiju then addressed Yang Jai, calling him dear, and asked if he could guess where she was now. Yang Jai squinted at the two men and asked, where are you? Aren't you at home? Lin Naiju, meanwhile, was already flying in a helicopter, having just interviewed Blanche. She told Yang Jai that she was in Shazhou. Yang Jai tensed up, thinking, Shazhou? What is she doing there? He then said aloud, there's unrest in that city right now. What brought you there? Lin Naiju replied, yes, everything is fine. I just wanted to share that I recently found an amazing permanent job. Yang Jai asked, what job? Lin Naiju explained that she was accepted into the Heroes Association as a journalist, and she had just interviewed a seal swordswoman named Blanche. And now she was going to question the masked man, Yu Jai. Yang Jai was very surprised and asked, what? He realized that with the help of the Heroes Association, Lin Naiju would quickly find him. Yang Jai told Lin Naiju that it was great. They would need to celebrate her new position today, and now he would go for a gift. Lin Naiju said that Yang Jai was so cool, and Yang Jai told her to wait well. After that, Yang Jai went into a dark corner and dropped the phone. The wizard of the Great Earth said that he was just talking to his beloved. The wizard was so jealous of Yang Jai. After that, Yang Jai used his ability to change clothes again. The high priest said, no, they had been deceived. He had come for them. Yang Jai ran out of the darkness, dressed as snakes. The wizard of the Great Earth also used his ability and told his animals to kill him. Yang Jai dodged their attacks. The high priest said that they needed as many of these agile earth creatures as possible to cope with him. The wizard of the Great Earth said that each of them could compete alone with a hero of A rank. The enemy simply would not have time to react. But then they noticed that Yang Jai was fine and wasn't even injured, after which he appeared behind the high priest's back and pierced him through with his ability. Yang Jai did the same with the wizard of the Great Earth. The high priest was horrified and asked how such a thing was even possible. Doesn't he have an electric type of magic? Yang Jai, calling them idiots, asked, what? Who said I could only use electricity? The wizard of the Great Earth said that he was a rare owner of the magic of 2 elements. He refused to believe it. The high priest told Yang Jai that if Yang Jai allowed him to live, he would not remain in his debt. To which Yang Jai replied that he was saving people's lives, not for his own benefit at all. In most cases, it was done in the name of justice. After that, he decided to finally finish off these two, but the high priest grabbed the blue pills and ate them. Yang Jai jumped away from him and asked, have you taken a blue pill? To which the high priest told Yang Jai that Yang Jai had forced him to do so. But I not only know how to heal, I also have something else. He took a weapon out of his mouth. Yang Jai, in a foul stupor, said he felt about the same from Blanche's sword. Meanwhile, the high priest had already taken out his spear, and laughing said, I still have a spear left, it's unexpected, isn't it? After which, he activated his Sacred Rebirth Spikes ability. The High Priest activated his Infinite Spears ability, combining his powers. A lot of craters formed throughout the room, from which his spears began to emerge. The High Priest ordered his weapons to do justice to the criminal, after which his spears flew at Yang Jai. Yang Jai tried to dodge and run away from them. Running from the spears, he thought that they would not leave him alone. And at that moment, one of the copies of the Supreme Theft caught his leg. The High Priest was very pleased with this. He laughed and told Yang Jai to keep running and jumping, calling him a parasite. "You're going to die at my hands anyway." Yang Jai stopped to catch his breath and thought that this was very bad. Even such a light attack was able to injure his limbs. Then he noticed these funnels and thought that the light had spread all over the ceiling, allowing him to mentally determine his location. "Well, now they'll see who's faster." The High Priest asked him, "Which is faster? Is something capable of surpassing the speed of light?" But then Yang Jai used his super brain ability. He grinned and asked, "What's the light?" After which, he instantly moved, activated his ability to quickly and shadow blades, and ordered the High Priest to surrender. Now all of his weapons that he had aimed at Yang Jai were aimed at himself and pierced him. The High Priest said, "A spiritual attack? Does he have 3 abilities?" Yang Jai noticed that the High Priest was beginning to heal. Yang Jai approached the High Priest and said that it was useless to be treated because the High Priest would have to die again. After that, he stole the ability again. Yang Jai stole the Supreme Illumination ability and gained an A rank ability. The name of the ability was Heart of Light. Description: Recovery. Gives the ability to heal physical wounds of owners A rank and below. Improvement. Increases the characteristics of abilities and rank. Invisibility allows the owner to hide if they are of a rank and below. Holy Healing gives the ability to heal oneself or a target of a rank and below. Spear of Justice can use light to create a large number of spears that can destroy enemies. An assessment of these abilities revealed they offer the opportunity not only to defend, but also to attack, making them very rare, inherited powers. After that, Yang Jai used this ability on himself and healed his wounds. He remarked that he hadn't expected to be so close to death, almost needing a blue pill. After that, he approached the Wizard of the Great Earth and stole his ability. Yang Jai said sand magic was pretty good. He acquired the ability, noting its high rank. The name of this ability was the Wizard of the Great Earth. Description: This ability grants the power to change the landscape through the use of sand and to summon an attacking sand monster. Assessment: The ability shows traces of being able to create an entire zoo. Then Yang Jai heard someone shout that the Hero Association had arrived. They were taking the area under their control. Yang Jai immediately activated his shape-shifting ability and reverted to his original form. He withdrew, stating he would leave everything as it was. After some time, reporters also arrived. Lin Naixu noted that the sound they had heard earlier indicated cracked walls and floors in the building. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place here. They went inside and saw the dead High Priest. Lin Naixu was very surprised and asked, "What?" People immediately began to speculate, and Lin Naixu identified him as the leader of the Organization of Saints in Shazhou City, known as the Supreme Priest. Someone in the comments wrote, "God, what a pitiful death." Someone asked why everything was blurry on the chest. Then someone else, quite pleased, wrote, "It's cool! He finally died after such bad deeds." They weren't yet going to ask about the Snake Man's whereabouts. Then someone shouted for them to look, because someone else was there, one of the High Priest's subordinates. What Lin Naixu saw made her feel sick. She ran to the corner and vomited there. The man who helped her told her she needed a rest. Then someone handed her a bottle of water and asked if she was okay. She took the bottle and asked if it was really Yang Zai. "What are you doing here?" Yang Zai said he was just nearby when she called. And when he saw how much noise the Hero Association had made, he realized she would be here too. Lin Naixu was embarrassed and said that Yang Zai was never around for her brilliant interviews, but constantly found her in awkward situations. She explained how embarrassing her first broadcast was. Yang Zai began to calm her down and said everything was fine, and that she was beautiful no matter what she was doing. He himself thought he should have acted more wisely, at least to clean up the place. Then this man came up and asked Lin Naixu if she was feeling better already, but he saw her hugging her boyfriend and was also embarrassed. He said the rescue team had found the girl who had been abducted by the Organization of Saints. They were going to interview her now. Lin Naixu looked at what was going on there and told Yang Zai, "Okay, I have to go, but you have to wait for me." The man looked at Yang Zai, thinking that it turned out he never had a chance. After that, Lin Naixu began interviewing the girl. Yang Zai was watching it. He activated his Heart of Light ability and said that very soon he would be able to return to save his sister Feifei. He thought that now he had gathered all the elements together. These were wind, sand, fire, and water. His high-rank abilities included light, darkness, sand, lightning, and metal. But soon, 3 unknown persons from the Organization of Saints were expected to appear. Yongzai decided he would call Dragon at the Central Hospital of Shazhou City. All the children were brought to the hospital by ambulance. The doctor told them to get down, get in line, and follow him. The doctor would need to examine them all. Yufan was still sitting in the ambulance with his sister. He said he hadn't seen the teacher since, but Yongzai appeared. Yufan was very happy to see him, but Yongzai gestured to him to be quiet. Yongzai used his control ability to infiltrate them. Yongzai, next to Yufan, mentioned his sister, but Yufan interrupted him, saying he knew she was dead. He wanted to take her home. He couldn't let her stay in that place. Yongzai said no, it was good that he took her with him, because it seems to me that she is still alive. She is just very weak. Yufan was very happy to hear this and asked, really? Yongzai then applied his new holy healing ability, and the girl woke up. Yongzai told Yufan that he also needed to recover, and later, I will take you away from here. Yufan was so happy about his sister being cured so quickly that he even cried and told his master, yes. Yongzai told Yufan to call him teacher and offered him money from their organization. He said that Yufan's sister was still very young and therefore should be allowed to live an ordinary life. Yongzai then had one more request for Yufan. He needed to gain the attention of the heroes at Yanjing University. Yufan said that he would then need a lot of abilities but he was interrupted by Yongzai, who said that Yufan should not worry about this. You must take this ball with the ability of imitation and later use it together with the previous mantis powers. This should be enough to enroll in Yanjing University. After that, Yongzai gave him a C rank ability. Its name was imitation. The description stated 5 senses that simulate the improvement of strength and dexterity, but no more than 10 times the original talent. The assessment was, a 3-fold improvement is quite enough. Yufan told his teacher not to worry because he wouldn't let him down. Yongzai told him to live a nice life and not to try to find him because he himself would periodically contact him. Yongzai then got out of the ambulance and changed his clothes. Then Lin Naisu called out to him. Yongzai was very surprised to see her there and asked, is it really you? The girl came up to him and asked, where did you run off to? I had to look for you for so long. Yongzai hesitated and said that he was helping children in the hospital. He then asked her what had happened. Lin Naisu said, it's nothing. She exhaled and said that they were finally saved, and the Heroes Association should now contact their families. Yongzai asked her, what about homeless children? Lin Naisu said they would be sent to a shelter and would live there. Yongzai replied that an orphanage is like a big family. Yongzai really hoped that they would grow up healthy. Then Lin Naisu kissed him. Afterwards, she told him he had been working hard these 2 days. Lin Naisu then shouted, see you later. She told Yongzai that she still had a lot of work to do, and they would see each other in Luhansk in a few days. Yongzai was very embarrassed and thought, damn, they had deprived him of the opportunity again. After all this, it was already evening. Yongzai headed to the Chashu airport. Later that night, he arrived at his sister's room. He took out his new ability and told her he really hoped the holy healing would work. Afterward, he used this ability on her, but Yongzai's sister didn't react in any way. Yongzai was very surprised by this. He started to call his sister by name, but she didn't wake up. He asked, did it really not work? But how is that possible? Then he noticed something on her face and asked, what is that? He touched these blue orbs and said, these blue orbs split instantly, but at the same time they become stronger. Do they really feed on energy? Well, it seems the heart of light won't cope with this blue radiation, but Yongzai won't let them feed on her anymore. Otherwise, Fei Fei will never wake up. Now it's time to stop acting slowly and move with confidence. If Yongzai really wants to solve his sister Fei Fei's problem, then he must come face to face with the one who gave the sour spicy hero this blue pill. He took out 3 of his abilities: transformation, cloning, and metal control. When Yongzai took them out, he said that first of all, he needed to become even stronger. He needed to improve these 3 abilities, which he did. After all the manipulations, he acquired a ranked ability. Its name was transformation. Ability description. It gives the ability to be alerted in 0.01 seconds. It can also slightly change one's physique, appearance, voice, and personality. It improves acting skills. Ability assessment. Life is like a performance, for it is based on actions that come from the state of the soul. He also gained another ranked ability called cloning. Description of this ability. It creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. The duration of its life is only half an hour. Evaluation. If the owner of this ability is brave enough, he will be able to gain new experience. After that, Yongzai combined 2 of these abilities. He said that with all his accumulated abilities, he would definitely be able to advance to S rank. After which, he fell to his knees and finally succeeded. He received an S rank ability called Metal Control. Ability description, capable of controlling metal within 10,000 miles, or rather, kilometers. The total weight of controlled metal must not exceed 100,000 tons. Evaluation. The owner of this ability is a real master of metal. Yongzai held held this ability in his hands and said it was an S-rank ability. He was increasingly impatient to meet this person. That same night, he used his control ability again and possessed the body of the superhero, Sour Spicy Noodles. The man whose face was not visible came to meet this hero. He told the superhero that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked him something. Did you have any new information? Yang Zai, still in the superhero's body, replied, Of course. Don't you want to know about Yang Zai? I just have something. Will you have enough money to buy this information? The man scoffed. What are men for? He was told that if the information was reliable, he would pay twice as much. Then Yang Zai began to explain that a couple of days ago, the organization of saints was destroyed in Shazhou City. You must have heard about it, right? The man confirmed. Of course I did. And the seal swordswoman Blanche from the Heroes Association, Yang Zai continued. However, during her report, Blanche revealed extremely interesting information. She was helped by an unknown person who goes by the name Snake. The man replied, Yes, I know about this too. Yang Zai and Snake are both from the judges' organization. Isn't this a well-known fact? But Yang Zai kept talking, asking the man if he knew that both Yang Zai and Snake possessed two abilities. The man questioned, Two abilities? Perhaps their organization only accepts such heroes? Yang Zai replied, No, such people are very rare. I don't even think such a thing is possible. The man then asked Yang Zai, What are you getting at? Yang Zai handed him a bottle containing some kind of supplement and asked the man if he had seen it before. It's an elixir of abilities. The man inquired, What is an elixir of abilities? The man reached out to pick it up, but Yang Zai pulled back his hand. Yes, he explained. After using it, a person will be able to acquire a new ability. A user without superpowers will become its owner, and those who already have one ability will gain additional strength. The man scoffed. That's just nonsense. Complete nonsense. How can you prove it to me? Yang Zai opened the bottle. You probably know that my superpower is body strengthening. I will now demonstrate this effect. Then, he drank the contents of the potion. He then showed the power of the fiery fist. The man was very shocked and asked, Is that really a fire-type ability? Yang Zai explained that he had previously made a deal with him. That's where I got this information from. Thanks to the blue pill that you gave me, I verified the existence of such things. The man exclaimed, That's incredible! But in that case, you should know what this elixir is made of. Yang Zai admitted he didn't know, but told the man everything he did know. The man remarked that this was very entertaining information and threw him 15 blue pills. Yang Zai stopped him. I need to ask you something. The man impatiently replied, Just talk already. Then Yang Zai said, Recently I discovered my body began to be covered with light blue spots in places. Is this the effect of the blue pills? What is happening to me now? The man, already leaving, casually replied, That's just an unremarkable side effect. You shouldn't pay any attention to it. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Sour Spicy Hero. Then the man left. Yang Zai assumed his true form. Even after discovering the effect that entails loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. What is their plan? After that, Ian Heath moved to the exit. Then he heard the Sour Spicy Hero's child calling him. The Sour Spicy Hero was still unconscious. Yang Zai walked up to him, threw those blue pills, and told him, If you're doing this for your daughter's sake, you should stop taking those pills. The choice is always yours. After which, Yang Zai left. The Sour Spicy Hero's daughter looked out from around the corner and saw her father. She asked why he was sleeping on the roof. The Sour Spicy Hero woke up and asked his daughter, Tian Tian, for forgiveness. Your father just accidentally fell asleep, he said. Tian Tian walked up to her father and accused him of lying when he said he would keep her company on her birthday. Then Tian Tian saw these blue pills and asked, What is it? Her father quickly grabbed them and told her to give them back because they weren't a toy. It was clear he had come here to meet that guy and get pills, but why couldn't he remember anything about what happened here after the deal? It was very strange. He got to his feet and told his daughter that she needed to go home and eat cake. Tian Tian was very pleased with his words. Meanwhile, at Liu Yun's house, it was already night, so he was going to his room to sleep. He muttered, I can't take this treatment anymore. It's impossible. It's impossible. He wondered when he would be released from here. He saw that the light was on in his father's room. It's so late. Why is the old man still in the study? He looked in and told his father to go to bed early, but when he entered the room, he realized that his father wasn't there. He decided to look around. He saw some strange papers on the table and decided to take a closer look. Liu Yun picked up the papers and said, What is so valuable that can make old bones work late into the night? He started reading and found several requirements for a deployment plan. It stated, There is no Batesian in the city of Lugansk. Liu Yun was shocked by the information written in these papers. He asked, What is the white area? Is it really located here? I will definitely go, he thought. He hadn't expected this. This is almost my best chance to become a rescue hero. The next day, Yang Jai headed to work. Then someone called out to him, asking if he still remembered his job. Where have you been all this time? At that moment, Yang Jai recalled yesterday's conversation with Liu Yun, who had asked him if he was truly friends with Fan Teng. He's an acquaintance of mine, and I have to help him, Yang Jai thought. Therefore, Yang Jai mentioned that a woman had come to the newspaper bureau asking to publish an ad about a missing person. He showed a missing person announcement, which stated that a 7-year-old boy named Lai Yitian was wanted. This was Xiaofang Teng's announcement, asking if anyone had heard of a boy named Lai Yitian. Yang Jai told him that he should absolutely ignore this, as it was a distraction from his work. At that moment, an announcement was made. An invasion of A-rank disaster monsters has been detected. Citizens should immediately go to shelters, and heroes of A-rank and above must come to Mingyu Street to resist. Everyone was very startled. They got scared and started panicking. Fan Teng asked, "What's going on?" Yang Jai thought, "Is it really Mingyu Street? Isn't that next to the apartment I share with Lin Naisu and the others?" Yang Jai quickly dialed Lin Naisu and asked, "Where are you now?" Lin Naisu could only say that there was a monster in the apartment. Fan Teng asked, "Did something really happen to Sister Lin?" But Yang Jai didn't answer him and ran to save Lin Naisu. The English phantom shouted to him, "Where are you running off to? You're not a hero! What's the point of you going there?" Yang Jai had already arrived on the street and was on the roof. He used his shape-shifting ability and thought, I can't lose Lin Naisu. Here he met a huge A-rank monster. Its name was the Soul Eater Rat. It can attack enemies by making a cry. It has very thick skin all over its body. Its attacks are usually blocked with great difficulty. It loves to devour people and is a very scary monster. These rats are very cunning and not easy to defeat. Yang Jai thought that in order to defeat this A-rank monster, he would need at least teams of 3 or more A-rank heroes. However, there were 2 heroines. One of them was of A rank, known as the Green Storm. The second heroine was of A rank, known as the Fire Butterfly. When these 2 heroines arrived to help, the Soul Eater Rat sensed their presence and immediately attacked them. Green Storm shouted to the Fire Butterfly to dodge quickly. After that, Green Storm saved the Fire Butterfly. Green Storm then asked her, "Why did you come here at all? After all, you are an A rank heroine. This is cannon fodder in a battle with it." To which the Fire Butterfly replied that she had been nearby and saw Green Storm fighting alone. "So I decided to help you." Then they heard cries for help. Turning around, they saw 2 girls, one of whom was in peril, being held by the other. It was Lin Naisu and her friend Huan. Huan asked her sister Lin Naisu for help. She cried that she didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Lin Naisu tried to calm her down, promising that she would save her. But Huan continued to cry, urging her to hurry because she didn't want to die. Then, a piece of stone broke off from above and fell directly onto Lin Naisu's hand, which was holding Huan, severely injuring her. After that, both girls broke down. Huan was caught by a fiery butterfly. In the fiery butterfly's arms, Huan asked if she was truly saved. The fiery butterfly winked at her and declared that citizens unlucky enough to get into trouble should not be afraid, because the A-rank heroine, the fiery butterfly, was here to save them all. At this time, the rescue was being broadcast live. People who saw this scene commented that it was so cool they couldn't take their eyes off it. Someone commented that he also wanted to be saved by the charming fiery butterfly. The girl leading the live broadcast told them to wait. Where are the 2 girls? She wondered. Lin Naisu was still falling, but then something very fast rushed by. Viewers of the live broadcast asked, "What just happened? What just flew by? It flashed by in the blink of an eye. What's the matter? Did this girl fall?" The live broadcaster, addressing the audience, said that something had just rushed through the air. They couldn't say what exactly, but the girl was saved. Then, the Green Storm shouted to the reporter to leave immediately. After all, this A-rank monster was aiming right at them and was about to attack. But still, the Green Storm, using its blinding explosion ability, was able to save a helicopter full of reporters. Meanwhile, the one who saved Lin Naisu was Yang Zai. He brought her to the park and gently placed her on a bench. He asked for her forgiveness, believing he had arrived too late. He then used his healing ability to mend her wounds. Afterward, he covered her with his cloak and assured her that she was fine now. Nothing would hurt her anymore. Yang Zai was about to leave, but Lin Naisu opened her eyes and asked if she was still alive. When she saw this hero, she grabbed his hand, asking him to stop. "Why are you pretending to be a bad guy or a good guy?" she questioned. "Were you the one who saved me?" Yang Zai told her he was just nearby, and he thought to himself that he was very sorry, but he could not reveal his identity to her, otherwise she would be in great danger. her. Put it on your board, he told her, advising her to take a break and go to the shelter because she needed to evacuate from there. Then he flew away. Lin Naisu, watching him go, mused that it was strange. She was seeing him for the first time, yet for some reason, he seemed very familiar to her. In the air, Yang Zai used his other ability, cloning. He told his clone that its abilities would be the heart of light and the power of the Snow Queen. These would allow it to create ice and heal other people, and it would be better for the clone to remain in the image of a girl. He then used his transformation ability, creating a masked girl from his clone. After that, he told his clone that the third member of the judge's organization was born, and her name was Rabbit Mao. Yang Zai instructed Rabbit Mao to go and save those in danger, preventing the number of victims and injured from increasing. Rabbit Mao affirmed, yes. After Rabbit Mao left, Yang Zai, looking at the monster, muttered that now it was only necessary to deal with this rat thing. But then he noticed someone on the roof and wondered, what is that? Who is that? There was a girl standing on the roof, a heroine called Explosive Fist. She remarked that she never thought she would have to face such a creature right in the middle of a vacation. Now the security of the city of Lugansk is under threat, she declared. The reporter girl asked, is it really the famous A-rank heroine who was last seen in Lugansk a few years ago? People started writing comments. Someone wrote, Hori, she's back in her youth with her. Another asked, wasn't she lighter before? Someone else wondered why her skin was so tanned, and someone didn't understand at all who she was. Can someone explain to him who that girl is from behind? He asked. He was told that this was a heroine nicknamed the Fiery Fist. The heroine, Fiery Fist, waved to everyone. People in the comments perked up again and started writing, the heroine is female who fights in this style, truly unique. And the girl, Fiery Fist, asked if anyone else remembered her. Yang Zai also saw her and decided that since there were heroes ready to take everything on themselves with their permission, he would just observe the situation, assess their strength, and then make his own decisions. The Fiery Fist girl looked at the monster and remarked, what a huge rat! She's probably quite strong. She's a great punching bag, suitable for warming up. After that, the monster decided to attack her. The Green Storm shouted to Fiery Fist, take care! Its sound wave is too great! Fiery Fist replied, if I don't try, how will I know if I can handle it or not? After that, she repelled the monster's attack. The journalist reported that it was incredible. The heroes and heroines of the Explosive Fist could easily withstand the Soul Eater rat's attack, but Fiery Fist chose to meet it face to face, as expected from her fighting style. The monster was already beginning to rejoice, thinking it had defeated the heroine, but that was not the case. Fiery Fist gathered herself and hit the monster with all her might, after which the monster fell to the ground. Fiery Fist also landed on the ground, grabbed the rat by the tail, and began to spin it. She exclaimed, this is a lot of fun! It's really funny! After Fiery Fist finished spinning the monster, she let it go. The Green Storm, observing this duel, remarked, for a crazy girl, her destructive power is not inferior even to a monster's. Meanwhile, Rabbit Mao was looking for injured people. Acting on Yang Zai's orders, she saw a guy who was being hit by a huge rock and saved him. The guy was very confused and thanked Rabbit Mao for her help. He asked her what kind of heroic organization she was from. He had never seen her before. Rabbit Mao set the guy down and said that her name was Rabbit Mao and she was from the judge's organization. The guys started whispering behind her back. One of them asked, who is she? She's such a hot girl. Another guy added, she's also young. And a third guy exclaimed, another goddess from the judge's organization. It's just full of cool guys. Then Rabbit Mao noticed Lin Naisu's friend in the Fire Butterfly group. Noticing them, she asked if the Fire Butterfly was together with Lin Naisu. Then she hurried to their aid. The girl next to them said that they had fallen from a height and suffered serious injuries, asking Rabbit Mao if she could cure them. Rabbit Mao immediately began to heal them without further ado. The people watching were delighted. One of the people exclaimed, their wounds seem to have disappeared. What kind of ability is this? It's just amazing. This girl is kind, beautiful, and possesses such powerful healing abilities. Rabbit Mao instructed, everyone should go to the shelter as soon as possible to avoid further trouble. But then a monster appeared. Everyone's ears hurt because the sound was terrifying. The girl said, this sound has changed. Now it seems to me that my brain is about to explode. Fiery Fist exclaimed, what is that? Is this some kind of berserker? Yang Zai said, this is bad. This monster consumes the souls of people who are nearby. The monster began to absorb the souls of nearby people. The Green Storm, addressing Fiery Fist, asked, what is it? Fiery Fist replied, this creature absorbs the soul energy of people who have already died, and it heals its wounds too. The journalist leading the report asked if all its wounds were healed. Will the best fighter be able to cope with the Soul Eater rat now, after their face-to-face encounter? But where are the rest of the heroes from the resistance squad? Fiery Fist told the Green Storm to retreat. After all, it's it seems to her that this monster will be utterly ruthless. Without waiting for the Green Storm's response, Fiery Fist decided to attack the monster again. She attacked it, shouting for the monster to burn in hell, calling it a stupid rat. After attacking the monster, Fiery Fist exhaled and said, "This time it should work, right?" But it wasn't like that. The monster was much more cunning. It attacked the girl not with a fist, but from behind with its tail, punching her through. Fiery Fist started bleeding and exclaimed, "That's a very dirty trick, how disgusting." After that, the monster threw Fiery Fist far to the side. People began to write in the comments that they were so scared and their city of Lugansk was now in danger. Someone wondered if Fiery Fist was going to die now. Someone should help her and everyone else at the same time. But the Fire Fist girl was not going to give up and was writhing in pain. She said that she could not die here because she needed to get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Then the Green Storm came to her aid. Fire Fist was very surprised to see her here and asked her what she was doing. "Did you really want to die?" The Green Storm said that her duty as a hero is to protect people. "I can't just run away." The journalist, observing the monster, was also very surprised and remarked that everyone saw her as a noble heroine who saved the city of Lugansk. Meanwhile, the monster was advancing on them, but at the last moment, they were saved by Yongjai, who threw a metal projectile at the tail of this monster, thereby nailing its tail to the ground. The journalist began to conduct a live broadcast even more actively, exclaiming, "Wow! At the moment when we needed him the most, a super A-rank hero named Yongjai appeared. But who is such a nice girl next to him?" Then the comments came to life. People began to write that Mr. Yongjai is their hero. He came to save them. And they asked, "Who is the hot lady in the mask next to him?" Everyone wanted to know more about her right now. Someone wrote, "Just look at her mask. She must also be a member of the organization of judges." Fire Fist asked, "What are they doing?" The Green Storm told her she had no idea, but they were probably saving them. Yongjai in the sky was creating more and more metal spears, which all pierced through the dense skin of this monster. Fire Fist said, "Now it is clear. This rat heals when it absorbs the energy of other people. It is not easy to overcome, and most importantly, how do we block this ability of hers?" The Green Storm asked, "What to block? Why doesn't she just shut her mouth then?" Fire Fist hit the Green Storm on the head and asked her, "What else could you think of?" Meanwhile, Yongjai lifted this monster high into the sky. The monster was also not going to give up, sending its shockwave at Yongjai again and again. But Yongjai used his ability to block its attack. Yongjai turned to Mao Rabbit and told her not to let this monster open its mouth. Mao Rabbit said, "It's fine." She used her ability called Snow Tornado. People were all looking at the sky with great curiosity, exclaiming, "Look, this girl froze this monster. Oh, but it's so huge. How could she do that? And she must have a high rank." Fire Fist asked, "Is this monster healing again?" Yongjai lifted this monster into the sky again and told it not to even think about feeding on other people's energy again. From such a height, it definitely won't be able to move to a single corpse, and accordingly, it won't be able to apply the soul absorption spell. Yongjai then used his Metal Storm ability and killed the monster. After that, he stole its abilities. It was an A-rank ability. This ability was called Soul Eater. Description of abilities. It can absorb the souls of people who have already died in order to restore the owner's vitality. However, doing so provokes characteristic mental disorders. Ability assessment. The owner of such an ability should be extremely vigilant when using it. After receiving this ability, Yongjai said, "A Soul Eater differs from the Heart of Light in that it requires energy from the souls of other people to recover, but however, it is similar to your healing ability." A helicopter with reporters kept flying over the buildings and telling citizens not to panic. The journalists announced that they would now disperse the clouds to show everyone Mr. Yongjai's real-time situation. When they dispersed the clouds, they saw that Mr. Yongjai was right next to them. The journalist waved her hand at him and said they really wanted to interview him. A lot of comments poured in. Someone said that while Mr. Yongjai took this creature with him into the sky, it then disappeared. Someone else asked if he had killed it above the clouds. So that's the strength of a real A-rank hero. Another person wrote that several heroes could not cope with the Soul Eater and were injured. But now, a few minutes later, it's gone. Fire Fist said that his strength is many times greater than that of the Soul Eater rat. He must be an S-rank hero. Then Mao Rabbit came down behind them. Green Storm and Fire Fist turned around together. Fire Fist asked Mao Rabbit what she wanted from them. After that, Mao Rabbit directed her power at them. Green Storm darted to protect Fire Fist. Green Storm thought it was definitely over now, but it wasn't as bad as they thought. Green Storm, addressing Fire Fist, said, "You really heal quickly." Fire Fist asked, "Is this some kind of rare healing ability? But who are you?" Mao Rabbit introduced herself, stating she was from the judges' organization. A helicopter with reporters flew near them. The journalist reported that the new heroine, who came with Yongjai, was also a member of the judges' organization. She possessed healing abilities and was currently tending to the wounds of other heroes. Everyone actively posted comments, admiring these two heroes from the judges' organization. Firefist turned to Mao Rabbit and said, "The judges' organization is some kind of new heroic agency. I've never heard of such a thing before, but thanks to you, we together prevented this catastrophe." Mao Rabbit replied, "Your abilities are also worthy of respect." After that, they headed back together with Yongjai. The journalist, addressing all their fans and those watching the live broadcast, announced that superheroes had once again protected the city of Lugansk from the invasion of monsters. The greatest contribution to the victory was made by representatives of the judges' organization. They sincerely congratulated them all and thanked them for their help. Greenstorm started admiring Mao Rabbit, saying, "She's so beautiful." Firefist, a little upset, remarked, "They took all the glory for themselves." Yongjai then mentioned that his godson had asked him for a meeting. "I wonder what kind of information he wants to tell me now," Yongjai mused. Then Mao Rabbit told him that her time was running out. Yongjai asked, "Is the clone's lifetime already running out?" The clone's abilities returned directly to him, which was very convenient. In the future, Yongjai would be able to create them to perform tasks instead of him. Even her memories had come back to him, and those lustful glances in her direction were just disgusting. Now, he would definitely not create female clones. In what clothes are girls comfortable communicating with each other? This sucks and is nonsense, he thought, frustrated. Liu Yun was already waiting for his godfather with might and main. He wondered if the girl's smile wasn't much cuter. Yongjai watched him, thinking what an idiot his godson was. Is it really so difficult to take care of yourself? Yongjai thought. He noticed the forest and realized Liu Yun didn't even know he was being followed. Then he landed near him and asked, "Did you find anything?" Liu Yun was very happy to see him and said, "Don't you even want to meet your godson?" Then the two of them heard some rustling in the bushes. Liu Yun turned around and asked, "What is that sound? Who is sitting there?" Yongjai coughed, telling him, "Give me these documents first and I'll check the information." Liu Yun handed his godfather the documents, and Yongjai began to read them. Yongjai said, "It turns out the Heroes Association recently planned the opening of a Baekang facility in the city of Lugansk. I thought it would take them a lot of time." Liu Yun told him, "I heard there are special items or equipment in the world that can increase the level of strength. We should get these things into our hands as soon as possible." Yongjai told him that the information was very valuable. He had done enough to exchange his merits for a C-rank ability. After which, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and gave it to Liu Yun. Liu Yun happily snatched the bottle and immediately drank it. After that, he thanked his godfather. But when he drank the medicine, he started spitting and told his godfather, "This medicine tastes like banlangen powder mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate." Yongjai patted him on the back and said, "Good medicine is always bitter." After which, Liu Yun turned into a werewolf again. Now he had a C-rank ability. The name of this ability was still Werewolf. Ability description: endows the owner of this ability with the powers of a hereditary werewolf. Every night during the full moon, the transformation will occur abnormally, but it will grant the owner double the power. Ability assessment: escaped husky. Liu Yun was very pleased with his new ability and told his godfather, "I'm already feeling stronger and stronger." Yongjai told him, "At this rate, you're becoming an experienced S-rank user is just around the corner. In the end, everyone aspires to it, right?" After which, Yongjai started to say, "The mechanical hero," Liu Yun interrupted, "Godfather, what did you just say?" After all, his old man is probably drinking and bathing with a large group of beauties right now, and he just doesn't have time for it. But then, the mechanical hero emerged from the forest. "Yes," he said, "but before we start talking, I have to chop this bad boy into pieces." It was already evening. Liu Yun was pressed against a wall and asked, "Is it really serious?" He asked his father if he wouldn't even feel sorry for him, to which the mechanical hero replied that he was just a cheeky child. "Come on, can't you call your godfather already? I'm leaking all the information, and now you want to beat me to death." Yongjai told the mechanical hero that he didn't expect him to chase Liu Yun personally. "We made a deal with your youngest son because he really wanted to get the ability, so you shouldn't scold him for it." Liu Yun told his father that he had had enough beating already. "From now on, I will not divulge family secrets, and you should not worry about my connection with the Godfather." The mechanical hero shouted at his son, telling him to shut up and stand further against the wall. Turning to Yongjai, the mechanical hero said that this impudent child was born without abilities, and now he just gives him superpowers. Yongjai thought, is he really without abilities? Apparently he doesn't know his son well. He isn't an A-rank ability user. He's a rebirth. He's his ace up his sleeve. Yongjai told the mechanical hero that it's a small matter. Giving him 1, 2, or even 3 abilities is easy. Liu Yun was shocked. He asked the Godfather if he could really get other superpowers. The mechanical hero asked Yongjai if anyone could even be an A-rank hero like himself. Yongjai thought, the same cunning person who can't cope with what he already has will pull even more. But this is a normal reaction. People who crave power will try to become stronger at any cost. And he said, of course, but the price for an A-rank ability would be very high. The mechanical hero asked him to tell him about it in more detail. Then Yongjai threw him a blue pill and asked if he knew what it was. The mechanical hero examined the blue pill and said that he had never seen such a thing before. Yongjai chuckled and told him that he wasn't even aware that some people in his company were already using these blue pills. If the hero eats one such pill, his power will increase 3-fold. The mechanical hero asked him if he was also from the organization that produced them, to which Yongjai said, no, I am from another country, but I was cooperating with Liu Yun in order to get information about their organization. The mechanical hero turned to his son and told him to calm down and tell him everything he knew. Then Liu Yun began to tell him that Lai Kang Yang, the hero Bing Chuan, ate a lot of this drug to get rid of many naive people through indirect means. I saw it all with my own eyes. The mechanical hero was very surprised and asked if such a small pill really had such strong properties. He wondered how Bing Chuan was provoking all these accidents. I finally got to the truth, and after all these words, I want the mechanical hero to find out everything about their organization. Yongjai told him that he not only still needed his help in order to enter the White Realm plan, but as a reward, I would give him an A-rank pill that would provide a 2-fold boost. The mechanical hero asked him if he really wanted to join the White Area plan. Let's just pretend you didn't tell me this, but the White Area is a very dangerous place. People who enter there die and never come back alive. Yongjai told him not to worry about him. I just need to use this ring in order to collect ability genes. The mechanical hero asked, what are ability genes? Then Yongjai began to tell him that these are the most important ingredients in the manufacture of the elixir of abilities. Criminals take them from weapons, from the bodies of monsters, from materials, and so on. And the White Area is full of monsters waiting for their death. The mechanical hero asked what he would do to prove that the elixir of abilities was so effective. Yongjai said that his very existence was the strongest confirmation of this. If the mechanical hero believes that judges cannot be trusted and refuses to cooperate with them, then that is his right. Then Liu Yun, who had already turned back, stepped in and told his old man that it wasn't necessary. I'm still afraid that my father might interfere with my advancement. The mechanical hero couldn't stand it and hit his son on the head. We are a family, he exclaimed. If your father has meat, do you really think we would feed you meat soup? Then, addressing Yongjai, he said that it was good he agreed to cooperate. Yongjai would deal with the hero Bing Chuan. He had already stated on the flight that this was a wise decision, and he very much hoped for a successful partnership. He was looking forward to their next meeting. It was already late in the evening when Lin Naisu returned to her room. Her apartment building had collapsed, and she hadn't expected to spend the entire night in the hospital. But when she entered the ward and saw Yongjai, she was very surprised. She asked him, why are you here? Yongjai approached her and said he had been looking for her all day. He had heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transferred there. So he asked her what was wrong and if everything was okay. Lin Naisu replied that she had only received a small skin injury, but her house was gone and she had nowhere to live. Yongjai then told her that it was no problem. She could move in with him. Lin Naisu was very confused and asked him, what do you really mean by living together? It's too early. Yongjai was also embarrassed by her words and quickly said he wasn't talking about that. Lin Naisu pouted, rushed to the window and said, no, you should forget about it. I don't want to live with you yet. Yongjai wanted to tell her something, but she didn't listen to him. Lin Naisu, still by the window, said she was still thinking about her chicken. Yongjai asked, what did you say? What kind of chicken? Lin Naisu turned to face him with a big smile and told him, did you know I almost died today? This mysterious Yoji appeared and saved me. He's so beautiful, and I thought it would be necessary to interview him and inform the public about his good deeds. Then Yongjai couldn't stand it and grabbed her in his arms. Lin Naisu asked, what are you doing? Yongjai walked over to the bed and threw her onto it. Lin Naisu was confused and asked him what he was going to do. She looked at Yongjai questioningly and told him, you can't do this in the hospital. after which Young-jae lay down next to her. They covered themselves with a blanket. Young-jae hugged her and told her to go to sleep. Tomorrow he would help her with the move. She would live with him now. Lin Naisu said it was fine, and she thought, is that really all? Is that all? The next day, Young-jae boarded the plane. He talked on the phone with Lin Naisu. He asked her if she had checked for the frying pan in the kitchen cupboard. Lin Naisu told him she had already searched the entire kitchen and couldn't find a single grain of rice. How can you be so sloppy? She exclaimed. Young-jae, who had already boarded the plane and was packing his things, replied, yes, this is how I am. He told her she could take his card, which he had given her yesterday, and buy everything she needed. Lin Naisu said, okay. She would wait for him until he returned from his business meeting. She would prepare a surprise for him, after which she meowed to him. Young-jae sat down in his seat, meowed back, and said he would call her as soon as he got off the plane, then said goodbye. The man sitting next to Young-jae heard this and muttered, oh, these animals. When the plane took off, Young-jae looked around and saw Tien Dodo. He thought he was going to Shazhou to make a deal with the Fahai Chamber of Commerce, but he hadn't expected to be on the same flight as Tien Dodo. However, in ordinary clothes, she was unlikely to recognize him. Men from other seats also began to look at them, thinking that two lovely ladies were with them today. The girl sitting next to Tien Dodo asked the stewardess if she could pass her a towel. The stewardess replied, of course, I'll get it now. Then Tien Dodo saw Young-jae looking at her and said, why are you staring at me like that? Have you never seen beautiful girls before? She called him a criminal and a pervert. Young-jae thought that if she had known he was her beloved Mr. Yu-jae, she wouldn't have been so angry at him or shouted across the entire cabin. Meanwhile, the stewardess had already brought a towel and was about to give it to the girl, but Young-jae saw the towel fall. The stewardess cried for help. Young-jae looked up and realized someone had hijacked the plane. The man who presented the gun to the stewardess shouted, everyone, hands behind your heads! The other hijackers also started shouting for everyone to put their hands behind their heads. Young-jae paid attention to their weapons, noting they were made entirely from mutated beasts. The man noticed Young-jae looking at his weapon and demanded, what are you looking at? He then ordered him to quickly put his hands behind his head. Young-jae thought, those with guns must be users of at least a certain rank. What kind of organization dares to hijack a plane in broad daylight? But he couldn't reveal himself as Yu-jae in front of such a crowd. He just needed to come up with something. Meanwhile, the man ordered the stewardess to open the cockpit immediately. The stewardess said it was fine. She would open it now, but she asked to be let go. The man entered the cabin and told his friend that they should act according to the plan. The stewardess asked the man, is the plane really on manual control? Where are you taking our plane? The man, presenting the gun to her head, said, of course, we're flying to the tallest building in Shizhou, the Zhubai Tower. We will all die together with our Class 2 workers. Then the man fired. The man sitting next to Young-jae said this was his last flight, but it was worth it to see such beauty. Young-jae thought, is this old man really thinking about girls before his death? He then asked, where did these kidnappers come from? Tien Dodo said they took control of the plane to shoot down the White Tower, and they surely hate the 2nd District. If that's the case, then they've probably been on their own since the 35th District incident. Young-jae asked her, what really happened to the 35th District? Why do you think that? Tien Dodo asked him if he still hadn't heard about this story. Young-jae then said that when Azaristar was just founded, people from the 2nd District invaded the peaceful 50th District. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded that the government force the 2nd District to publicly apologize for that year's invasion and compensate for the losses and damage caused. But the arrogant chairman of the 2nd District's parliament rejected and abandoned this decision. Undoubtedly, their actions are very arrogant and cruel. However, times are changing, and such terrible terrorist methods cannot solve the problem. Tien Dodo agreed with him, saying, yes, only we civilians will suffer from this. One of the terrorists overheard their conversation. He approached Tien Dodo and asked, what are the two of you talking about? Tien Dodo told him she was apologizing for nothing and promised not to do it again. But the man did not believe her. Grabbing her by the hand, he asked, there really won't be any more? He then added, I think it will be like that. He grabbed her and carried her to the plane's door, opening it. He said, if you want to die, I'll throw you down immediately. Tien Dodo was terrified and begged him not to throw her out. There's no need to do this, she cried, beginning to call for help. At this, Young-jae couldn't stand it any longer. He stormed out of his seat, declaring, this terrorist is a scoundrel. Just then, two heroes appeared. One of them saved Tien Dodo, telling her not to worry because he would take her back. Then the A-rank hero Starcloak appeared and said, forgive us, we're a little late. The man who saved Tien Dodo was also an A-rank hero, named Captain Cigar. Upon seeing the two heroes, people began to rejoice. They exclaimed, it's the A-rank heroes, Captain Cigar and Starcloak. Now we're all saved. Young-jae exhaled, thinking, now everything should fall into place. Starcloak went to deal with the terrorists. Young-jae thought that his cloak was a spiritual weapon with strong self-awareness. It's very difficult to underestimate his combat power, he mused. One of the terrorists said, "It really is him. Not bad." Starcloak confronted them and said, "Only you guys are left. Don't you still want to just lower your weapons and escape?" The terrorist was furious. "All the people from the 2nd District are insidious and cunning," he shouted. "But do you really think that's it?" After which, they activated the fruit meat bomb ability. Starcloak was very shocked. "This is bad," he exclaimed. Captain Cigar even dropped the cigar from his mouth. After the terrorists used this ability, the plane began to fall. Civilians were terrified. Captain Cigar shouted, "Put on your oxygen masks, quickly!" He then turned to Starcloak and asked if he had any useful abilities. "For example, can you use crying to lift a plane?" Starcloak didn't like it. "Do you really think I'm an S-rank hero?" he retorted. "All the passengers are ordinary citizens. I can lift only a few of them at best, but no more than that." Civilians overheard this and begged him to take them with him. Someone shouted, "Take me with you. I'll pay whatever you wish." Yongjai thought, "They're not going to pay right here, are they?" A real farce had begun. People began to argue over who Starcloak would take with him. Captain Cigar told Tiendodo to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Tiendodo said it was fine, and that Captain Cigar was very kind. She ran up to her friend. Her friend said she was very scared, to which Tiendodo told her not to be afraid. "Because I'm back now," she added. Then Starcloak came up with something and told Captain Cigar he had an idea, instructing him to follow. Captain Cigar asked, "What are you going to do? We can't abandon the passengers." Starcloak told him he needed to trust him, otherwise it would be too late. They both stood on Starcloak and climbed to the top of the plane. Then it dawned on Yongjai that he could also create clones outside the plane. After all, even with only 10% of the creator's power, such a clone would surely be able to save the plane. Yongjai proceeded to do just that. He used his shadow clone ability and created a clone outside the plane. Starcloak told Captain Cigar to use his ability and create a large parachute to slow down the plane's fall. Captain Cigar exclaimed, "How did I not think of that before?" He admitted Starcloak was smarter than he was. Captain Cigar then used his cigar smoke ability. After he did, he exhaled and moved, saying it was very tiring, and he was almost exhausted. But it turned out Starcloak had something else in mind. He was now standing behind Captain Cigar and told him he was very grateful for his hard work. Starcloak added, "Because it's so hard to be a good person." Captain Cigar looked at him and said it was his duty as a superpower owner. Then a clone of Yongjai arrived, remarking that something seemed to be slowing down the plane. He wondered, did those two ranked heroes who came to the rescue do it? Meanwhile, Starcloak made a spear out of his cloak and pierced Captain Cigar with it, saying, "I'm already sick of saying that forever." Yongjai was very surprised and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" Starcloak then told Captain Cigar that he was better than him, but every time Captain Cigar went on a mission, he took all the glory for himself, making Starcloak less popular, and because of this, sponsors didn't want to cooperate with him. Captain Cigar, writhing in pain, tried to say something, but the severe pain prevented him. Starcloak turned his back on him and said, "Since you're so good, then die for these peaceful citizens. And I'll tell the press that Captain Cigar died in a plane crash while trying to save people like a real hero." After that, Starcloak left. A clone of Yongjai came to Captain Cigar's aid, telling him to hold on as his ability should heal him. He used the Ray of Light ability, but Captain Cigar said it was useless. "He wounded me with a spiritual weapon. Such injuries can no longer be treated." Yongjai was shocked and asked, "Now what?" Captain Cigar said, "You're too naive. I didn't think he hated me so much. My poor son is still waiting for me at home to play football with him." Meanwhile, Starcloak returned to the plane. The people were very happy to see him. Someone exclaimed, "Starcloak is back. Are we really saved? But where is the other hero?" To which Starcloak replied that Captain Cigar had thrown all his strength into covering up the wreck, but he himself couldn't completely stop it. He asked the peaceful citizens for forgiveness and said he could take only a few of them with him. After that, Starcloak grabbed the most beautiful girls. Tien Dudu's girlfriend also fell into his clutches. She cried, "No, I want to stay with Dudu." After that, Starcloak flew away. The people who stayed on board the plane were in a panic. A man asked if they had really been abandoned to their fate, and the woman sitting next to him said, "We're all finished. Now we'll all die." Yongjai then stole Captain Cigar's ability and vowed that when the time came, he would definitely avenge him. It was a ranked ability named Cigar Smoke. Description of abilities: materialize absorbed smoke, which can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Assessment of abilities: smoking is harmful to health, so you need to get rid of this habit. Then, through the window, people saw that Mr. Yongjai seemed to be there. Had he come to save them all? Yongjai used the metal control ability to delay the plane's fall. Meanwhile, the plane got closer to the ground and eventually crashed. And yet the plane was saved, and all the people survived. The civilians were happy. Were they all jubilant? They had landed in the desert. But where was the A-rank hero, Captain Cigar? And where did Mr. Yujai go? Someone had just seen him. Tiandu said she was scared to death. She had already thought she would definitely die here. Surviving under such circumstances was not very pleasant. Then she remembered Mr. Yujai. She started looking for him with her eyes and said, "By the way, since Mr. Yujai is here, why don't I see him?" Then 3 ambulances rushed to their aid. In front of them was Starcloak, who urged them to move faster. Because the captured plane had crashed, dozens of wounded were waiting for rescue. Journalists and reporters also flew to the scene. A journalist announced that they would keep everyone informed of what was happening at the crash site of the stolen plane in real time, but no one seemed to have been hurt there. Starcloak stepped forward and exclaimed, "It couldn't be. Where did all the victims go? I saw the plane fall with my own eyes. How did they manage to save everyone without a single scratch?" Then Tiandu came up to him and started shouting, "What have you done to them? And where did you take Sister Ran and the others?" A journalist interjected, stating that they did not yet know what exactly had happened here. However, the plane had landed safely, despite the crash. Some had seen Mr. Yujai, who was able to control metal. Perhaps he saved them all, together with Captain Cigar. However, no one saw where they disappeared to. Starcloak then stated that Captain Cigar was his partner. They had participated in the rescue operation together. Then a journalist approached him and asked if he would tell them what had happened, even for the sake of accuracy. Starcloak shed a tear and said that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength into slowing down the fall and died from exhaustion. He was only able to save a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that a catastrophe was simply inevitable, so he called an ambulance as soon as possible to save the victims. But he did not expect them to be so lucky, and for everyone to remain intact. Then Mr. Yujai arrived and told Starcloak to stop pretending. "Don't you know whether this luck was real or not?" Yujai then descended, holding Captain Cigar in his arms. He then told Starcloak, "Here is your partner." Yujai approached Tiandu and asked, "Everyone says you saved this plane. Is it true?" Yujai then gently placed Captain Cigar on the ground and spoke. He explained that he only helped a little, and the true hero here was not him, but Captain Cigar. Tiandu then asked, "Did Captain Cigar really die from overwork, from using too much of his strength? But where did the hole in his chest come from?" The rest of the passengers on the plane confirmed, "There really is a huge hole here. What's going on?" It seemed Captain Cigar died not from overwork at all, but from being stabbed. Yujai turned to Starcloak and asked, "So what really happened here?" Starcloak shouted at him not to ask about it, claiming he had no idea what had happened. Yujai said, "Okay, in that case, I'll let everyone know what really happened here." He then addressed all the people who had gathered. He declared that Starcloak had lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, then forced him to use all his strength, killing him when he weakened. The evidence of this fact is right on his cloak. There are bloodstains. You, the fallen general, it's enough just to conduct a blood examination, and everything will immediately become clear. People paid attention to the Starcloak's cloak and exclaimed, "God, yes, there is actually blood." He wouldn't kill his partner, would he? Could he really have done that? But if everything is not as described by Mr. Yujai, then what can explain the wound on Captain Cigar's body? The journalists asked the Starcloak to comment on Mr. Yujai's accusations. Is he telling the truth? And will the Starcloak allow a blood test on his cloak? The Starcloak said he was stupid. He did not expect that his carefully thought out plan would be destroyed by this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere. He did not understand Captain Cigar's appearance at all. Is he just lucky? In what way is he worse than Captain Cigar? Why is he more popular than him? Mr. Yujai said that those people from the 35th region were surprised when they saw the Starcloak, and betrayal was evident on their faces. Mr. Yujai believes that the Starcloak secretly made a deal with them and arranged for the hijacking of the plane. The Starcloak rose into the sky and, laughing, said, "Did he really find that out too? That's right, I'm also from the 35th region. I had to sacrifice so many brothers and all in vain." He created a sandstorm and declared, "They are dumb assholes from the 2nd region. Now they have to die." The Starcloak began to tell his story. He said that as a child he had a favorite raincoat that his mother gave him before her death. She told him that all superheroes who save the world wear such cloaks. The Starcloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where only ashes are around. Flowers were treated as saints, worshipped. Although they had to dig in the trash in order to survive, the Starcloak was happy when he thought that the whole world was like that, until one day, he accidentally got into Region 2. Then he first learned that water can be delicious, flowers capable of blooming grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. But the locals were just awful. As soon as they knew that he was from the 35th region, they began to look down on him, laugh at him, and even beat him. The Star Cloak thought that he had done something bad since he was treated like this, but as soon as he began to get to the truth, he discovered that it was not him at all, but these usurpers who steal resources, offend the weak, and behave arrogantly towards others. When the Star Cloak realized this, his cloak awakened its spiritual power. Then he forged a passport in order to stay there, and in secret traded information with people from Region 25. He provoked them to commit terrorist acts, and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, the Star Cloak slowly turned from an ordinary resident into a respected A-rank hero. These stupid pigs started treating him with respect, honoring his might. He enjoyed it, basking in the glory, until Captain Cigar appeared and all the attention shifted to him. The Star Cloak couldn't stand it, so he tried his best to kill people, but Captain Cigar saved them again and again. But it's so much fun! All those stupid pigs in 2 regions, Captain Cigar himself, as well as these stupid rules, deserve to die. They all have to die. Kai and Dodo-Do said that the Star Cloak was crazy and that he was not himself. Who has he become, and how does he differ from the usurpers he was talking about? Dodo-Do turned to Mr. Yujai and said, "He has completely lost his mind. He was going to kill everyone." Mr. Yujai noticed one strange thing in this typhoon. He saw some kind of portal there and thought that this spiritual equipment depends entirely on the emotions of the owner, and after so many murders it was pumped up to S rank. Tien Dodo took out her bag and started digging in it. She asked, "What is really S rank? I really want it for myself." There was nothing in her bag that could compete with S rank equipment. "What should we do?" she asked Mr. Yujai. "Can you handle it?" She looked at his hands, saw that they were shaking, and asked him, "Your hands are shaking from fear. If even you are afraid of him, then what will happen to us?" Mr. Yujai asked her, "Do you think I'm a coward? I'm not scared. I'm just excited." Mr. Yujai turned to the Star Cloak and said, "According to your stories, you secretly killed the civilians of Region 2 to let off steam, didn't you?" The Star Cloak said, "Yes, I have killed many, and those fans who turned out to be there." The random person Star Cloak saved turned out to be a professor at his university. Star Cloak believed he saved them all, and their lives should belong to him. Yang Jai shook his head, stating that the A-rank hero of the million-strong audience turned out to be a crazy jerk who kills the weak and constantly rushes from destroyer to rescuer. When a victim becomes an abuser, all their motives become obscene. They do not deserve pity. Star Cloak laughed hysterically, saying Yang Jai sounded just like Captain Cigarette. As a reward, Star Cloak would give Yang Jai 100 seconds to escape, and then he would die. After which, Star Cloak started the countdown. Yang Jai applied his mental control ability. Star Cloak opened his eyes, saying he wasn't so patient. "Let's see where Yang Jai ran," he muttered. When Star Cloak opened his eyes, he didn't see Yang Jai and asked aloud, "Where did he go? Where did he run off to?" But then he saw Yang Jai rushing towards that portal and laughed, calling him a dumbass. The hurricane that Star Cloak created began to dissipate. The people who were inside it began to fall. Star Cloak was very surprised and asked, "What happened? Why did Yang Jai disappear? What did he do with my cloak?" Star Cloak found his cloak and saw that there was a patch on it, pierced in 4 corners. Yang Jai thought that this was the first time he was using S-rank abilities to face a spiritual weapon of the same degree. He didn't expect that spiritual power was so hard to control. He shouted to Kai and Dudu to find a way to save the falling people. Kai and Dudu shouted back at him not to worry and to rely on Dudu. Dudu started digging in her bag. She found 4 eggs in it and threw them. They began to increase in size. Kai and Dudu didn't really want to use them, as these beast eggs cost 30,000. They were too expensive to use just to save people. The eggs cracked, and liquid flowed out of them, which began to spread on the ground where people fell. Star Cloak was beside himself with anger. Taking out his cannon, he declared, "No, they cannot survive. They all have to die. Yang Jai must return my cloak." He started shooting at Yang Jai, but Yang Jai deftly dodged his bullets. But the bullet wasn't gone. He turned around and saw that it was coming back. Yang Jai asked if these were homing bullets. Therefore, Yang Jai had no choice but to cut the bullets in half. Meanwhile, Star Cloak's cloak flew back to him. Star Cloak said it was all his fault. He had been too careless when he let it fall into Yang Jai's hands. Then the cloak fell back on his shoulders, and he went to attack Yang Jai. At that moment, Yang Jai faltered, and one of Star Cloak's bullets grazed him. Yang Jai attempted to use his holy healing ability, but it didn't work. He realized that, as expected, Captain Cigar was right. Captain Cigar had said that damage inflicted by a spiritual weapon cannot be treated by healing abilities. Seeing this, Star Cloak laughed, saying Yang Jai was probably wondering why his wound wasn't healing. Because my cloak is a spiritual weapon, he explained. It attacks the enemy's mental power directly, which is why treatment is impossible. Yang Jai was a little surprised and told Starcloak, "You're getting great equipment in your hands. Why should such good equipment go to waste? I wouldn't mind taking it for myself, would I?" Starcloak's cloak didn't like that very much. After that, the cloak began rummaging in Starcloak's jacket and took out blue pills. Yang Jai, watching this, thought that all lost heroes use them. With S-rank spiritual weapons, these intensely blue pills become much more dangerous. Yang Jai couldn't beat him now. Meanwhile, the cloak began forcibly pushing these blue pills into Starcloak, but Starcloak didn't want to eat them. Yang Jai thought that it seemed with the increase in the spiritual equipment's power, its master was also losing control over it. Now it could act consciously. Starcloak told Yang Jai that he had to eat this stuff again because of Yang Jai, and his raincoat became a giant size. Yang Jai thought, "Wow, this raincoat is huge. I won't be able to take off from here." The cloak then covered him. Yang Jai exclaimed, "I'm trapped." The Starcloak told him, "Fortunately for me, you were unable to control me. Only you are able to cope with me. So you must die in both grief and despair." Stars began to cling to Yang Jai. He asked, "What the hell is that? Why are they all sticking to me?" The stars then began to light up. They started getting hotter and hotter. "Are they really bombs?" There was an explosion. Tian Dudu was very worried about Yang Jai. The Starcloak told her not to scream, because he has already exploded and turned into ashes, it declared. Tian Dudu, on the verge of tears, cried out, "This cannot be!" But then, as the cloak opened and ashes flew out, a huge iron object appeared. Yang Jai had sealed himself inside it to survive. The Starcloak exclaimed, "It's simply impossible. How did he survive after such a thing?" Yang Jai shook himself off, saying, "I let my guard down and almost died." The civilians began to rejoice. They cheered. As expected from the magnificent Yang Jai, Tian Dudu shouted to him, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Yang Jai told her, "You always know what to say." Yang Jai turned to the Starcloak and said, "I got you from Captain Cigar." The Starcloak was confused, then decided to attack Yang Jai. But Yang Jai used his resistance ability and, addressing the deceased Captain Cigar, declared, "I will avenge you." He then began to absorb the stars. After that, nothing remained of the Starcloak. Yang Jai said that he had pulled all the metal out of his body, and now it would turn into dust. His former cloak was slowly falling towards Yang Jai. It was the Starcloak. Its description: it has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can directly attack the enemy's mental power, and is immune to A-rank abilities. It also has incredible elasticity. Skills: Star Rain, stars explode, dealing damage to the enemy. Evaluation: this spiritual weapon dreams of becoming stronger, thus possessing immense power. This weapon should be handled with extreme care. Yang Jai told his new weapon, "You are a good weapon. Your old master is dead. Now you will have a new one." To link with it, he needed to change its appearance. He transformed it into a raincoat and made a heart symbol on it. Yang Jai mused that in order to keep such a weapon under control, he needed to be stronger than it at all times. Otherwise, it would absorb him sooner or later. Then, Yang Jai was hailed by civilians who asked if he could save them. They were stuck in a strange liquid. Tian Dudu said it was egg white, and it was her doing, but she couldn't revert it to its original state. Yang Jai stood on his board and flew away, telling them to stay put and that he would leave as soon as the resistance squad arrived. Tian Dudu fell to her knees and begged him not to leave. At the backyard of Captain Cigar's house, his son played football, waiting for his father. Yang Jai then approached him. The boy, laughing, asked if he wanted to play football. Yang Jai replied to himself that no, he hadn't come here for football at all. But when he saw the boy, he immediately wanted to play. After that, Yang Jai created a likeness of the boy's father. The boy said it looked like a cloud. Meanwhile, Yang Jai subtly created the scent of cigar smoke for the boy and told him to start playing, and he would join in. Tian Dudu, along with her friend named Yu Rong, were walking down the street and discussing what had happened. Tian Dudu recounted how they were all saved by Mr. Yujai, adding that it was a pity Yu Rong hadn't seen it. The battle between Mr. Yujai and the Starcloak was simply incomparable. Mr. Yujai took off, dodging the Starcloak's homing missiles, then defeated him with a single blow. Yu Rong remarked that those who were with the Starcloak were less lucky, as they were abandoned in the desert. Fortunately, helicopters arrived. Otherwise, they would have died anyway, if not from the crash, then from the desert. Tian Dudu stopped his girlfriend Yu Rong, suggesting that perhaps what happened was fate, and they should value their lives more. Yu Rong agreed with her friend, saying that today she had a meeting with the judges' organization on behalf of Fanhai. She needed to make a deal with them, and had to be strong. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office. The sender turned out to be Mr. Yujai, a member of the judges' organization. She never thought she would be chosen for this mission. God must have blessed her. It turned out she would be able to see Mr. Yujai, who, as Tiandudu said, was very handsome. Just then, Yang Zai appeared behind her, unnoticed. Tiandudu alerted his girlfriend to the presence behind her. Yu Rong turned around and, very scared, asked who he was. Yang Zai asked why she was so surprised. Tiandudu said that he looked very familiar. Tiandudu wondered, is he a member of the judges' organization? Yu Rong then whispered to her friend that he seemed to be a hero. She recalled that swordswoman Blanche, a high-ranking individual from the second region, had once mentioned a man named Snake in the judges' organization, known for his mask depicting the animal. Tiandudu, moving closer to Yang Zai, asked, "You're the snake." She is a friend of Mr. Yujai, who has recently been on the verge of life and death, Tiandudu explained, referring to Yu Rong. Yang Zai replied that it was understandable. Tiandudu thought that since they were both from the judges' organization and he seemed so cold, he needed to be friendlier. So he began telling him that they had come at the organization's request to help with the goods. "But where are the goods themselves?" he asked. Then Yang Zai grabbed Yu Rong's hand and pulled her aside. Tiandudu turned, asking why they were moving away. Yang Zai grabbed a rope and said, "Didn't you ask where the goods were?" With that, he pulled the rope, and the floor beneath Tiandudu opened, sending him falling. Yang Zai thought, what a character this boy is. Let him be. Yu Rong was very worried about her boyfriend. Crawling up to the abyss, she asked if he was okay. "Where is he?" But there was only silence in response. Yang Zai started a countdown. After that, Tiandudu screamed that he was rich. Turning to his girlfriend, Yu Rong, he urged her to come down soon, telling her she had to see it. He had never seen so many jewels in his life. He wanted to live here forever. Yang Zai explained that these were the judge's organization's goods. For some reason, they were handing them over to Fan Hai's care. Tiandudu declared that they could definitely help with these treasures, assuring them not to worry about it. Turning to Yu Rong, he asked why the judges needed to transfer only the treasure to the Fan Hai organization. Yu Rong explained that Fan Hai was the largest business agency. After trading, they would establish a basic trusting relationship that would help smooth future cooperation. Tiandudu asked, "What is cooperation?" Yu Rong explained that when raising their level, strong heroes not only rely on themselves, but also need good weapons. Tiandudu asked, "Does it really mean that they have people who are able to make weapons from monster materials?" Yu Rong confirmed that in the future, when he needed equipment or weapons, they would help him. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Yang Zai's sister, a bluish light was flying all over her, then began to rise slowly. Then his sister Fei Fei woke up and told her brother that she was in pain. Yang Zai had already returned to the city of Lugansk and was now at its airport. Just then, Lin Nasu called out to him. She ran to him as fast as she could, explaining that she had just seen the news about the crash of the hijacked plane and had thought she would never see him again. She hugged him, and Yang Zai told her she was exaggerating too much. Lin Nasu said she was so worried about him. Yang Zai assured her that everything was fine and he was fine. Lin Nasu insisted that the next time something like this happened, he should write to her to let her know he was okay. Yang Zai said that it was fine, but now he would send her home, and then he needed to meet his Gatsun. Lin Nasu asked, "What Gatsun?" Yang Zai realized that he had blurted out a little too much, and said that he and his friends called each other that. Lin Nasu said that it was fine then, but he should return home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Yun was drinking with the girls again. He kept complaining about his father, saying that this old man, after meeting his godfather, began to disappear somewhere in secret, and he had no idea what was on his mind. It seems the godfather was just using him to get closer to his old man, and now that they've met, he doesn't need him anymore. Then Yang Zai appeared in his apartment and used the psychic explosion ability to make the girls lose consciousness. Liu Yun asked, "What's going on here? What's wrong with them?" Then Yang Zai poured water on him. But since Liu Yun had not yet realized that this was his godfather, he asked, "What kind of idiot dared to pour water on me? Does he really want me to beat him to death?" Then Yang Zai asked him, "Why would you beat me up?" Then Liu Yun realized that it was his godfather and said, "No, I would not dare for anything in my life. And if you allow it, I will only beat myself for you." Yang Zai patted him on the head and asked, "Didn't you just say that I was using you?" Liu Yun said, "That wasn't it." Yang Zai told him not to judge himself like that, because you have potential, and I trust you. Liu Yun was very touched by his words and asked if it was really true. "I have never been able to get people's recognition." Yang Zai said that, of course, to dispel all his doubts, "I decided to arrange an expedition and give you a task as an official member of the organization, a spiritual contract." After which, Liu Yun passed out. He got into some strange place and saw a seal there. He asked what it was and touched it, after which words sounded, "The contracts are concluded." After that, he opened his eyes and found himself in some strange place. He asked, "Where am I now? Why do I feel as if I have found myself somewhere very far away?" Then, Yang Zai called out to him, and told him that he had signed a spiritual contract with him and had overcome the gap between body and soul. Liu Yun immediately asked, "Godfather, where is my entire lower body?" Yang Zai told him not to be surprised, because they were in a space controlled by thoughts. Recently, Yang Zai had received many spiritual abilities and the same type of weapon. During his research, he discovered that this was the space into which people who have signed a spiritual contract fall. Liu Yun asked, "What's going on? Did you lock me up?" Yang Zai said, "Yes," and asked Liu Yun to immerse himself in his gem. Liu Yun said he would try to concentrate his consciousness. After that, he moved to another place. He saw his godfather sitting on a throne, who asked him, "What are you staring at? Should I approach you?" Liu Yun immediately rushed to him and said, "The organization of judges is much stronger than my old man. It's too cool." Yang Zai told him that he had said he would give him an official membership, and the place where they are now is called the Heavenly Palace. This organization is used for information exchange, and the next time their meeting will take place here. Liu Yun was just happy and could not gather his thoughts. He asked the godfather, "What is my mission, and what place will I take?" Yang Zai raised his hand and said that, as he had said, he would be given official membership in the organization. At the moment, the position of the rat is free. Liu Yun was very happy and said, "From now on, I am in the position of a rat," and was about to go up to Yang Zai, but he ran into an invisible barrier and fell. He asked, "For what?" Yang Zai came down to him and said, "You are in too much of a hurry. Who told you that it was within your authority to appoint yourself to this position? In the organization, I occupy it, and do you still want to be on the same level with me?" Liu Yun said, "No, I thought," but he was interrupted by Yang Zai, who told him, "Let me finish first." Yang Zai said that the rat's position is vacant, which means Liu Yun can become a candidate for it. Liu Yun was very surprised. Liu Yun asked, "What is a candidate? Am I to be one of them? Don't tell me there are other contenders, like my father." Yang Zai replied, "Dajai Jai Zhang Xin is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judges will determine who will take this place. And I think Liu Yun is a very smart guy, isn't he?" Liu Yun, still in shock, said, "Father is too difficult. Is Godfather suggesting I compete with my own father?" To which Yang Zai replied that there was nothing he could do, because the judges are an organization that prioritizes strength above all else. And if Liu Yun wants to take a high position, he must be capable and powerful. Liu Yun told his godfather that he understood well and would not miss this chance. He asked him to send him on a mission sooner. Yang Zai told his godson that Liu Yun's father would never give him the glacier adventure. So, he really wants Liu Yun to figure out how to trap his father, and then Yang Zai will deal with him himself. Liu Yun said, "No problem." He promised that he would handle it, but he had a question for Yang Zai. Yang Zai told him to ask. Liu Yun asked if, once he became a rat, his godfather would introduce him to Mao the rabbit. He had seen her on TV, and she had remained in his heart forever. If he managed to marry her, then his life would not be lived in vain. Yang Zai only laughed through his teeth and thought, did he really want to marry his clone? After that, he kicked his godson and told him it was enough to dream. Liu Yun had to run and complete tasks. After that, Yang Zai returned to his home. He sat at the table waiting for Lin Naisu to bring dinner and watched TV. It was reported on TV that a financial company in 2 regions, called the Knights of the Round Table, had imposed a fine on the heroine of the Erang, the swordswoman of the seal, Blanche. Those who provided useful information about her would receive $500,000, and those who managed to catch her would be given $5 million. Yang Zai asked, "What is Blanche?" Just then, Lin Naisu came into the room and announced that the barbecue chicken was ready. She was in her underwear with an apron tied on top. Seeing her, Yang Zai was very impressed. Lin Naisu came up to him to serve his dinner and asked him what was the matter. "Do I look bad?" Yang Zai said, "No, you look just fine." He meant something else. "Why is Blanche on the card?" But he was interrupted by Lin Naisu, who said, "Didn't I tell you that I would surprise you? And it consists not only of delicious food, but also..." But Lin Naisu, very confused, could not finish her sentence and instead stuffed a piece of chicken into Yang Zai's mouth. She said, "It's about nothing. Just eat." During dinner, Lin Naisu asked him if he had watched the news about the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Zai said yes and asked what was the matter. Lin Naisu said that she heard from other reporters that Blanche, the A-rank heroine, was in collusion with an organization and then disappeared after a mass attack in the 2nd region. Yang Zai asked, "But why? Isn't she a noble heroine with an excellent reputation? She's beautiful and strong." Lin Naisu said she didn't know, but she thought Yang Zai was very worried about Blanche. Yang Zai thought it was because they knew each other, and he knew that Blanche wasn't the type to do something bad, because she was always desperate to save people. He added that a person with such unique charisma might have have some secrets. But he asked her to wait and said that tomorrow he would find out everything. Lin Naisu wanted to say something, but Yang Zai interrupted her and said that she was very good at cooking, each of her dishes incomparably delicious. Lin Naisu, dissatisfied, put down her chopsticks and pushed her food aside. She then stood up and said, "Yes, he was right. I can't compare with her." She thought, "If I also help others, then maybe he will pay more attention to me." Yang Zai jumped up from his seat and ran over to Lin Naisu. He put his arm around her shoulders, then kissed her and told her that he was investigating this case, not what she thought. Yang Zai told Lin Naisu that she was perfect for him, and Blanche was nothing compared to her. Lin Naisu said, "You said it wasn't what I thought," to which Yang Zai replied that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details of this case. Lin Naisu asked, "What is true?" Yang Zai asked her, "Aren't all journalists like that?" He added, "I'm not interested in her in any other way. I only like you." Lin Naisu hugged him again and said, "You're the best." Yang Zai mentally apologized to her, saying that sooner or later he would return her ability and apologize to her. The next day, Yang Zai was working at the computer. He wondered, is it really so fast? He opened the letter on the computer. It was from Tiandudu. In it, she wrote to Mr. Chiu Yuji, stating that she did not expect him to want to contact her himself. She asked him if he was interested in Fanhai's information from the darknet. She would provide it to him immediately. Tiandudu also attached links in the letter. Yang Zai clicked on this link. He was given information about heroes, such as the Heroic Messenger, Sour Spicy Hero, Fury of the Earth Dragon, Princess Meow Meow, Glacial Adventurer, and Yang 11. After reviewing all this, Yang Zai said, "As expected, everything is simple and straightforward from the darknet." To begin with, he decided to check the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. Clicking on this link, an ad appeared stating that he first needed to pay 100,000 to learn the information. He asked, 100,000? He thought, it's better not to argue. He paid the money. He got all the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. The code for his information is A526780. The real name of the Sour Spicy Hero is Liu Yun. He graduated from the Hero faculty at Yunjin University. Now he works at the Red Abandoned Economic Enterprises of Lugansk City. The rank of this hero is B. He also participated in the invasion of the one-eyed jellyfish, an event that occurred on the business street of Lugansk. Recently, he has gained fame and popularity by participating in various shows, such as Running Hero and Funny Escape. He's probably interested in acting, according to a reliable source. The Sour Spicy Hero, with his daughter Li Tian, was invited as guests on the new show of the season, Where Daddy Was Hiding, Combat Skill Analytics, A-Rank Potential. He recently fought a forest warrior. Apparently, he has gained a new ability. He controls the power of his transformation. The names of his skills and their strength are unknown, since Sour Spicy Hero has never fought in public. He can rise to A rank, thereby raising the annual hero rating. After reading all this information, Yang Zai said that the Dark Knight is quite reliable. They even recorded the time when they, together with the Sour Spicy Hero, taught a lesson to a forest warrior. But where did they get the information about the new ability? Therefore, Yang Zai decided to see what information was available about Bing Chuan. He opened the following link, but it said there was no information at the moment. Yang Zai asked, is there really nothing about him, or was everything deliberately hidden? He decided to reveal information about Blanche. He asked if they didn't have anything either. The price of the information was 700,000, but Yang Zai decided to pay that amount. After that, all the information was revealed to him. Information B245716, Swordswoman of the Seal. Her real name is Dominique Blanche. She was associated with a financial company called Knights of the Round Table. The case is not solved. The incident began due to the fault of the hero Arang, a masked boxer in the hotel. After a series of investigations, the financial company confirmed that Blanche, together with the organization of judges, had killed the masked boxer. In order to catch her and bring her to justice, the Knights of the Round Table united with the Association of Heroes. But one hero, Arang, stopped Blanche from escaping from Lugansk, as a result of which he was wounded. She was last seen at the port of Shazhou City. There are reports that Blanche and a member of the judges' organization, Snake, are in a relationship. After reading this information, Yang Zai was shocked and asked, what is a masked boxer? Was he one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Didn't their company know that he was part of the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is that? If Lin Naisu saw this, she would get angry again. Well, we'll have to see if there's anything else. He decided to reveal information about himself. In the note, it was written that information about the organization of judges, such as Yuji, Snake, Rabbit Mao, and others, is already online, and Yuji's personal data is already on sale. You need to pay 30 million to find out the main secret of this powerful hero. Yang Zai was surprised and asked if the information about him was worth 30 million. So now Blanche is being stalked. Maybe it's mostly because of him. Meanwhile, the evil dragon was arguing with his mechanical hero father. The evil dragon asked, "Why? After all, I am your son. Why did you give Bing Chuan a chance to participate in the operation in the white area?" The mechanical hero asked his son if he really doubted his decision. The evil dragon said that he had promised that this place would be his. He promised that he would work with the heroine and explosive fist. They would go to the white area, where he would train. The mechanical hero could not stand it anymore and started shouting at his son that he had already changed his mind. He was no longer suitable for this role. The evil dragon asked, "Why? Was it because I had lost to that Yuji that time?" The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table and told his son not to drag Yuji into this. How is it related to him at all? The mechanical hero got up and, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, said, "Your father has a head on his shoulders. You have no idea how dangerous this white area is. I am doing this for my son." The evil dragon pushed his father's hand away and said, "You're saying that, but in fact, you just don't take me seriously." Then he went out and slammed the door. The mechanical hero thought his son was stupid because the white area is not just a territory with monsters. Those who were there also know that it is much more dangerous than they used to think. Coming out of his father's office, the evil dragon saw his brother and asked him what he was doing there. Liu Yun asked him what they were arguing about. The evil dragon said, "Father wants to let Bing Chuan participate in the white area operation, and I am furious about it." Liu Yun asked, "Doesn't the old man know that the white area is a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters?" Passing by his brother, the evil dragon said, "Yes, if people find out, they will think that Li Kong Yong is Jai Jai Zhangxing's biological son." Brother Shu Liu Yun thought, why did the old man decide to send Li Kong Yong for the operation? What was he thinking? I need to get to the heavenly palace as soon as possible and inform the Godfather about everything. When he came to Yang Jai's palace, Yang Jai asked his godson what brought him here at such an hour. Liu Yun said he had something to tell. The old man is sending Bing Chuan to the white area for the operation. Yang Jai asked, "What is he planning?" Liu Yun said, "I don't know, but my brother started arguing with him about it. It seems to me that he will not give Bing Chuan to him." Yang Jai said, "If he were to get rid of Bing Chuan, it would only alert people. Since Bing Chuan has a close relationship with Jai Jai Zhangxing, why don't you and Bing Chuan take part in this operation together? If something happens in the white area, then no one will be surprised." Liu Yun asked if his father really pursued such goals. Yang Jai told him, "Then your task is to make sure that everything goes according to your father's plan. You and Bing Chuan will take part in the operation together. You should not worry about the rest." Liu Yun said, "I understand. I'll take care of it." Yang Jai returned to his apartment and said that while Lin Naiju was at work, he needed to improve his abilities in order to prepare for this operation. To begin with, he decided to upgrade transformation and cloning to B rank. After that, he received the B rank ability. The name of this ability was Transformation. Ability description. This ability allows transformation in 0.01 seconds. 3 out of 9 costumes are available for transformation, and the user can change their body parameters, appearance, voice, and personality, improving acting skills. The owner of this ability should be careful when using it. Ability assessment. The owners of this ability definitely do not want to become a first-class actor. Yang Jai also developed another A-rank ability called Cloning. Description of abilities. It creates a clone that possesses the host's abilities. The clone's lifespan is 6 hours. Ability assessment. The amount of energy is significantly increased. After that, Yang Jai mentioned that the dragon's ability was used to upgrade the Spirit of the Depths of the Sea in Fierce Fire to A rank. Afterward, he received another A rank ability. The name of this ability was Water Leader. Ability description. Its first skill is Blood Rain, the second is River Defense, and the third is Water Steel Spear. Ability assessment. Daebak once said he would get rain, and he did. Another A rank ability was called King of Fire. Description of abilities. Its first skill is Phoenix Chick. The second skill is control over a territory engulfed in fire, which does not exceed the level of the ability's owner. Yang Jai commented, "The dragon sounds very cool. It suits my personal quality, arrogance." The next day, Blanche was on a ferry with a man. She gave him money and thanked him for his help. The man thanked her in return and called her a beauty, but what truly interested him was this. She was bathed in money and fame, so why would she be involved in something illicit? Blanche replied that the curious Varvara himself knew that if he wanted to live, he should do what he was told. And if anyone asked, he should say he knew nothing about it. The man said he would keep his questions to himself. It was already evening, and Blanche was walking around the city. She thought it had only been a couple of days since she stopped in Shizou, but now she didn't belong here. She had already turned from a superheroine into a criminal. Those who pursued and wanted to catch her were A-rank heroes. This was very problematic. She thought that a masked boxer could pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he was just a servant in the organization of saints. this. He must die. Why weren't companies interested in her motives? Instead, they were just chasing after her. When Snake used the identity of the masked boxer, he never managed to follow this hero in Shazoo. He could only be found in Lugansk, where Yujai constantly appeared. Yujai, who laughed and asked her if she really thought she could escape from them. Blanche immediately jumped up, seeing that the man to whom she had given money was already dead. She shouted, "If you came for me, then why kill ordinary people?" Figures circled around her at a fast speed and told her, "Of course we came for you, but all your allies must also die. Do you remember what you did to them then? It's time to take responsibility for your actions." Blanche said, "If you want to fight, you should show up, not hide in the shadows." The man laughed and asked her if she was really angry. "What difference does it make? My task is to kill you by any means." Then he wounded her, declaring, "You are going to die today." Then Lin Nasu came up to her and asked if she was okay. Lin Nasu looked at her, assessing her condition, and asked what had happened, but Blanche told her to get out of there as soon as possible. Lin Nasu started calling for help. Youngjai came to the rescue in the form of a snake. He covered the girls with himself and told them not to be afraid, saying, "Because I am already here." The man who attacked the girls asked, "What is a snake? Is he the man from the judges who defeated the Saints organization?" Youngjai asked him, "Since we already know each other, then why didn't you run away?" The man laughed and said, "I did not expect to see such arrogance from you here. I really want to see what you're capable of." He then applied his Chrysanthemum Kai explosion ability. Youngjai was very surprised and covered this ability with himself so that it wouldn't hit the girls. Then Blanche realized the Chrysanthemum explosion. "So he's Wang Shuxiang." Wang Shuxiang came out of the shadows and said, "Do you still remember me?" Blanche replied, 2 years ago I caught you and put you behind bars. They even wanted to give you a life sentence. How did you manage to escape?" Wang Shuxiang laughed and said, "Of course I was helped with this. From now on, I am not that weakling Wang Shuxiang, but already an S-rank user." Blanche had already taken out her sword and said that even if it cost her her life, she simply had to ensure his imprisonment again. Yang Jai thought that Wang Shuxiang's abilities were clearly above A rank, but if they didn't start fighting, Lin Nasu might get hurt. Yang Jai realized he couldn't fight him directly now, so they needed to scare him away. Therefore, Yang Jai told him, "You are certainly strong, but I am not alone here either. Yuji, the S-rank hero from the judges organization, will arrive soon. Do you really think you can beat us?" Wang Shuxiang retorted, "What if I kill you before he shows up?" Yang Jai told him, "Give it a try." Blanche shouted to the snake, "No, you should run away soon, because I can't stop him." At this time, Lin Nasu grabbed her phone and said, "They will not leave us here to fend for ourselves. I will call for reinforcements as soon as possible because of the Hero Association." Wang Shuxiang jumped onto a lamppost and said, "This time you have the numerical advantage, but one day I will come back for your lives." Then he disappeared. Lin Nasu said, "We succeeded in intimidating him." And the snake asked her, "You hadn't called the Hero Association, had you?" Lin Nasu exhaled and said, "I also just wanted to intimidate him, and Blanche is now wanted. It would cause her even more problems." Then Blanche said that she had a question for the snake. "This is about the judges organization," but the snake interrupted her and told her that first she had to be cured, and then he would come back for her when the time came. Then he left too. Lin Nasu asked, "All these powerful heroes just love to disappear without a trace, don't they?" Blanche said, "That's just how it is. No one else does it quite like them." Lin Nasu asked her, "You're wounded. Should I take you to the hospital?" Blanche shook her head and said no, because hospitals were too crowded. Blanche explained, "I need a secluded place to use my powers for regeneration." Then Lin Nasu suggested that Blanche go to her house, where she could rest. Blanche asked, "What about your home?" Then Yang Jai rushed over. He asked Lin Nasu what she had been doing in the restroom for so long. But when he saw Blanche, he pretended to be very surprised and asked, "Is it really the famous heroine Blanche? What is she doing here?" Blanche asked Lin Nasu who he was. Lin Naikshu said it was her boyfriend. They went out for a run, and she suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. Then, addressing Yangzai, she explained that on the way, she saw Blanche being attacked. Now that Blanche is injured, Lin Naiksu wants her to rest in their house. Does he mind? Yangzai agreed, saying, "Fine, then let me carry her." The three of them were already approaching the house, and Yangzai was carrying Blanche on his back. Yangzai asked Blanche if she was dating the man who was stalking her in Lunan. Blanche confirmed it, then asked how the two of them ended up in the port. Lin Naiksu said she wouldn't believe it, but they actually just went out for a walk. By chance, they saw how this guy attacked her. Blanche thanked them again, then asked, "I'm a wanted criminal, so why did they need to attack me?" Lin Naixiu said that the Blanche she knows has always sacrificed herself to save others. She helped the children in Shizhou, so she and Yongzai do not consider her a bad person. Blanche said she didn't kill the masked boxer, and she also didn't work with the mysterious organization of judges. Yongzai said that he had heard that the masked boxer had something to do with the saints in the city of Shazhou. Even if Blanche had killed him, it would only be for the best. Blanche said it didn't matter how he died anymore. The main problem is that someone wants to use his death to get rid of me, and maybe also. But Yongzai finished her thought, saying, and to involve the judges' organization, making them enemy number one. Blanche asked him if he really thought that too. Yongzai replied, yes, because the rumors aren't so much against you as they are against your cooperation with them. Lin Naixiu added that the judges have a good reputation because Yongzai has saved the meadows many times, and now the snake has helped them. Blanche told them that maybe they didn't know, but lately heroes from all regions have become afraid of them. They even say that the judges' organization wants to take over all 53 regions, or even the whole world. Yongzai was very surprised and thought, what? Blanche went on to say that this made her realize she was being hunted by people from all over the world. And judging by the reward promised for her, it's not just about capturing her. They are chasing her for information about her cooperation with the judges. Lin Naixiu asked, how did that happen? Blanche explained that since there are as many as 53 regions, the distribution of superheroes and their abilities should be uniform to avoid one region gaining superiority over others. These are the rules. That's why the Heroes Hour Association sends its members to other areas. They call it a vacation. Lin Naixiu said that clearly this information is confidential, so ordinary people like us won't really understand anything from this. Yongzai thought about it, realizing that the heroine Explosive Fist had not been in Lugansk for a long time. When the invasion occurred, she had only recently returned from vacation. It turns out that she fought in another region. Blanche continued, there are too many strong heroes in the judges' organization. The most powerful of them is Yongzai. Because of their sudden appearance and uncontrolled, enormous power, they have become a lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take this opportunity to bring all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Yongzai asked, are people really capable of spreading so much hatred with just rumors? Maybe they want to gather an army of heroes to resist the judges. Lin Naixiu was shocked, exclaiming, they're encroaching on world peace. Yongzai thought that the organization that trades blue pills is good at manipulating people's knowledge. He wondered if it had something to do with that attacker. Abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky blue planet, which is now being watched by the white area. But there is also an organization that plans to destroy this place, and Fei Fei's problem with that blue light is still not solved. How tired he was. Yongzai asked Blanche, did you really come to Lugansk to confront the judges? Blanche replied, exactly the opposite. I came to find out everything and help them. Yongzai was surprised and asked, what could help the judges? Blanche replied that she was familiar with the snake, and they had gone through fire and water together for the judges' organization. And now he miraculously showed up and saved me. I believe him. So I want to ask about the true motives of the judges' organization. Yongzai thought, miraculously? I just heard strange noises and hurried to Lin Naixiu. Meanwhile, Lin Naixiu asked Blanche if she thought Blanche liked the snake. Blanche shouted, no, I don't like him. Meanwhile, in the main office of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, Tian Bukui said he didn't think such a rich and powerful organization of judges could emerge from the four great seas. He turned to his daughter, Tian Dodo, and told her that if she managed to join there, the Tian family's position would be greatly strengthened. Tian Dodo said she would like that very much. But despite their close relationship with Mr. Yu Ji, he had never asked her to join the organization. Perhaps they could bribe him with treasures. Yu Ran told Tian Dodo that she was so smart. Tian Bukui laughed and said, okay, then let her organize an exhibition of monster weapons, and let her invite him there and give our family S-rank weapons. Let the judges know about the strength and sincere intentions of the Tian family. Tian Dodo hugged her grandfather and said she was fine, and thanked him. She always knew that he would not refuse her. But apparently her friend Yu Ran was not very happy with this. Yu Ran, however, seemed less pleased, her thoughts turning to the judges. The next day, Lin Naixiu was setting breakfast on the table. Yang Jai came up to her and hugged her from behind. Lin Naixiu said she got a message. It mentioned a morning meeting, so he couldn't have breakfast with them. Yang Jai told her, then let me give you a lift. Lin Naixiu said, everything is fine. It's not necessary. You should go, wash up, and sit down for breakfast. Otherwise, what I cooked with such difficulty will be in vain. Lin Naixiu said she had to go, and addressing Blanche, told her to stay with them and recover. Blanche thanked them for taking care of her, but she should be on her way. Yang Jai asked, What for? After all, everyone outside only wants to catch you. Blanche said she had things to do and tasks to complete. I must continue, no matter what. You should not worry about me so much, because the wounds have almost healed. By the will of fate, we will meet again. Yangjai thought that he had secretly treated her last night, and not so that she would go to certain death. He wanted to say something to her, but she had already disappeared. After breakfast, Yangjai headed to the sea. He stood on a rock, thinking this was a good place to try out his dragon skills. Yangjai took the form of a dragon. As he was in the sea, he noticed someone and said that he seemed to know those two people. He headed for the boat. Tiandodo was on the boat with her friend. She told them to get out, because they were not welcome here. She had just been speaking with a dark sword master. The dark sword master told her, "Are you really sure of that? Without the support of our organization, the Tian family will never get an S-rank weapon." Tiandodo was not going to back down, and said that even after so many years, they haven't stopped playing the role of dogs chasing her. And now they believe that they are strong enough to bark when stepping over me. The dark sword master said that he just hates their family for impulsive decisions. Even if I am a dog, I will still surpass her. Then Yuran came forward and told them not to embarrass themselves. The dark sword master asked, "What is shameful? Let me show her what true shame is." He ordered them to tear Yuran's clothes into pieces because he wanted to see what a beautiful girl from the four seas looked like. Yangjai appeared in the guise of a dragon and said, "A beautiful lady. I can ask them in which country the city of Lugansk is located." Tiandodo was very happy to see him and asked, "Judging by your appearance, you're Yangjai's partner, right?" Yangjai asked, "What partner?" Tiandodo compared him, saying, "Of course, he's a dragon from the judges' organization." The people who were on this ship ran out. Everyone started taking pictures of him. Someone said that they have a new member of the Chinese zodiac's 12 signs. It's going to be hot in here. Then someone said that he behaves like a teenager. I wonder what he's even capable of. Yuran came closer to this dragon and greeted him, saying they were friends of Yangjai, and asked him if he could take them away from here, to which he replied that he could not, because it was they who had to leave. The dark sword master didn't like it. He called him a brat and asked, "How dare you provoke the organization of love?" Then they began to step on him. Yangjai began to raise water vapor. Everyone was very surprised by this sight. Tiandudu asked, "What kind of attack is this?" Yangjai applied his river protection ability. Grinning, he asked, "Is this all you're capable of? Can't you do anything else?" It's his turn. Gil decided to attack Yangjai first, but it didn't work out as Yangjai blocked his attack. Gil said he couldn't move at all. After that, Yangjai injured him with a drop of water, and Gil fell. Gil thought that even a drop of water could become a serious weapon and injure people because of the difference in their fighting skills. Gil had no chance to defeat him. Then, a dragon with a fiery iron attacked him and said, "It has already become clear that your element is water, and your force increases near the sea. But I can close the gap in strength. Let my fire dragon iron teach you a lesson." Yangjai told him, "You are weak, but so annoying. Who said I could only use water?" Yangjai thought that by activating the Fire Lord, he would be able to control the flame, which was below his level, after which he used the Fire Lord ability. Yangjai told the Fire Iron Dragon, "Now I will also show you what it's like to be chased by a fire dragon." The Fire Iron Dragon was very scared and ran away. The Fire Iron Dragon said, "This guy has two types of abilities. We should get out of here as quickly as possible." The people on the ship just enjoyed this spectacle and photographed Yangjai. One of the men said, "He controls both water and fire at such an early age. The strength of the judges' organization is truly incredible and frightening. A lot of powerful heroes are gathered there. It's just a sensation." Yangjai then landed on the same vessel. Yuran came up to him, to whom Yangjai told, "Gil left so quickly. He had just shouted as if to save him, to beat him to death." Yuran thanked Yangjai for saving her. Tiandudu also ran up to him and said that since he was from the judges' organization, could he help them find Mr. Yujai? They really wanted to invite him to the auction, which was arranged by Fan Hai. Yangjai told her that he had a way to help them contact him, and then invite him personally. Tiandudu asked, "What kind of method is this?" Yangjai told them that if they signed a spiritual contract, they would become followers of the judges' organization. Tiandudu's eyes even lit up, and she asked, "Is it really so easy to become their representative?" Yangjai said that he came on Yujai's orders. He hoped that they would be able to become representatives of their organization in order to continue to help them with goods. He himself thought that the world was huge, and he just needed to explore the territory of the four seas. Therefore, the Tian family would become a reliable ally. Tiandudu said that she really wanted to join. Yuran said that if it did not harm the Chamber of Commerce in any way, then the Chamber of Commerce is also ready for it. After that, Yangjai signed a spiritual contract with with them. At this time, the evil dragon was training and watching TV. He then saw on the news that a new dragon hero had appeared. Seeing this, he quickly dropped the dumbbells and ran to sort it out. In the evening, at the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce's weapons auction, Yang Jai also arrived in the guise of Yu Jai. When he got there, everyone started whispering. One of the men asked if Mr. Yu Jai was that famous and powerful hero. Someone said they heard he was cooperating with an organization that has an S-rank hero. Another asked, "Isn't the Tian family in a state of decline lately? Why then are they still supported by such a large organization?" Tian Dodo's grandfather came out to meet Yang Jai. He told him that he had heard a lot about him. Yang Jai replied that he, too, finally managed to meet with the head of the Tian family. Tian Dodo's grandfather told him to sit down, because the auction would start soon. Then the Dark Sword Master arrived and ordered them all to stop. He said the important guest hadn't arrived yet. Why are they in such a hurry? Yang Jai thought that this jerk seemed to have prepared well. It looked like things wouldn't go so smoothly now. The Dark Sword Master asked what was the matter. "Am I not welcome here? Don't I have an invitation too?" Tian Dodo came up to him and told him not to think she didn't know what he was up to. No one brings their own weapons to the auction. The Dark Sword Master told her that it seemed the Tian family's situation was even worse than he thought, since they were so eager to find allies. The weapons of the Tian family have always been famous for their strength. However, the price for them is appropriate, and considering recent events, I brought my own monster weapons here to try them out. There's no problem in that, is there? Yuran couldn't stand it and said he was publicly insulting the Tian family. Tian Bukui told her to wait. Then Yang Jai came up to the Dark Sword Master and asked what he was doing. The Dark Sword Master replied, "Yes," and asked if there was any problem. Yang Jai told him that he had some connections with the top of his family. The Dark Sword Master thought that was well done and asked if he could ask who exactly he knew. Yang Jai began to think, how could he find out who I was bluffing about? He already knows him and he will definitely understand if I lie now. In this case, to answer this question, I can only use... And then Yang Jai laughed and asked, "Why don't you ask them about it in person when you get home?" After that, Yang Jai began to lay out the weapons on the table. The Dark Sword Master came up to him and asked if he really knew his aunt. Yang Jai said that he got this equipment from his friend's son, and it is renowned for its quality. He then asked everyone to take their seats. Everyone took their seats, and the host came out. The host said, "Welcome to the weapons auction at the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce." An armor was rolled onto the stage, and the host announced that the starting price of this armor was 3 million. People started offering their prices. Someone offered 3.6 million, someone offered 4 million, and someone offered 6 million. The Dark Sword Master called them all idiots and said that the same armor cost no more than 5 million. The Tian family must have exposed it in order to deceive people. Don't tell me they don't have a truly rare weapon. Then the host demonstrated the following lot, stating that he believed it was one of the most outstanding works of the head of the Tian family. These are the Gloves of Light. The initial price of this lot is 200 million. The Dark Sword Master said that the old man deliberately laid out his main trump card in advance. The dragon with the fire iron said it was a 2-star S-rank equipment, and Gil added that if an A-rank user uses these gloves for a day, then he will be able to resist the power of S-rank. Yuran was also surprised and said the price had increased to 300 million. Tian Dodo said that these gloves are part of her father's collection, and now they can just be auctioned. Tian Bukui told Yu Jai that if he was interested, why not try to bid? Yang Jai thought that the budget of the entire organization of judges was only 200 million. What other price? Tian Bukui gestured to him and said that the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce intended to cooperate with the judges' organization, so he should accept this modest gift. Mr. Yu Jai shouldn't be shy. You are provided with the financial support of the Tian family. Then Yang Jai said that he would gratefully accept this gift, but then the Dark Sword Master offered 310 million. The presenter announced, 310 million. Can anyone offer more? Yang Jai then bid 315 million. The dragon with the fiery iron asked the master of the dark sword, "Are we really going to keep raising the price?" The master of the dark sword replied, "No, I'll give it to him." Meanwhile, the host congratulated Mr. Yu Jai on acquiring the Gloves of Light. Next, 3 lots were presented, including the 1-star S-rank Jade Shield. Then, the master of the dark sword came on stage and interrupted the presenter. He grabbed the sword Yang Jai had placed on the table and declared, "If you're selling something, we have the right to try out the goods first, don't we?" Yang Jai thought he couldn't hold back, could he? Yu Rong explained that the Jade Shield was conscientiously crafted using materials of a rank like the Black Bee pattern. It is most effective against spells, providing magical resistance. However, to block a physical attack, Tian Dodu, with her azure blue power, ran up to Yang Jai and asked if he would lend her his Gloves of Light. "I want to destroy this sword," she exclaimed. Yang Jai patted her head, telling her to calm down and not worry. About this, you should be patient and just watch. Meanwhile, the master of the dark sword struck with the sword he had grabbed from the table, hitting the armor with all his strength. He exclaimed, "It's simply impossible!" Contrary to his expectations, the sword shattered into small pieces, and the armor remained intact. The auction participants were utterly surprised. A man asked, "Is that sword a fake? It can't be that a member of the Yurok family would use a fake weapon. Apparently, he brought in a fake sword to ruin the auction. This is very ugly." Tian Dudu asked Mr. Yujai, "Did you know in advance that this sword wouldn't be able to destroy the shield?" In fact, Yang Jai had used his stealing ability to switch the sword. The master of the dark sword exclaimed, "How could this be?" The dragon with the fiery iron told the master of the dark sword, "Mr. Yujai touched all your weapons, and after these touches they all lost their power." Tiandudu retorted, "Don't you dare blame others. Isn't his weapon S rank? It can't just collapse at a single touch." The dragon with the fiery iron reminded her, "Don't forget that he also has S rank abilities. Maybe he can change the internal structure of objects." People then considered this and agreed, that's logical, because Yujai definitely touched each of their weapons. The master of the dark ball said, "If we're talking about deception, I believe it was most likely done by the hand of the Tian family. Since such a dispute has arisen, we must find out the truth with the help of other weapons." Yang Jai replied, "No problem." After that, the master of the dark ball took another weapon and began to test it, but this time everything went well. The master of the dark ball was shocked and stated, "The attack and defense of this equipment are at an S rank level. The problem is not with them." Then she came up to him, pulled him aside and said, "You've had enough. First you treat them cruelly, then you throw mud at their clients. And you still have the nerve to show up here." The dragon with the fiery iron turned to the master of the dark sword and told him that he suspected there was a traitor in the family who knew what was going on. After that, the master of the dark sword told his subjects, "We are leaving here." Yang 11 thought, fortunately, he was interrupted before he could remove the dark energy from another magic weapon. Then Yu Rong approached Yang Jai and said, "You deliberately spoke to him in order to..." But she was interrupted by Tianbu Chui, who told the esteemed Mr. Yujai, "I would also very much like to know what you did with that sword," and invited him to continue their conversation in the VIP room. Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, it was already late evening, and Blanche was walking the streets. She then turned her attention to a building and saw 5 individuals there. One of the girls told her, "Haven't you been taught that walking alone in the dark is very dangerous?" Blanche snapped back, "No, they didn't teach me, but I'll be fine." A man told Blanche, "You cannot cope with our 5 members, because today will be the date of your death." After the auction, they proceeded to the reception. Tianbu Chiwi told Mr. Yujai, "There are no outsiders here, and I hope you can voice all your doubts." Yang Jai explained, "Whether it's a monster or a hero, both have ability genes in their bodies. One day I discovered that weapons made from monsters also contain these particles." Yurong said, "The genes of abilities, as far as I understand it, are like energy from alchemy." Tianbu Chiwi affirmed, "That's right, but we masters can only feel and use it, not extract it in any way. I wonder how Mr. Yujai does it." To which Yang Jai honestly replied, "I am collecting it. It is my absorbing star ring tool that is able to extract the genes of abilities." Tiandodu asked, "Can you really collect them with just a ring?" Tianbu Chiwi stood up and said, "I have some achievements in alchemy, but I have never heard of collecting gene abilities." Yang Jai showed them a brush, explaining it was a D-rank wolf brush that accelerates healing. Someone asked if he could demonstrate its abilities. Yang Jai took the wolf brush, thinking that with only 30 units of dark energy, it was better to leave everything as it was. He then used his stealing ability, handed the wolf brush back to Tianbu Kiwi, and told him to check if he was right. Tianbu Kiwi, taking the wolf brush, was very surprised. He exclaimed that its energy had disappeared, calling it a huge breakthrough in alchemy. Yurong then asked Yang Jai how he used these collected genes. Yang Jai thought that she had finally asked about it. If he told the Qian family about the elixir's production, it would help improve their combat capability. Then next time, Yang Jai wouldn't have to fight alone in the territory of the 4 seas. After his thoughts, Yang Jai told her that the genes could be used to create special elixirs. It was thanks to them that all members of their organization had 2 or more abilities. Tiandudu was incredibly happy with these words. She said that if ability genes could be used to create equipment, then the 7 mythical S-rank weapons, which existed only in theory, could be made in practice. Yang Jai said it was a pity to disappoint her, but it was simply impossible. However, he had actually been wanting to ask the head of the Qian family something for a very long time. Tianbu Chiwi said that of course he could ask him. Yang Jai asked, "If a weapon is made from a certain part of a monster, then why can this small part of the genes reach 30% of the total mass?" Tianbu Chiwi explained that after a monster's death, a phenomenon known in alchemy as a beam of energy occurs. The energy collects in a certain place, and they extract exactly this charged area. Then, they use special techniques in combination with an alchemical matrix to make a weapon from that specific monster. He added that if Yang Jai was interested in alchemy, he would be happy to demonstrate his years of accumulated experience. Yang Jai replied, "Yes, I would like to see it." Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, helicopters carrying reporters were flying there again. The formalists reported that about 10 heroes had gathered on Changchin Street in the city of Lugansk. A man, hearing this, asked what they were talking about, wondering where so many had come from. But then he saw an evil dragon, along with a lazy swordsman and a fiery fist. The evil dragon asked the man, "That's my prey. How dare you encroach on it?" The man, who was the patron of dragons, replied that they were the first to find the seal swordswoman, 5 elements, and that the others were openly trying to take her away from them. "That's not right, is it?" he added. The evil dragon was furious. He declared that Blanche was a traitor, and that the 5 elements, being from the Association of Heroes, were also involved. He snarled, "Did they think I would just let them all go?" He then attacked the man. A journalist reported that the patron of dragons could instantly kill a tiger with golden claws. Would his opponents, the 5 elements, be able to escape now? A flood of comments poured in. Someone wrote, "It's cool. The patron saint of dragons is too beautiful. Today he will definitely commit a 5-fold murder." Another commented, "But the Red Lotus also has quite a great body." And someone asked, "What kind of unscrupulousness is this? Will they really support the villain?" To which they were told, "What difference does it make if he's just his type? Why not then?" Meanwhile, the Ice Fang, the Earth Bear, and the Tree Man attacked the evil dragon from all sides. Seeing how the patron of dragons quickly dealt with the tiger with golden claws, the girl was very scared. She thought that he had demonstrated his strength. If she did not want to die here, she should escape as soon as possible. That way, she would have a chance for retribution, but she didn't have time to do so, as the patron of dragons reached her. He told her she couldn't run away from him. Looking at Blanche, he then said that now it was her turn. Liu Yun watched them on TV together with the fire butterfly. The fire butterfly calmed Liu Yun, telling him not to worry. After all, Blanche wasn't in the best shape right now. His brother's defeat was almost impossible. Liu Yun said yes, he wasn't worried about him, but he thought that he was worried about something else. Was Blanche a member of their organization of judges? And if her brother killed her, what would he say to his godfather? The fire butterfly told him that even though he said he wasn't worried, his face betrayed the opposite. He and his brother were on very good terms. Liu Yun headed for the exit and asked if she could follow the broadcast while he was in the restroom. He himself thought, "No, I should immediately inform the godfather about it." He went to their palace, where Yang Jai asked him why he needed him. "Is it really something important?" Yang Jai asked. Liu Yun said that the Dragon Lord today was just without pity. He was now going to kill Blanche. He then asked the godfather if Blanche was a member of their organization. After all, this was all they talked about on the internet. They wrote that she was Mr. Snake's girlfriend. Yang Jai told him not to believe these silly rumors. "The snake is too old," he added. Liu Yun pondered, thinking, the old man and the young maiden. Now everything is clear to me. So Blanche is actually his illegitimate daughter. This was a secret. So Liu Yun would pretend he didn't know anything, so as not to give his godfather any more problems. Yang Jai said that he would send reinforcements there. As Yang Jai was leaving, Liu Yun shouted to his godfather not to worry about it because he would be watching the broadcast. If something happened, he would immediately inform him. Yang Jai said it was fine. After Liu Yun left, Yang Jai simply said, "Fine." Now, Yang Jai could endow the dragon with 2 more types of abilities. One was called Earth Control. This ability allows the user to pick up ground vibrations and use sand to attack. It has 2 skills, Stone Weight and the Power of the Earth. This ability was evaluated as A rank. The other ability was called Wind Control and was also rated as A rank. It appeals to the forces of the wind spirit. This ability already has 3 skills, Wind Blast, Levitation, and Flow Fusion. After that, Yang Jai endowed the dragon with these abilities and sent him to protect Blanche. Meanwhile, the patron of dragons told Blanche that he would give her time so she could call Yujia here. He asked if she understood that he didn't want to kill her because they were on good terms when it came to studying, to which Blanche replied that he should not waste time. If he wanted to fight, then he should go ahead. The patron of dragons told her to show him what she was capable of. But Blanche did not allow herself to be attacked so easily. She managed to get her sword and strike the patron of dragons early. The journalist announced that unfortunately, their equipment was damaged and the image was missing. However, he asked everyone to remain calm, as their reporter would arrive at the scene soon and continue the broadcast. The patron of dragons told Blanche that if she didn't call him, she would die now. Blanche told him to shut up. After that, the patron of dragons attacked her, but she managed to create a barrier around herself. The patron of dragons said it was just a warm-up. Lin Naisu then arrived at the location. She started broadcasting live, saying that they had arrived at Chang Tin Street. Everything was very confusing there. The Dragon Lord and Blanche were still fighting each other. The Dragon Lord grabbed Blanche by the neck and said that he was asking her for the last time whether she would call him or not. Blanche said no. After that, the Dragon Lord threw her into a concrete wall. The journalist commented that after such injuries, Blanche might never get up again. People started writing a lot of comments, some expressing pity. Someone asked what was wrong. Others noted that the Dragon Lord was truly merciless. Another person didn't even know what to say, simply stating they were in shock. Someone else agreed with the Dragon Lord, writing that Blanche was a traitor and her death was only for the best. The last comment stated that they were all heartless creatures. She risked her life when she saved them. Had they forgotten all her merits? The Dragon Lord began to approach Blanche to deliver the final blow. Then, Fire Fist couldn't stand by any longer. However, the other Dragon Lords wanted the attacking Dragon Lord to cease. The lazy swordsman, agreeing with their sentiment, urged his friend to control himself. He warned that at this rate, Blanche would be left with a permanent injury. These dragons turned to them and asked what they were. "Are you protecting a traitor?" they demanded. Blanche then rose and asked them, "Are you done with the negotiations? If so, perhaps we can continue?" Linaisu stated that Blanche had sacrificed herself in the past for the safety of citizens. Her steadfastness, he added, was worthy of respect. The Dragon Lords turned sharply and asked them if they had heard everything. She wants it herself. But then, a dragon from the judges' organization appeared. With the help of his ability, he stopped the Dragon Lord from striking. He used the River Keeper's ability. Yongjai landed next to Blanche and apologized for their judges' organization being a little late. Hearing this, the commentators perked up again. They wrote that Blanche was a traitor and that all this was true. Blanche shouted to the dragon, "Why are you saying I'm a member of your organization?" To which Yongjai replied that if she wanted to stay alive, she had no other choice. Afterward, Yongjai landed on the ground next to the Dragon Lord. He then said that it was fine. Now, let him explain what our cutie Blanche has done to him. The Dragon Lord only asked, "Why didn't Yongjai come instead?" To which Yongjai asked him, "Why? Do you really think I can't handle it? If you overcome me, then people much stronger than you won't keep you waiting long." After that, Yongjai used his ability, and two water hands began to squeeze the Dragon Lord. Afterward, Yongjai used his other ability, and a huge water palm struck directly at the Dragon Lord. There was a loud bang. Meanwhile, the real Yongjai, hiding behind a tree, took out a diary. This diary had been given to him by Tianbu Kui, who told him that the experiences of a very respected alchemist named Damon were described within. It also contained details about his life. It was very valuable material. Yongjai picked up the diary and opened it. He saw that the pages were shining and immediately closed the diary. Tianbu Kui asked what had happened to Mr. Yongjai. He then offered to lend it to him for a while if he wished. Yongjai apologized, explaining that there were so many interesting things in the diary that he had gotten a little carried away. He added that he was very grateful for Tianbu Kui's trust. Yongjai opened the diary again and revealed that there was a secret entry within, which could only be read by people of the third rank of spiritual power and above. Mr. Tianbu Kui had probably never seen it. Yongjai started flipping through the diary and said, "The diary stated that Damon came from the far mainland of the planet Odysseus and was a member of the Afonso family. When he first used magic, he accidentally arrived here. He landed on one of the plains and found the legendary Hero Stone there. The Hero Stone, even for those without magic, appeared as a treasure that could grant strength to those who comprehended its true essence. When he extracted only a small part of this stone, he surpassed the strength of his ancestors, quickly reached rank 4, and became one of the greatest gods. But it was time to come back. But before he left, Damon helped a group of human beings become stronger by teaching them to open a portal to another world, the so-called White Area. The lucky person who found this diary must go in search of the Hero Stone that he hid on this planet. He gives it to people in order to demonstrate their imminent enslavement." After reading all this, Yongjai saw a white light and wondered, is this white light really the key to the location of the Hero Stone? It seemed that their civilization was much older than Earth's. This world held many more secrets that he had to learn. Meanwhile, the slaughter was still going on. Lin Dixu said that at that moment the Dragon Lords were still pinned against the wall after receiving some injuries. A new member of the organization had appeared. Although he resembled a child, he possessed incredible power. His power was increasingly frightening. Then, this dragon appeared in front of her and told her not to be afraid of him, calling her sister. He also stated that his clan is a dragon clan, and he is one of the representatives of the Chinese zodiac signs. The organization of judges is designed to fight evil, and only evil. Therefore, they all should not be afraid of them. There was a loud bang. It was the Dragon Lord, who had taken the form of a dragon. Yongzai said that having entered the third phase of his reincarnation, he seemed to have lost his human form at once, which in itself was very dangerous. Lin Dixu should stay as far away from him as possible and ensure the safety of the others. Yang Zai then left Changtin Street. Yang Zai tried to attack the evil dragon's new form, but it didn't work. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Association, Liu Yun and Fiery Butterfly were still watching the live broadcast. Liu Yun remarked, "It's a dragon about his age, but already as strong as expected. The organization of the judges is amazing." The Fiery Butterfly asked him if he didn't think it was somehow colder. They looked up and saw that they no longer had a ceiling. The Fiery Butterfly looked very worried and said that, as befitted a young master, he had almost pulverized them. Meanwhile, back on Changtin Street, Yangzai was still fighting this evil dragon. The evil dragon pushed him away and Yangzai began to fall. He almost hit Lin Naisu, but at the last moment, he managed to save her, and the girl thanked him. Yangzai thought, "The destructive power of this guy is much stronger. It seems that we need to finish this battle as soon as possible." But at that moment, a sword pierced him. It was a lazy swordsman who said that he had been waiting for a very long time for the moment when he would finally let down his guard. He used the ability, Chase the Wind Ball. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, the journalist reported that in order to crush the dragon, the wandering swordsman ignored all the consequences of the attack. Chase the Wind Ball is an ability that reaches S rank in strength. Now the dragon is defenseless. Another powerful attack, and he is finished. However, the dragon acted very recklessly when he tried to protect an innocent reporter. This moment caused a contradictory reaction in society. At this moment, the commentators became animated again, writing that since the dragon saves people before attacking him, it is not at all a noble cause, even in case of victory. Someone asked if anyone even understands who the heroes are fighting for, and if they could not bring so much destruction to the city. Someone else wrote that the Dragon Lord has a lot more supporters than the total number of words written by those sofa experts. Back on Changtin Street, the lazy swordsman was joined by Fiery Fist. She also started attacking Yangzai, but she did not succeed. She then said that she had done everything in her power. Turning to the Dragon Lord, she said that she would leave the rest to him. Lin Naisu said that by joining forces, the three heroes managed to injure the river monster Lord Dragon. Now this place is turning into a swamp. Yangzai used his Flow Fusion ability and tried to attack the Dragon Lord. He succeeded, and the Dragon Lord lost his balance and began to fall. Yangzai used the Earth Force ability and attacked the Dragon Lord. He told him to give up. This time, he was definitely finished. He grabbed the dragon with a stone fist and threw it into the ground. After that, the Dragon Lord lost consciousness and assumed his normal appearance. Yangzai grabbed all three heroes and, turning to the mechanical hero, asked him, "What? And you know a lot about the choice, don't you?" Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the mechanical hero also watched the live broadcast and saw this appeal to him. He was shaking very much from anger and squeezed the glass with such force that it broke into small pieces. On Changtin Street, Lin Naisu said that he meant a choice between a Dragon Lord and a wandering swordsman, or he used two A-rank heroes for some kind of deal of his own. But wait, Yangzai really appeared. The mechanical hero arrived here together with the Glacier Adventurer. He then remembered his conversation with Mr. Yangzai. He had asked him that, after all this, he was only requesting him to investigate the case of the blue pills. To which Mr. Yangzai then replied that not only did he need his help to take part in the operation of the White Area, but as a reward, he would give him an A-rank elixir, which would allow him to become the owner of two abilities. The mechanical hero landed next to the dragon, which was actually Yangzai. The mechanical hero suggested to him that they carry out everything according to the original plan. The Glacier Adventurer turned noticeably pale and asked the mechanical hero, "When did you manage to make a deal with them?" The mechanical hero replied, "A deal is a deal." At first, emotion possessed him, so he couldn't decide for a long time. But now, when the Dragon Lord and the lazy swordsman are involved in this, the sacrifice of one subordinate costs him nothing. The Glacier Adventurer was very scared and said, "If we're talking about two A-rank heroes, then any sacrifice is justified." The mechanical hero patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you also think so, I'm much calmer." Yang Jai then chopped off the Glacier Adventurer's legs and arms. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Association, Liu Yun watched all this through binoculars and said, "He should have done this a long time ago. Instead of pulling the cat by the tail, I can already see the new elixir of ability waving and greeting me." On Changtin Street, the Glacier Adventurer was terrified and asked, "Why? Why did you attack me?" The mechanical hero didn't answer him, just threw his body at Yang Jai's feet. The Glacier Adventurer asked them, "I didn't do anything wrong to you. Why are you killing me?" Yang Jai replied, "Didn't you already know what was going on? Isn't that right? Taking drugs, Killing civilians? That's a kind of justice for a villain like you. After that, Yang Jai returned his son and the lazy swordsman to the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero told the dragon that he had already expelled the glacier adventurer from his organization. Now the rest is on you. Then they heard the glacier adventurer laughing viciously. He used some kind of ability, and his hands and feet became icy. Then he got up and turning to everyone asked, "What now? Tell me, how can I take revenge on you for this?" The glacier adventurer told everyone, "You are destined to die here and now." The mechanical hero suggested that Yang Jai join forces and kill him. Yang Jai said, "No problem." After that, Yang Jai used his Phoenix Bird ability. The glacier adventurer said that the power of ice was quite enough to turn a fire monster into a servant of his ice eagle, and he used freezing. The ice bullets flew straight at Yang Jai, and they managed to get through the barrier that Yang Jai created. The glacier adventurer said it was too weak and turned to the mechanical hero. He told him, "Show me something new." The mechanical hero fired his bullets at him, and the glacier adventurer said, "It seems that under the influence of drugs, only quantity increases, not quality." After that, the mechanical hero used his ability and directed it directly into the eyes of the glacier adventurer, after which the glacier adventurer lost coordination and fell to the ground. Yang Jai asked, "Is it really that easy to kill him? Let's check it out now." The mechanical hero said, "There's no need for this because I've already completely figured it out." Then they noticed that something began to flow out of the body of the glacier adventurer. This thing started to grow and began to wrap around the mechanical hero and Yang Jai. The mechanical hero asked, "What the hell is this?" Yang Jai said he didn't know and asked the mechanical hero if he could fire a couple of shots to blow them up. Then they noticed the glacier adventurer, who laughed and said, "What a strange feeling. It seems the rumors don't lie." The mechanical hero called out to Yang Jai and said, "He's yours. He's the only one who's turned." Yang Jai said, "This is probably Bing Chuan's secret." And next to the building, the man who was selling these blue pills to the heroes was hiding. This mysterious man said, "What a shame, because it almost worked out." Although number 52 has officially failed, its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Was it because of his own desire? Undoubtedly, the more he studies spiritual power, the more magical it seems. And with each new detail, he becomes more and more convinced of his own incompetence. I need to get the 3rd level of spiritual power in order to reach the level of a great commander as soon as possible. If I decide to wait until the end, then I will take his dark blue fragment. I will let these two heroes exhaust him in order not to waste my strength. And he was watched by Yang Jai, who looked at him from the roof and said, "You're not the only hunter here waiting for prey." Lin Neichu said that no aircraft could approach the battle site, so they retreated to a safe area. From the current situation, it becomes obvious that this type of ability can subdue people with its power. But this, apparently, is only possible for a while. And as for the hero Bing Chuan, who knows a lot more, his reincarnation is more like an infection. The dragon used the ability to merge streams and thought that more and more tentacles were getting entangled. Yang Jai and the mechanical hero somehow managed to cut all these tentacles to free themselves. The glacier adventurer laughed and, addressing the mechanical hero, asked, "Why are you behaving like this? Didn't you want me to join Kunlun? After I remove the mechanical hero, I intend to deal with your entire company entirely. But I don't feel disgusted when talking about eating people, because they are just squeaking for their dark blue race." But the mechanical hero didn't understand what he said and asked, "What kind of dark blue race?" His head began to ache violently. He started screaming, "It's all because of them." It was they who set his brain on fire when they made him feel such pain. But then he took another dose and, exhaling, said that he felt much better after another dose. Yang Zai, in his dragon incarnation, said that his body does not belong to a real glacier adventurer whose body was quartered, but he just hasn't figured it out yet. You need to find a real body and deal critical damage to it. The mechanical hero said that he can use exploding eggs to get rid of this stupid monster, but then the dragon has to figure out how to get him out of here. Yang Zai used the Phoenix Bird's ability again and said, "Good." All these tentacles began to burn, and the mechanical hero was freed. The mechanical hero, addressing the dragon, said that he forgot to tell him something. This explosion extends to 500 meters. He won't have time to escape. And then there was an explosion. Yang Zai thought the mechanical hero's action was cunning, but it was good that his body was just a clone. Then they started writing in the comments again. Someone asked if the dragon really lost its legs. After all, this is the first time an organization suffers such enormous damage by a judge. Someone wrote that the mechanical hero simply had to warn him about it in advance, and another commenter wrote that if they could, they would unite to defeat monsters. Then they started writing comments about these giant tentacles. They wrote that similar tentacles are still alive. Let someone get rid of them already. And someone wrote that he is now going to the city of Lugansk. But if the situation gets out of control, he is very afraid that he will not be able to escape from there. They also wrote that even the mechanical hero's exploding egg could not cope with this monster, and it was all in vain. Then someone, in a panic, wrote that the end of the world is already near. There was a sour, spicy hero who said, "How could I stay away when these guys were fighting such a monster?" A fiery fist appeared next to him, who told him that she was also here to help. Then others began to join them. They said they also wanted to help. Lin Naisu said that today is perhaps the longest night in the history of this city. An unknown entity invaded Lugansk, and its destructive power has caused them enormous damage, and they do not know how to cope with it. But they must not lose hope, because now numerous heroes have stepped into the battle. She believes that the dawn will come soon. The man who also hosted this broadcast was very impressed by her words, and he said that maybe it would be easier not to resist, but to nobly give their lives. He said they will not stop believing in the best, but will continue to believe and wait for the sunrise. People in the comments began to write that Lugansk would not back down. They wrote that the city would not give up, and neither would the heroes. They should not lose hope. They are all waiting for the dawn. Yang Zai asked the heroes who had come, "Did you really decide to become a feeding trough for a monster?" The fiery fist asked him, "Did you really have a choice?" Yang Zai said, "Of course," and asked everyone to disperse because he did not want to hurt anyone. After that, he used the Wind Blast ability, and he thought, fortunately, it's just a clone. Fiery Fist asked what he was doing. The sour, spicy hero told her that, judging by the course of the battle, a long-range attack would not be able to harm this monster. His skeleton is hidden deep. Someone has to come closer and strike the decisive blow. Fire Fist asked, "Who's closer? Just don't let him say that he's going to do it." But Yang Jai had already rushed into battle. There was an explosion, and the blue tentacles disappeared. The journalist, surprised, even stood up and exclaimed, "No one expected the organization of judges to stand up to this." Their participant, Dragon, lost both legs and could have died. But he was still eager to take revenge on the monster, even risking his own life. Lin Nike started crying, thinking, "Thanks to Dragon who gave us all light." Meanwhile, Jansen howled from the rooftop, declaring, "Now I am the new dragon." The abilities of the dragon rank are still the same. These include control over water, earth, and air, as well as the King of Fire ability. The new dragon said he understood. The mechanical hero landed on the ground and asked, "Who's there?" When the fog cleared, the mechanical hero saw a blue stone floating. He decided to touch it. A mysterious man appeared behind him and said, "You are an unreasonable person. You are not allowed to touch it," after which he pierced the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero thought, this couldn't be my armor because it wasn't broken, but he still received damage. He was so close to it, but the alarm system still hadn't worked. The mysterious man said, "Just as I thought. All heroes rely on magical enlightenment." The journalist was also very shocked and asked, "What's going on here? The blue sword? Was he fighting on the side of a monster?" The main character jumped away from him and asked, "Who are you? And how did you manage to attack me?" The mysterious man told him, "You have failed. You were just too weak yourself, so you didn't feel my attack. So watch as I drain your nervous system at a time when you can't do anything about it." The mysterious man was already reaching for the blue stone. But then Yu Jai appeared, grabbed the stone and said, "I'm very sorry to admit it, but this dark blue stone now belongs to the organization of judges." The journalist was very excited, exclaiming, "Yu Jai from the judges has appeared, and with his help, we will finally achieve a peaceful life." People in the comments perked up again, writing, "Mr. Yu Jai dropped his bulletproof vest. He should be much stronger than the mechanical hero. People really hope he won't lose his temper from losing Dragon. After all, the hero they've all been waiting for has appeared." The mysterious man turned to Yu Jai and said, "The Yuanchu organization does not want to feud with the judges. You must return the dark blue stone to me, and I will pretend that nothing ever happened." Here, the journalist encountered problems. The man filming asked, "Why can't I shoot anymore? Did the equipment break down?" Lin Nixu said she didn't think it was a technical issue. It looked like they were affected by some kind of spiritual ability. They should inform everyone about it. At this time, Yu Jai thought, so the organization that trades with blue pills is called Yuan Chu, and he deliberately disabled all the equipment in order not to reveal himself or his abilities to the world. He seems to be driven by a larger goal. Yu Jai asked him, "What if I want to declare you my enemy?" The mysterious man wasted no time, attacked Yu Jai and said, "Since you long for death, I will certainly fulfill your wish." But Yu Jai managed to use his spiritual explosion ability. The mysterious man said, "The spiritual power of the third degree and the weapon in your hands have dissipated. Their leader reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now you claim that you will overcome human limits? Their dark blue trump card is capable of such a feat, I did not think there were other holders of the third stage. Yujai thought, it looks like Fei's spiritual particles have something to do with the dark blue race, and that's why I just can't let them go. The mysterious man said, what a coincidence. I originally wanted to fight you, but the organization assigned me an urgent task. I will help you greatly with this if you cut the dark blue stone. We will meet again next time, and then I will get it back. Yuanjai tried to stop him and said, who gave you the right to run away? You should stand to the last. After which, Yuanjai attacked him with his ability. The mysterious man turned around and thought, this spiritual explosion is too strong. My shield might not be able to withstand a few more blows. But the mysterious man didn't have time to do anything, as Yuanjai was already stepping on him. Yuanjai called him names, and the mysterious man then collapsed to the ground. Yuanjai then sent greetings to the representatives of the dark blue race and congratulated them on becoming prisoners of the organization of judges. The mysterious man said, if you want to kill me, then kill me. He admitted defeat. Yuanjai came closer to him and asked, what are your feelings about what's happening? Do you really want to taste this again? But if you are obedient and answer all my questions, then maybe I will even spare you. You should tell me how the Hero Glacier adventure is connected with this blue stuff. The mysterious man said that nothing would happen if he told about the elementary particles. He began to explain that usually, the spiritual body of their representatives is dark blue and contains many of these particles. With the beginning of the period of change, these blue elements gradually alter the soul of the wearer. Their sprouts track the location of the participants of light in order to obtain a soul from a representative of the race in the future. The greater the spiritual force, the denser the particles are located in the body. These particles are cultivated, thereby increasing in size. The more stable these particles are, the more power a person can absorb. This reveals secret techniques or combat skills. The dark blue race actively trades blue pills in order to find a suitable body for their migration. Of course, everyone is able to withstand the particles when they begin to act, but once they fail, they lose their rank. This is the dark blue race's standard. Yuanjai asked him, if a person gets infected with these particles, is there any way to cure them? The mysterious man asked him, why do you have such a question? Is there anyone among the test subjects whom you value so much? Yuanjai did not tolerate this and asked him, what don't you want to say? After which, Yuanjai pierced him with spiritual blades. Strange things started happening. Some kind of creature emerged from the mysterious man. After that, the man lost consciousness. His strength began to dissipate. Everyone then saw who this mysterious man truly was, and everyone was in great shock. It was a woman. She was the headmistress of Ouyang. She was also the head of the Association of Heroes of the city of Lugansk. Yuanjai said, it seems that Yuan Chu's organization has already infiltrated the Heroes Association. The mechanical hero told Yuanjai that regarding the headmistress's murder, he could release a witness in defense of the organization of judges. This would also serve as a reckoning for the non-industrial injury of the dragon. Yuanjai didn't like it. He started shouting at the mechanical hero, saying, do you have any idea how difficult it is to cultivate the owners of 4 abilities? Are you just trying to hush it up with a couple of words? The mechanical hero asked him, then what do you want? Yuanjai told the mechanical hero to let Liu Yun replace the dragon and become the successor of the Kunlun company. The mechanical hero said, of course, but in order to make him a successor, he just needs to reach at least an A rank. Otherwise, the others simply won't support your decision. Yuanjai said, it's a deal. As soon as Liu Yun becomes an A-rank hero, he will immediately be handed over to the Kunlun company. After which, Yuanjai rushed off. He told the snake that he had to deal with Blanche, and he would go to the hospital right away. The snake said it was good. Yongjai rushed to the hospital, thinking a strange wave had formed after the death of the glacier adventurer. He was confused and needed to check on Fei as soon as possible. Kunlun Hero Association, Main Hall morning. The mechanical hero gathered all the heroes and told them they had all seen that Headmistress Ouyang had been infected. Annette suggested she was a spy of some secret organization, which was to blame for the mutation of hero Bingchuan. Therefore, he asked them to answer the Hero Association's questions honestly. The sour spicy hero said, yes, of course. And Fire Fist said that if everything was settled, they would leave. After that, everyone left, but the mechanical hero stopped Liu Yun and told him to come over. Liu Yun asked, what's the matter? The mechanical hero put his hand on his son's shoulder and said he had made a deal with Yongjai. He wanted to make him the successor of the Kunlun company, so he would need an A-rank ability. He shouldn't miss his chance. Liu Yun asked, isn't the dragon holding this position? Why did he suddenly change his mind? And he's also very strong. It will spoil his relationship with his brother. He thought his goal was to become a member of the judge of one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope to fulfill the will of the dragon. He thought his godfather had opened the way for him to a bright future, while his father was forcing him to run family errands. he would waste his talent. The mechanical hero thought that Yong-jae had done his best, but he had underestimated his relationship with his sons. The mechanical hero walked up to Liu Yun and hugged him, saying he had finally grown up. Liu Yun told his father to let him go because he was already an adult. "It's disgusting," he muttered. City Street, morning. Blanche was sitting, all wounded. Then someone came up to her and held out a hand. It was the snake, who told her he would help her get up. Blanche was shaking, but she said she could handle it on her own. But when she tried to get up, she fell down again. The snake told her not to force herself. Blanche began to cry and begged him for forgiveness, saying the dragon died because of her. The snake patted her on the head and said it wasn't her fault. "You should go with me. The judge's organization sent me to help you." Blanche took his hand and said, "It's fine, as you said." Hospital, morning. Yong-jae was floating high in the sky and sensed a strange energy emanating from the hospital. The hospital was covered with a barrier of dark blue light. Yong-jae walked into the hospital corridor and said, "There's not a soul here." But then he saw a portal open, from which a monster emerged. Yong-jae stepped in and realized that this wave had turned all the victims of the department store incident into dark blue uniforms. Then a monster grabbed him from behind and shouted, "I'll eat you!" Mutated people began to fill the corridors of the hospital. Yong-jae threw the monster that had grabbed him over his shoulder. After that, he killed it, as he killed most of these monsters. He noted that fortunately there were no fairies among them. Maybe she hadn't had time to transform yet. He went to her room and saw his sister hovering above the hospital bed. He wondered if his sister, Fei-Fei, was mutating. Elementary particles were gathering, affecting one side of her body more than the other. She was trying to defend herself with her willpower. She screamed, then fell onto the bed. Yong-jae touched her. Fei-Fei opened her eyes. She took the blade and held it to Yong-jae's throat, and she asked, "Who are you?" Yong-jae told her he was her older brother. Fei-Fei said, "That's nonsense. You have a completely different voice." Yong-jae said he just forgot to change it back, after which he assumed his true form and asked, "This should be enough, right?" But Fei-Fei said, "My brother shouldn't be able to transform." "Who the hell is he?" Yong-jae then decided to remind her that at the age of 7, she had wet the bed. To prevent their parent from finding out, she lied to him and asked him to sleep in her bed, then framed him by putting all the blame on him. Fei-Fei immediately calmed down and asked him if he could really reincarnate. Yong-jae told her to get them out of there first. He would tell her everything on the way. After that, they arrived at his apartment. Fei-Fei went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Naisu was cooking dinner. Yong-jae came up to her and hugged her from behind. "You've prepared so much today," he said. Lin Naisu turned to him and replied, "Fei-Fei has woken up. It's a miracle. That's why we should definitely celebrate it. Today, at work, I felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force, even someone as strong as a dragon. I've learned to cherish my love even more." Yong-jae and Lin Naisu were about to kiss, but then Fei-Fei came out of the bath, thereby preventing them. Fei-Fei asked if dinner was ready. "I've already showered," she said. Lin Naisu gently pushed Yong-jae away and replied, "Yes, everything is ready." Fei-Fei looked at the table Lin Naisu had set and exclaimed, "Yes, all my favorite food is here." Turning to Lin Naisu, she said she adored her, affectionately calling her sister. After that, Fei-Fei sat down at the table, declaring she would start eating. Yong-jae and Lin Naisu joined her. Yong-jae said he would give anything to have his dear people live peacefully and happily. After everyone had eaten, Yong-jae invited Fei-Fei to his room. Fei-Fei asked him if they really shouldn't tell their parents about her awakening. Yong-jae said no. "The Association of Heroes investigates cases of mutation, so it's better if the hospital considers you dead. The more they know, the more serious the danger you'll be exposed to. And you can't tell Lin Naisu everything about my abilities," Yong-jae added. Fei-Fei said it was fine. "From now on, brother, don't take everything on yourself. Let me help as well." Yong-jae said it was his own fault for not being able to protect her when he forced her to become part of another world. Fei-Fei replied that everything was fine, and she had learned a lot. "For example, this blade directly attacks the enemy's mental power," she explained, "and I want you to try to apply your control ability on me. Although I'm completely healthy, I'm afraid I can be controlled by the dark blue race," Fei-Fei confessed. Yong-jae replied that while her physical body is special, her ability first needed to be improved to S rank. What he did next was acquire an ability called Control. Its description stated, uses an illusion spell to destroy an S-rank opponent. Can brainwash a target to completely subdue their will for 30 years. Every day, the spiritual body penetrates the controlled one and takes 6 hours of their consciousness. Ability score, S rank. After that, Yong-jae applied the control ability on his sister. He thought that this feeling was different from previous sensations. What was the solution to this mystery, and what rules did it follow? Could what he was seeing be true? And how could he overcome this, being bound by all sorts of restrictions? Yong-jae was currently in Fei-Fei's mind and asked, "Who is this?" After that, the earth began to suck him in. The voice replied, "What a sad find." Yangjai woke up pale and exclaimed, "Damn, they almost broke my spiritual power." Feifei asked her brother if he was okay. Yangjai replied that the control was completed, and now he had a much more important task for her. Then Lin Naisu came into the room and asked Yangjai if he wanted fruit. Yangjai said yes. After a while, the two of them were sitting in the living room, and Lin Naisu was working on a laptop. Yangjai asked her what she was doing. Lin Naisu said that she was given a new position because she had done well last time. Yangjai asked if it would be dangerous there as well. Lin Naisu smiled at him and said, "No, it won't be dangerous. You shouldn't worry so much." This time, she was entrusted to broadcast from a special booth. Yangjai, passing by Lin Naisu, activated an ability on her. This ability was called the Green Snake Chain. The ability automatically activates the protective chain when the owner is in danger. It turns into a green snake and attacks the enemy. The ability's score is in the Y rank. The chain in its name, however, refers to a decoration. Meanwhile, Blanche, along with Kai, Dodo, and Yuerong, was at the springs. Yuerong told Miss Blanche that this source was very good for health. It would help her recover. Blanche asked, "Is that true?" Then she got up and said that the organization was looking for her. Her companions could stay while she went to meet them. Then she lay down on the couch and thought, "Is this really a new task?" Kai and Dodo said that, as befits a long-time member of the organization, she was doing a very good job of laying low. Heavenly Palace. Yangjai asked Blanche if she had heard about the territory of the Four Seas. The organization was sending her there in order to learn more about the dark blue race. If she could pass this test, she could become the 28th member of the organization. Blanche said she was going to take a membership test and head to the designated location right away. Yangjai thought that his lie had finally succeeded within their little team. She would appear to be a really strong participant. Yangjai said that it was fine, but first, she needed to go to the Kaiyan family and replenish all her strength. Blanche bowed to him and said that it was fine. Then she disappeared. Mao Rabbit appeared next to Yangjai. Yangjai asked if she could say anything. Yangjai told her to talk. Then Mao Rabbit burst out, exclaiming that it was Blanche from the Knights of the Round Table. She liked her very much. Could she get her autograph? Yangjai said that, and he thought, she was so silent. But it turns out that she had just met her idol. Rabbit Mao turned out to be his sister, Fei Fei. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that from now on, her name would be Rabbit Mao. She should behave well and not let herself be revealed. Fei Fei said that they would definitely work together with her in the future, and she would have a better chance of getting her autograph. Yangjai thought, no, that's not the main thing at all. Fei Fei asked her older brother what he was going to do next. Yangjai said he already had a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company was closely related to the dark blue race. He would let the sour spicy hero Liu Yun investigate this case, and Blanche would go to explore the territory of the Four Seas, and Yufan was tasked with infiltrating the Association of Heroes and becoming one of the strongest there. Then he would become another black pawn in the hands of the organization of judges. And by the way, he still needed to visit his old friend. It was already evening, and Yufan was sitting on a bench outside. Then Yangjai appeared behind him. Yangjai said that Yufan had been getting very tired lately. If he ran out of strength, then it would be better for him to rest. Yufan stood up, turned around, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Yangjai asked him, "How is your progress?" Yufan said that he still couldn't fully awaken the force. His body surpassed an ordinary human's by only 7 times. Yangjai was very surprised and asked, 7 times already? Usually, when this figure reached 10, the hero was already approaching a rank, and he finally told him that it was a great job. Yufan would be the next winner in the World Championship of Heroes of this city. Yufan said that for the sake of the organization, he would do everything in his power. Yangjai stopped and told him that the danger was already close. He would have to use the control skill on him, temporarily subjugating his body to himself. Yufan said it was fine. Yangjai then applied his control ability. Meanwhile, some girl was running away from 2 guys. The man who chased this girl called his partner, Bola Brat, telling him that he could have just gone about his business. But instead, he intervened and destroyed their business. Their organization, the Firecloud Club, won't let him get away with it. The girl asked, "Since when is sending mail responses to ordinary people considered a business? Is your organization getting richer at the expense of imitation, violating the region's criminal code?" At that moment, one of the men attacked her with his ability, but she managed to dodge. She jumped and struck a bull's horn. After that, the bull began to drain some purple liquid, and the man said she had used poison. Then, there was an explosion. There was still one man she wanted to kill, but he evaded her attacks. The man asked her, "What kind of abilities do you have? How can you master so many techniques at the same time?" The girl simply told him to guess. "If you can handle it, then maybe I will answer you." The man was about to say something to the girl, but Yufan intervened, kicking him in the face. He then warned that if the girl created another explosion, this place would be ruined. He added that the location would still be useful in 5 days. The Beijing University entrance tests would be held there. The girl was a little surprised and told him, "You handled that ranked user so easily. This means you're at least a ranked user or even higher." The girl introduced herself as Wang Ju. "Who knows, maybe we'll meet again at the entrance exams. Could we work together?" Yufan shook her hand and said, "Of course, if we're on the same team in 5 days. But then he noticed the girl began to squeeze his hand very hard and looked at her. Wang Ju smiled at him, called him handsome, and asked if he wanted to have dinner together. Yufan mentally asked his teacher, "How should I answer her?" Yang Jai told him not to panic, he would help him. Yufan cleared his throat and said he had something else to do at home, so he had to go. Yang Jai asked him, "What do you understand now? Never molest girls. Aren't your sisters enough? You can be with other ladies when you're smart enough." Yufan told his teacher that he understood everything now and thanked him. When Yufan left, Wang Ju remarked, "It seems there will be something to see at the trials this time." Yunhai Street. The day of the test had come. Everyone began to gather, both participants and spectators. The hosts of this event greeted everyone. The commentator Bai introduced herself. Pointing to Lin Nai-su, she then said, "And here is my new partner, the very famous reporter, Lin Nai-su." Lin Nai-su then welcomed everyone. Bai explained to the audience the procedure for the Beijing University entrance tests to help them understand what was happening. The rules are very simple. Complete the task within a certain time, using any techniques. But don't think everything is so simple, because it's not. Now, you will see what obstacles and traps the organizers have prepared for the participants. Then a guy came up to Yufan and hugged him from behind, saying, "You have no transport? Do you also have abilities that increase physical strength? And why are you without windproof goggles?" Yufan replied that he didn't use such abilities. He had very good speed and didn't need glasses. The guy said, "As I always say, apparently, today won't be without miracles." He then asked Yufan what he had already heard. An S-rank user, a purple panther named Luo Quan, and Xing Ziyi, also with a high rank, were invited. Then Yufan called out to Wang Ju. She told him, "We've met. It seems we'll be on the same team. Last time we agreed to work together, you wouldn't break your promise, would you?" Yufan blushed and said that was fine. Then the other guy turned between them and, addressing Wang Ju, said he had speed abilities. "If we were together, we'd easily cope with the task." Wang Ju retorted, "You're a user with physical strength enhancement abilities, of which there are millions. How dare you flirt with me? You should fuck off." The guy was upset. Then it was announced that all participants needed to get ready, or the countdown would begin. After that, the beginning of the test was announced. Some participants used air transport. One man, who had already taken off, scoffed, "Did he really expect to beat us, those who fly while he's in a carriage? How naive!" But even then, geese began to interfere with this man. The man started losing control and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" Dabai said, "If it were so easy to move through the air, do you really think everyone would bring melting apparatuses?" Then, turning to Lin Naisu, Dabai asked if she recognized these monsters. Lin Naisu said that they were certainly facing summoned creatures of high rank, known as a flock of brown swans. Then Dabai announced that the flight team had already left the race. Now the participants in sports cars were leading. 2 men were driving at great speed in their cars. One of them said, "This is great. If there was a driving test, how difficult could it be?" Turning to his partner, he asked, "Would you like to speed up?" His partner replied, "Yes, the speed limit is only 100 kilometers per hour, but no one forbade us to break the rules. However, a policeman stopped them, telling them, 'Heroes should save people, but you should not break the rules during a mission so that no one gets hurt.'" The policeman then asked the man to apologize. A guy who was running next to Yufan laughed and said, "I knew it would be too generous of them to allow transport." But then he noticed an old man didn't have time to brake and knocked him down. The guy got up very surprised and asked, "Why did he get such serious injuries?" A man passing by him said, "Some guy hit an old man. We need to go. It doesn't concern us." Another passerby told him that it seemed the old man was seriously injured and suggested taking him to the hospital. The guy decided to crawl away quietly, but then the old man got up and started shouting, "You hit an old man and now you're just leaving? And you want to be a hero? Do you really have the conscience to run away after an elderly man was injured through your fault?" Meanwhile, Yufan was jumping on roofs. Then Wang Ju appeared next to him. Yufan told her that Beijing University had put a lot of effort into organizing this test. They even used the magic of illusion. Wang Ju asked him, "Did you really mean that the old man was just an illusion?" Wang Ju replied, "That's not bad." Yufan told her to get ready because there were about 2 people on the horizon. Wang Ju said, "It looks like this is the last check." She was on full alert. Lin Naisu said, "I don't know these 2 heroes. Who are they?" Her partner, Dabai, said that according to the available information, this couple did not study at Beijing University, but mentors had already been sent after them to stop them if anything happened. The girl also decided to remind them that the participants were subjected to various checks. Sometime before the start of this exam, the headmaster thanked teacher Luo Chen for coming to him. Luo Chen said that the director should not worry, because he would take care of those two guys. He should already consider that he had prematurely assumed the duties of a class teacher. Currently, an exam was being conducted. One of the guys from this organization blocked the path of Yu Fan and Wang Ju. He told them that he would allow them both to see the true power of a hero of high rank, after which he took his battle form. When Wang Ju saw him, she was delighted. She exclaimed, "What a cute kitten!" Yu Fan said he would take it on himself, and she should deal with the opponent for now. Yang Jai mentally told Yu Fan, "What do you understand now? To control the force, you need to feel the movement of every muscle and bone. I often said that," Yu Fan remembered. Then the guy told him, "You're mumbling to yourself." After which, Yu Fan hit him, and his silver cracked. The guy thought Black Arrow was a bull's head. This was his friend from the Fire Cloud Society. Had they ever met these crazy guys? Yu Fan noted that the guy seemed fast and agile, but his resistance and endurance were very poorly developed. It was easy to defeat him. Yu Fan held out his hand to the guy and asked if he was all right. He apologized, admitting he had slightly miscalculated his strength. The guy was at a loss. He said Yu Fan had beaten him too severely and was now mocking him. Then another man appeared next to Yu Fan, attacking him with his fire ability. The attacker was going to target Wang Ju, but she used her ability, turning herself into a fire extinguisher and dousing the flame. Yu Fan wondered if her ability allowed her to create items. Yang Jai told him that apparently it only allowed her to generate already existing technologies. If she managed to create equipment, then it would be just wonderful. Yu Fan looked in the direction of the first attacker, only to find he was no longer there. Did that guy really disappear? He wondered. Then he saw the guy who tried to kill him with fire grab his companion's cat and run away. Lin Nixu said that, according to their data, these two heroes from the Society of the Volga Cloud. One of them, a flying beast, possessed reincarnation skills and was a high-ranking user, and the one who defeated him is called Yu Fan. That means... She was interrupted by Na Bai, who said that everyone should notice him and send him a gift. Who knows? She added, maybe in the future he will become a super strong hero. The two from the Fire Cloud Society tried to escape, but Luo Chen blocked their path. He demanded, "Who dares to touch my disciples? Now you have to answer for your actions." Meanwhile, Yu Fan and Wang Ju had already crossed the finish line. Wang Ju looked at the scoreboard and was upset, seeing they had only placed 15th and 16th. Yu Fan decided to support her, saying everything was fine. He hoped that battle was enough for them to be noticed. Wang Ju agreed. Yang Zai told Yu Fan that he had to go. Yu Fan told him not to worry, assuring him he would cope on his own. Meanwhile, that night on a strange island, the tentacles that had defeated the glacier adventurer entered a cave. They had come for a meeting with a man. The man, addressing Rhodes, said he knew he was still alive. Tentacles began to appear around the man, and they told him something very important. Hu Jai, from the judge, had reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. The man was very surprised, exclaiming that there was another fighter of the 3rd stage. Fei Fei told her older brother that she didn't know why, but a few dark blue sprouts had awakened for a couple of seconds. Yang Zai asked her what it meant that she could see through other people's eyes. Fei Fei replied, "Yes, I've seen only 3 episodes, and all of them involved other representatives of the dark blue race." Yang Zai asked her if she could remember where they were. He took his laptop and began typing in the information. Fei Fei said that one time it seemed to be in the White Tower of Loshi City. She also mentioned 2 regions, and that she had been to the clubhouse twice, and 3 times, it's an inner mansion. Yang Zai said he had found a clubhouse. Fei Fei should take a look to see if it's the right one. Fei Fei said, yes, that's right. She saw people from the dark blue race coming there to do their nails or hair. Yang Zai asked, what women? The management of the Knights of the Round Table Company definitely has a girl who owns half of their stock, but she doesn't even have the ability. Fei Fei said that in episode 3, she saw a lawn, a fountain, and some antiques there. There were no others there. She can't do it anymore. She doesn't understand the details. She asked her brother why he wouldn't download her memory and check it himself. Meanwhile, the mechanical hero called a council of his sons. He told them that he had called them here today to tell them some news. He told the patron of dragons that he was entrusting the company into the hands of Liu Yun, and the place in the hero club will be his. The patron of dragons told his father that he had finally seen Liu Yuan's talent. He's definitely a better fit for the role than he is, and he just wants to become the strongest hero. The mechanical hero told his eldest son that he knows he holds a grudge against the judges' organization for his defeat, but he has something to tell him. Do you know why all the members of the judges' organization are so strong? The patron of dragons said, of course this is a consequence of their hard work, and they are also much more talented than the others. The mechanical hero said, no, you are wrong. He said that they simply have the technology and equipment to create elixirs of abilities, and they are also helped by forces from another world. Avanci began to watch his sister's memoirs, and then he found what he needed. Meanwhile, there are firearms in the house. Yongzai told Mao Rabbit to stand aside and do nothing. Fei Fei, in the guise of Mao Rabbit, was angry with him and said that at first he agreed to take her with him, but then offered her to be a decoration. Then Yongzai took the form of a snake and asked her, "What is it?" Fei Fei told him that she had learned about his strength not by his abilities at all, but by his acting skills. At this time, in the House of Firearms, the man asked why he had come without an invitation. It was Yongzai who said he had to die and broke all his furniture. The man was shaking all over with fear, falling to his knees, and said that he was actually interested. He heard that the judges' organization helps the dead, and the Bernadotte family supports them in this. Yongzai was a little confused and wondered where this rumor came from and how it spread so quickly. The man asked, "Is it really true that they can return the soul to the body of a man who died many years ago?" Yongzai said that the dark blue race has achieved great heights in the study of the spiritual component, so why was he asking him about it? The man said that there seemed to be one answer. He took out a gun and told him that he didn't need it anymore. "I've been using shadow cloning of snakes. I also thought that his weapon has a homing function. The speed is not great, but throwing back and forth will take too much time." The man kept shooting at him and said, "If they attack all at once, then it won't work to evade, will it?" Then Yongzai appeared behind him and said, after that, the man started counting down, and an explosion followed. But Yongzai wasn't hurt, and the man looked at his hand and screamed. Now the rabbit was watching all this from above.